Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Bleach, Surviving in the Soul Society for 2000 Years. Part 1. The surface of the lake was as calm as a forgotten ancient mirror, with only an occasional breeze brushing over it, stirring up a few fine ripples before quickly returning to silence. On the shore, a man sat cross-legged in an unconventional manner on the ground, which was covered only by a single layer of cloth. He held a fishing rod, his expression so serene it was almost frozen. His straw hat was pulled down low, and beneath the brim, only a piece of foxtail grass he was chewing on was visible. The midday sun was at its most intense, and most people would have likely been unable to sit still for long, but he had been sitting here for over an hour, just waiting for that big fish in the lake to take the bait. It's here. Although he didn't deliberately try to sense it, based on his years of fishing experience, Kobayashi Kansho knew that the big fish he had been yearning for was finally about to take the bait. Ever since he had discovered such a big fish last week, he had been wanting to catch it. After all, the fish was roughly estimated to weigh 25 jin. If I don't catch it, I won't be able to sleep. It's about to bite. A shadow had already appeared on the surface of the lake. The big fish seemed to be about to take the bait. Lord Kansho. A loud shout from afar instantly shattered the silence of the area. The shadow in the lake immediately faded and then vanished without a trace, the smile on Kobayashi's face freezing. Don't go. Kobayashi stood up directly, almost unable to resist jumping into the water to catch it. Who the hell is that? Who is here to disturb me? In this situation, even Lu, Guan, and Zhang would have to call it quits. Without this big fish, what am I going to eat for lunch? Kobayashi turned around furiously, wanting to see who was so blind. Upon turning, he saw a young girl holding a sword, running towards him quickly. The girl had long, disheveled black hair, a fierce glint in her eyes, and she slashed at him with her sword. Kobayashi Kansho blocked the girl's sword strike with his fishing rod, then used the fishing rod as a sword, hacking down 5 times in succession. The girl's sword technique immediately became chaotic. While retreating in a panic, her sword was knocked away by the fishing rod in Kobayashi's hand on the 5th strike. Cheating, cheating. With her sword knocked away, the girl immediately jumped up in a rush. That's too foul. How can you use such a long fishing rod as a sword? Kobayashi felt a bit helpless. He shrugged and said, in a fight, you naturally use whatever you have in your hands. Where would an enemy give you time to go find a weapon? And you, why are you running over here instead of practicing Zanjutsu? Do you know that I just had such a big fish scared away by you? He widened his eyes, looking at the little devil named Hana Retsu before him. Kobayashi was clear about her future path. He knew she would become an unprecedentedly great villain, and after being defeated by Kenpachi Zaraki, she would seal her sword, study medicine, and become a nurse in Saraite. But for now, he didn't care about future events at all, after all. It's too early right now. He was a transmigrator who had arrived several hundred years ago. When he learned that this world was called Soul Society, he was completely stunned. He had actually transmigrated into the manga, Bleach, and become a true blood. So-called true blood refers to someone who has at least one parent who is Oshinigami. In other words, he didn't come to Soul Society after death but was a native soul born into a noble family in Soul Society. Actually, this background was quite good, the only drawback was that the timing was a bit too early. When he learned that the Gote 13 didn't even exist yet, he was completely stunned. After growing up a bit and inquiring carefully, he found out that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was still called Etsusai, and he almost fainted. The Etsusai period was Yamamoto's title when he was young. It wasn't until over 2000 years before the start of the story that he was given another scar by Chojiro Sasaki. With 2 scars, he was then called Jusai, and only after some more time did he come to be called Genryusai. It was around this time that Chojiro Sasaki gradually stopped using his Bankai. Pushing forward 2000 plus years, the story would begin. In other words, the time he had just transmigrated to was very likely over 2000 years before the story began. He was numb. After all, that time could almost be said to be the most chaotic period in the history of Soul Society. The Gote 13 had not yet been established, and Yamamoto was still just the head instructor of the Genji school. Even his noble status couldn't guarantee his safety. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he also had a cheat. That was that every year, he would receive a reward. Although these rewards varied in strength and were not all useful, they at least provided some hope. If this cheat were placed in worlds like One Piece or Naruto, it really wouldn't seem very useful. After all, if you transmigrate into those two worlds, the story would end in a few decades at most. But transmigrating into Bleach, it was truly perfect. Who told him to transmigrate so early? Transmigrating to Soul Society over 2000 years ago meant he could claim over 2000 rewards. Up to now, he had already claimed 367 rewards, which meant he had lived in Soul Society for 367 years. Among these 300 plus rewards, there were Ryutsu shards, Zanjutsu shards, Kido shards, Shunpo shards, and Hakuto shards, things that could directly improve his strength. There were also some things like calligraphy mastery, tea ceremony mastery, and zither mastery, which he personally felt were useless. Well, it's not that they were useless, it's just that these were things he could practice himself when he had free time. Since he had so much time, using rewards on things he could learn on his own was indeed a bit of a waste. Although Ryutsu and Zanjutsu could also be trained, these things were a matter of life and death and could not be delayed. Besides, they relied too much on talent. Although he was of true blood descent, he could only be said to have spiritual power talent, qualifying him to become a Shinigami, but his pure talent only went so far. If he relied only on himself, he felt there was a high probability he would end up like Jidanbo. Even after 300 years, he would still be guarding the gates of Seraite. However, relying on a large number of Ryutsu shards, his Ryutsu was not weak, though he couldn't say exactly to what degree. Mainly because he had never actually fought before. Knowing that he would get a reward every year, why the hell would he fight? What if he died? Wouldn't that mean wasting the 2000 plus rewards he hadn't claimed yet? No, who said he could only live until the story began? He was going to live on, preferably for 1,000,000 years. By then, that would be 1,000,000 rewards, wouldn't he be invincible? So his future was bright, he definitely couldn't let it be cut short halfway. For these past few hundred years, he had never caused trouble, just calmly living in his hometown as an ordinary, fallen noble, and no one would specifically come to target him. Hey, wait a few thousand more years, and you'll know you were wrong. As for Hana, it wasn't that he wanted to seek out a story character, but rather that she was his neighbor. In other words, Hana was essentially a left-behind child. She lived next door to the Kobayashi family. She had a father who was still alive, but in Kobayashi's eyes, this father might as well be dead. Kobayashi had barely ever seen him. He heard that the man was a samurai serving as a guard under some noble. Thus, he left Hana to survive all by herself in a place like Rukongai. Her old man really had some nerve. However, Hana was indeed worthy of being the future first Kenpachi. Even completely alone, she managed to survive in this dangerous era. One had to know that the Rukongai of later generations was chaotic enough, where those beyond the 50th district couldn't even afford a pair of straw sandals. But now, 2000 years ago, during an era of warring warlords when the Gotei 13 didn't even exist and local powerhouses ruled everywhere, Rukongai was even more chaotic. For a helpless little girl like Hana to survive on her own. No wonder she could become a captain in the future. Once, Kobayashi saw how pitiful she looked and gave her a grilled fish. In the end, Hana looked displeased, said she didn't need charity, and insisted on fighting him. With no other choice, Kobayashi hit her on the head with a wooden sword, and after that, the little girl wouldn't leave him alone. It had been almost 2 months now. Whenever she had free time, Hana would run over and demand to spar with him. If Kobayashi refused, she would throw a tantrum right there, making it look as if he were abusing a child. But if they did spar, the moment she lost, she would demand to learn Kobayashi's swordsmanship, rolling on the ground if he refused to teach her. Otherwise, how could she become Yakiru in the future? She had been learning since childhood. Let go. Let go of me. Don't you know men and women shouldn't touch? You're about to wipe your snot and tears all over my pants. By the stream, Kobayashi Kancho felt like he had stepped on some sticky malt candy that he couldn't shake off. He shook his right leg while grumbling loudly in annoyance. However, Hana Retsu, who was hanging onto his leg, was like a stubborn iron turtle. She tightly clutched his shoulder, looking up with her mud-stained little face, and not only didn't let go but hugged even tighter. I won't. Not unless you promise to teach me that fishing rod swordsmanship from just now. Uncle, that move of yours was so cool. You disarmed me without using even a bit of spiritual power. You're definitely a peerless great swordmaster hiding in Hanakare district, aren't you? The little girl's eyes gleamed with a frenzied thirst for knowledge, like a starving wolf that had spotted a piece of fat meat. What the hell do you mean peerless great swordmaster? I'm just an ordinary fisherman. Kobayashi Kancho was completely speechless. He took a deep breath, reached out, bent his index and middle fingers, and with a sharp thwack, unceremoniously flicked Yunohana Retsu on the forehead. Ow! The rap was solid. Yunohana Retsu cried out in pain, finally letting go to clutch her forehead, squatting on the ground with teary eyes. Stop daydreaming, Kobayashi Kancho said, rubbing the wrinkles on his pant leg where she had been clinging. He looked down at her and said crossly. What peerless swordsmanship? That's called a reflex. Who told you to jump out of the bushes with a broken wooden stick to scare people every day? Even if it were a pig, after being startled by you so many times, it would instinctively stick out its hoof to block. It's my first time seeing someone call themselves a pig, Yunohana retorted, glaring at him petulantly while clutching her forehead. Though she refused to admit defeat verbally, her beast-like, sharp intuition told her that the strike just now was definitely not some random reflex. Such a natural and flawless movement was simply not something an ordinary person could perform. Just as she wanted to continue pestering him, even considering whether she should just kowtow to Kobayashi Kancho to force him to accept her as his disciple. Grumbly. A long, rumbling sound like summer thunder suddenly echoed from Yunohana Retsu's stomach. The sound was incredibly loud, and it even seemed to carry a slight echo by the open stream. The first Kenpachi, who just a moment ago was full of aggressive momentum with, I want to learn peerless swordsmanship, written all over her face, instantly froze. A blush spread visibly from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears, and her arrogant little face instantly turned bright red. Kobayashi Kancho raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting down to land on her flat little stomach, then glanced at the empty fish basket nearby, letting out a cold snort. That was quite a loud growl. What, does a peerless female swordsman not need to eat? Can you grow tall just by living on thin air? None of your business. Yunohana Retsu covered her stomach guiltily, turning her head away and gritting her teeth. In this war-torn era, the commoners of Rukongai had almost gnawed away all the grass roots and tree bark. One had to know that most souls in Rukongai did not feel hunger, they only needed water to sustain their lives. Only those with spiritual power talent needed to eat. Because they possessed spiritual power, they required reishi replenishment, so simply drinking water could no longer satisfy their needs. And for a child like Yunohana, who was born with powerful spiritual power, she required even more food. She actually hadn't had a full meal in nearly 2 days. That rushing slash just now had almost completely drained the last bit of her physical strength. She swallowed her saliva, stealing a glance at Kobayashi Kancho's empty fish basket out of the corner of her eye, and muttered softly, "You're one to talk. If you hadn't failed to catch any fish today, you still have the nerve to bring up the fish." Hearing this, Kobayashi Kancho's blood pressure almost shot through the roof. I waited 3 days for that 20-pound big carp, only for you to scare it away with your shouting, and now you actually expect me to make you grilled fish. He wished he could flick her forehead again, but seeing the girl's stubborn yet clearly pale face, and her faded, patched-up old clothes, his raised fingers stopped in midair, dissolving into a helpless sigh. All right. Meeting you is the worst luck of my life. Kobayashi Kancho bent down to pick up the empty fish basket, rested the green bamboo fishing rod on his shoulder, and turned to walk back toward his house. Keep up. What are you still squatting there for? Waiting for a Manos Grande to come and collect your corpse. Yunohana blanked out for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. Like a puppy smelling a meaty bone, she instantly bounced up from the ground, patted the dirt off her bottom, and eagerly trotted after him. Uncle, do you have some good stuff hidden at home? I knew a grown man like you would definitely hide some private food reserves. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll make you chew on a table leg. One after the other, they walked along the path by the stream, heading back to the central area of Hanakare district. The 64th district of East Rukongai was already considered quite deep into the Rukongai districts. Surrounded by a cluster of low-lying, dilapidated, and even drafty thatched huts and wooden shacks, Kobayashi Kansho's residence stood out abruptly. It was a traditional Japanese-style courtyard occupying a fairly large area, tightly enclosed by high bluestone walls. Inside the walls, one could vaguely see lush ancient trees and exquisite overhanging eaves. This was one of the Kobayashi family's residences in Rukongai. Their properties in Saraite had already been devoured by other nobles, but at least no one had any interest in this house in Rukongai. Over these many years, relying on various strange defensive items rewarded by the system, he had turned this house into an impregnable fortress that even a top-tier Manos Grande would find difficult to breach. Creak, the heavy mahogany gate was pushed open, and Kobayashi Kansho walked into the courtyard with Unohana Retsu. The courtyard was very clean. A path paved with bluestone slabs led straight to the main house, and both sides of the path were planted with precious camellias and several vigorous welcoming pines. A breeze blew by, scattering blossoms. It felt as if it were in a completely different dimension from the Shira world outside the walls, where corpses of the starved littered the ground. Kobayashi Kansho leaned his fishing rod casually against the corner of the wall and walked straight to the huge cherry blossom tree in the center of the courtyard. Under the tree, there was a large stone table and several stone stools. Sit there and wait. He pointed to the stone stool and then reached his hand into the wide cuff of his kimono. At this moment, his consciousness had already submerged into the system's item warehouse. Among a pile of messy items, he found that tool he usually used to handle his 3 daily meals, the gourmet tablecloth. This item could generate any gourmet food, as long as he said it could generate it. Note, any gourmet food. As long as it existed in this world, even future gourmet food, it could create it. Don't underestimate it by thinking it can only be used to fill one's stomach. Don't forget, Ryutsu food is also food. The Ryutsu food that Kiryu Hikifuna would only be able to create using temporary souls in the future also belonged to the category of food. Kobayashi had been enjoying Ryutsu food all along. In the original story, after Ichigo Kurosaki and Renji Abarai ate one big meal, Kiryu Hikifuna said they had Ryutsu of a completely different level than before. Of course, this thing definitely couldn't be useful forever. Otherwise, Squad Zero would have been invincible long ago from eating this stuff every day. Ryutsu food had drug resistance. The more one ate, the smaller the subsequent improvements would be. Eventually, eating Ryutsu food had no effect on him anymore. So, he stopped generating Ryutsu food later on and only generated ordinary food. After all, Ryutsu food was more difficult to generate. Ordinary food could be generated in the time it took to say a sentence, while one dish of Ryutsu food required 5 minutes. Of course, this was already incredibly abnormal. After all, this was a technology that Kiryu Hikifuna would only invent over 1,800 years later, which was enough to earn her a promotion to Squad Zero. And Kobayashi Kansho. He only needed to move his lips. He took out a seemingly plain white square cloth from his sleeve, gave it a casual flick, and spread it flat on the stone table. Old man, what is this? A magic trick. Can a rag be eaten? Unohana Retsu propped her chin with both hands, her eyes swimming with hunger. Looking at that white cloth, she only felt a wave of disappointment. Rag, your head. You uncultured country bumpkin. Kobayashi Kansho rolled his eyes, silently reciting the menu he wanted for lunch today in his heart. Give me a top-tier Wagyu sukiyaki pot. The meat needs to have the best snowflake marbling. Also, a bowl of crystal clear, high-purity reishi white rice. Oh right, my 20 gin big carp from earlier is gone. Give me an identical braised big carp, and make them all the Ryutsu food version. As he issued the command in his heart, the gourmet tablecloth spread on the stone table suddenly lit up with a soft and sacred shimmer. Unohana Retsu was startled when she saw this light, but after watching for a while, there was no change. She looked at Kobayashi with dead fish eyes, while Kobayashi remained calm and composed, just waiting for the 5 minutes to pass. Unohana Retsu didn't know what was going to happen next, but she could only hold her temper and endure it. Although she didn't know what a Wagyu sukiyaki pot was, she felt that someone as powerful as Kobayashi wouldn't just talk nonsense. Then, after waiting for 5 minutes, a miracle happened right before Unohana Retsu's eyes, which were wide with extreme shock. Accompanied by an extremely rich, mellow aroma that made one's saliva secrete madly, A black iron frying pan bubbling with heat appeared out of thin air on the tablecloth. In the pot was amber-colored soup made from top-tier soy sauce, mirin, and kelp. Exquisitely thin slices of wagyu with perfect marbling were rolling in the soup, emitting a deadly meaty aroma. Beside it, konjac noodles soaked in the soup, emerald green garland chrysanthemum, and snow-white tofu were also cooking. How is this possible? Hana Retsu sprang up from the stone stool. Although she was young and hadn't seen much of the world, just smelling the aroma made one feel refreshed. This was too fragrant. So fragrant. I want to eat it. Old man, who exactly are you? Is this a legendary spell? Is it keto? Hana Retsu stammered, pointing at the food on the table. The way she looked at Kobayashi Kansho was as if she were looking at a monster. Such fragrant food, it just appeared suddenly. If you call it keto, that's fine too, you can understand it that way. Kobayashi nodded. After all, he didn't even know the principle behind how this thing created it. Kobayashi Kansho told a lie without blushing or skipping a beat, picked up a perfectly cooked slice of wagyu, dipped it in some sterile raw egg liquid in a small bowl on the side, and smoothly popped it into his mouth. Melts in the mouth. This marbling, this soup. Awesome. He smacked his lips exaggeratedly, glanced sideways at Hana Retsu, who was standing there swallowing her saliva like crazy, and deliberately drawled, "Oh my, didn't someone just say they wanted to learn swordsmanship? How can a sword practitioner bow down for a bowl of rice? I think I'll just barely manage to eat this whole table of food by myself." Who said I wouldn't eat? The string in Hana Retsu's imagination named dignity snapped with a click. Whatever peerless swordsman, whatever magical keto, in front of this sukiyaki pot with its deadly temptation, they could all go to hell. The Soul Society of this era didn't have such delicious food. She turned into a black afterimage, whoosh, and sat back down on the stone stool. She grabbed the bowl and chopsticks that Kobayashi Kansho had prepared in advance and shouted, "I'm digging in." The next second, this first Kenpachi, who would one day make the entire Soul Society tremble with fear, instantly transformed into a ruthless meat grinder. A piece of piping hot beef was stuffed into her mouth, and she swallowed it directly without even chewing. Immediately after, she turned her chopsticks, picked up a huge piece of braised fish belly, and shoveled it into her mouth along with the white rice, mouthful after mouthful. Woo! Delicious! Delicious! Hana Retsu devoured the food, making garbled, whimpering sounds. Hot soup and grease smeared the corners of her mouth, and tears mixed with sweat slid down her dirty face, but she was completely unable to spare the effort to wipe them away. This was her first time eating at Kobayashi's house, and it was just too delicious. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so reserved and should have come sooner. Kobayashi Kansho held his own small bowl, watching the little girl opposite him who was eating like a starving ghost. The gloom he felt from having his carp scared away by her suddenly vanished without a trace. He sighed softly. In this old era where human life was as cheap as grass, being able to see such a vibrant life gorging itself without any defenses in front of him was truly a healing thing. In his past life, he was an orphan, and after transmigrating, he initially had a family, but they were killed when he was just a few years old. Later, he lived alone at home, keeping a low profile, but the 300 years of loneliness was something the system could not smooth over. Now, watching this kid from next door, a long-lost sense of human warmth sprouted in Kobayashi Kansho's heart. He didn't stop Hana Retsu, just ate the rice in his own bowl at a leisurely pace, occasionally using his chopsticks to push the plate of braised carp toward her, and even casually picked up the spoon beside him to scoop a large spoonful of konjac noodles soaked in meat juice for her. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. Don't choke to death. I'd still be responsible for digging a hole in the backyard to bury you, Kobayashi Kansho muttered, still not sparing her with his words. Hana Retsu's mouth was stuffed with meat, she could only frantically nod, her large eyes curved into crescent moons, filled with the radiance of happiness. In less than half an hour, a sumptuous feast enough to stuff 3 burly men was swept clean by Hana Retsu alone, and even the soup at the bottom of the pot was poured into a bowl and scraped clean with white rice. As a large amount of high-purity spiritual food entered her stomach, Hana Retsu's body began to undergo drastic changes. Those spiritual particles turned into streams of pure warm currents in her stomach, madly scouring her limbs and bones along her meridians. The Ryutsu within her, which was already different from ordinary people, began to expand unreasonably, just like a balloon being blown up. Her face was not only flushed from the heat of the food but also showed an abnormal flush due to the riot of Ryutsu within her body. Even her long, jet black hair had an illusion of moving without wind. Burp. Hana Retsu sprawled on the stone stool, letting out a loud, unrefined burp. She touched her round little belly with satisfaction, feeling that she was now full of strength from head to toe. Never mind swinging a sword to slash, even if there was a Manos Grande in front of her right now, she would dare to rush up and give it 2 big slaps. At this moment, she was exuding a Ryutsu fluctuation that made people look sideways, and the whole person was like a battery full of electricity, with energy at its peak. What is this? Only then did she react, feeling the vigorous Ryutsu in her body, and she couldn't help but widen her pupils. The fullness that had made her feel a bit dizzy from eating too much also inevitably disappeared. She stood up on the ground, looking at the food that didn't even have a drop of soup left in shock, her 2 eyes almost popping out from shock. What was this? The Ryutsu in her own body. It was expanding crazily like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, her spiritual power was more than twice as strong as before she ate this meal. Full. Kobayashi Kansho picked up the white towel on the table, walked to her side, and like an old mother, unceremoniously rubbed her greasy little face a few times, rubbing her little face red. If you're full, get lost back home, don't be an eyesore here. Remember to pay me for the 20 catties of fish you owe me tomorrow. Hana Retsu let him rub her face, still in a state of extreme shock and daze. Kansho-sama, what kind of meal is this? Hana said blankly. Why do I feel made especially for you? Kobayashi said indifferently. Can this meal buy me 2 days of peace? Hee. Hana touched her head a bit embarrassedly, then said, what are you saying? It's like I'm some kind of follower. This is really too embarrassing. As she spoke, her big eyes rolled around. She felt the surging Ryutsu in her body, and then looked at this unfathomable man in front of her who could casually bring out such a god-level feast, and a thought took root deep in her heart. Uncle. She suddenly jumped up, grabbed the wooden sword leaning against the corner of the wall, and waved it twice with flair. Your food is too amazing. I feel like I'm invincible now. Hana Retsu was excited, her little face glowing, and she shouted loudly at Kobayashi Kansho. Just you wait. I'm going home to digest my power, and in a couple of days, I'm going to come and challenge you. I must learn your sword technique. After speaking, without waiting for Kobayashi Kansho to open his mouth to scold her, the girl rushed out of the courtyard gate with a gust of wind, leaving only a series of silver bell-like laughter echoing in the wind. Kobayashi Kansho stood under the cherry blossom tree, watching her back disappear at the gate, holding the white towel stained with oil in his hand, the veins on his forehead jumping slightly twice. Coming back. He sighed long and hard, reached out and rubbed his eyebrows, only feeling that his life of keeping a low profile seemed to be truly gone forever. Forget it, at least she listened to the previous words, at least it could let him have peace for 2 days. Besides, this girl will be the first Kenpachi in the future, getting on good terms with her now meant an extra layer of security in the future, right? Kobayashi's biggest problem now was that he didn't even know how strong he was. He started signing in from childhood, and by now, he had signed in for over 300 years. In these 300 years, he had also practiced, plus the large amount of Ryutsu shards, Zanjutsu fragments, and other things that could improve his strength that he had obtained, he considered that his strength should not be weak now. Especially after eating a large amount of spiritual food, to the point where that stuff was useless to him, he felt that he should at least have captain-level strength now, and among the captain level, he was considered quite powerful. But he couldn't perform Shikai, nor could he perform Bankai, and although he had signed in a Zanpakuto from the system and often nurtured it, there had been no progress. Logically speaking, his current Ryutsu should have no problem with Bankai, but there was simply no reaction, which made him unable to figure out how strong he was now. Could it be that I don't even have the level of a captain? It's been over 300 years, and with the help of the system, it's honestly a bit embarrassing that I'm not even at Akaku's level. Plus, having stayed holed up at home all this time, barely going out, never fighting enemies, and having no contact with the outside world, he really wasn't sure how strong he was anymore. Well, training Hana now might actually be a good thing. There's no need to even make Hana the first Kenpachi. Wouldn't it be nice to just have her be a guardian deity at his own place? Kobayashi clicked his tongue and shook his head, put away the gourmet tablecloth, and prepared for his afternoon nap. His daily routine was extremely disciplined. Sleep at 10 p.m., wake at 6 a.m., and a 1-hour nap at noon. A glass of warm milk before bed, and he never let stress carry over to the next day. After all, he didn't know the lifespan of a reishi-based lifeform, but focusing on health and longevity was definitely the right move. Who told him to have a system that gave benefits just for staying alive? Naturally, everything had to be geared toward survival. For the next 2 days, Kobayashi continued his leisurely life. He wasn't just fishing the whole time. Aside from his retired old man lifestyle, he would occasionally make an effort to read. He read mostly science-related books. After all, scientific technology is the primary productive force. Without some technological prowess, you'd be too embarrassed to call yourself a boss in the world of Soul Society. Take Kuchiki Byakuya, for example. During the Soul Society arc, he had the strength but lacked the technology, so he could only be a superficial boss. As for Ginju Kugo, I doubt many people took that guy seriously. As for the others, Aizen and Yawatch, they were both technical heavyweights. There's no need to mention Aizen, White and the Hogyoku, 2 important items that influenced the plot of the Soul Society world, were both created by him. Yawatch is not to be underestimated either. The Quincy's blood venet was adjusted by him, the Schrift was developed by him, and even the Vollständig was closely related to him. And the medallion used to steal a Shinigami's Bankai was also a modified version based on his medallion. If Kobayashi wanted to keep up with the times, he had to delve into scientific technology. Otherwise, he'd end up like Uncle Yamamoto next door, an old fossil who knows how many years old, stuck at the limit of a Shinigami for 1,000 years. Kobayashi knew he wasn't a hybrid, so the only thing that could help him break through his limits was the Ryutsu shards. These were indeed good things. Although the Ryutsu provided by the Ryutsu shards was minimal, they provided it regardless of Kobayashi's condition. Unlike Ryutsu food, where the first time you eat it, it boosts a huge amount of Ryutsu, the second time a large amount, the third time a small amount, the fourth time a trace amount, and by the 5th time, it basically doesn't increase it at all. Even if he reached his limit and couldn't improve anymore, if he could sign in and get a Ryutsu shard, that portion of Ryutsu would still obediently be added on. The book he was currently reading was a system reward, titled, Differential Geometry and Its Application in Reishi Physics, a book that taught you how to use differential geometry to learn and apply knowledge of Reishi physics. When he first started learning this, it was no different from reading a heavenly book. But later, as he read more and learned more, he found it wasn't that difficult anymore when looking at this type of knowledge. He even felt a bit of regret that the system didn't reward many science books, and after finishing this one, there were none left. He could only wait for the system to reward the next one whenever that might be. Over the next 2 days, he could be said to have forgotten to eat and sleep while reading. Finally, he managed to finish the book. He placed the book on the bookshelf, which only held 6 books: Reishi Principles of Natural Philosophy, Origin of Shinigami, Spirit Anatomy, On Holification, Ryutsu, From 1 to Infinity, and the one he had in his hand, Differential Geometry and Its Application in Reishi Physics. I wonder when the next book will come, Kobayashi said with a hint of emotion. He glanced at the time, it was already 10 o'clock. Oh no, he'd missed his time today. Perhaps he had been too engrossed in his reading and had passed his scheduled bedtime, so he quickly got into bed and fell asleep. The next morning, the thin mist of East Rukongai had not yet fully dispersed, and the air held a hint of the dampness and coolness typical of early morning. Who? Kobayashi Kansho lay in his soft and comfortable bed, sleeping soundly. In his dream, he had finally managed to flip the 20-pound carp by the stream with one hand and was just about to heat the oil in the pan. However, the moment the big carp was about to go into the pot. Swish. Ha. Swish. Die. A piercing sound, as if the air itself was being forcibly torn apart, accompanied by a familiar, despairingly energetic shout, penetrated the wooden sliding door and accurately drilled into Kobayashi Kansho's ears. The oil pan in Kobayashi Kansho's dream exploded with a bang. He opened his eyes abruptly, sporting hair as messy as a bird's nest, and stared at the ceiling with a look of utter hopelessness, his eye twitching uncontrollably. What a disaster. He threw off the quilt, full of morning grumpiness, strode to the door, and pulled open the paper door with a whoosh. It's early in the morning, what kind of madness are you up to again? In the courtyard, the morning mist swirled. Hana Retsu was standing under that huge, century-old cherry blossom tree. Today, she had changed into a slightly cleaner, though still somewhat ragged, training outfit, and in her hand, she held a new wooden sword that had clearly been whittled overnight, with the wooden splinters not even fully smoothed down yet. Hearing Kobayashi Kansho's roar, the girl not only didn't stop her movements but excitedly turned her head, her large eyes shining startlingly in the morning light. Uncle, you're awake. Come on, accept my challenge. I didn't come the last 2 days, I was about to burst. As she shouted, she swung her sword forcefully again. Swish. As this sword swung out, there was a faint, visible ripple of airflow in the air, directly sending several fallen leaves on the ground flying. Kobayashi Kansho was speechless. Hana's Ryutsu was indeed much stronger, but she didn't know how to control it yet, causing her Ryutsu to leak everywhere like a sieve. And it seemed to carry a deep sense of exhaustion as well. You didn't sleep last night? Kobayashi Kansho asked, frowning. Sleep? Who has time to sleep? Hana Retsu waved her wooden sword excitedly, jumping around the courtyard like a hyperactive child. After eating that meal of yours, I felt like my whole body was on fire. I had endless energy. I went home and practiced against the wall for 2 days, and I even split my previous wooden sword. So, I spent the whole night whittling a new wooden sword, and as soon as it was done, I came straight to find you. Uncle, stop stalling. Hurry up and draw your fishing rod, let's have a fight to the death. Today, I will definitely see through that fishing rod sword technique you used last time. Watching this hyperactive, seemingly tireless violent little girl, Kobayashi Kansho rubbed his temples in pain. He only just realized that the top-tier spirit meal he had conjured up with the gourmet tablecloth 2 days ago was simply a potent drug for a child like Hana Retsu, whose spiritual pressure was in a growth phase and who had suffered from long-term malnutrition. Those high-purity spirit particles were rushing wildly through her body, forcibly raising the ceiling of her spiritual pressure, while simultaneously keeping her in a state of constant excitement. Settle it, my foot. Kobayashi Kansho rolled his eyes in annoyance. After sponging a top-tier Wagyu sukiyaki meal off me, I let you rest for 2 days, and you come here first thing in the morning to disturb my sleep. Does this girl think I'm running a charity here? Hana Retsu's sword-swinging motion paused. Her little face flushed, and she muttered with some guilt. I'll hunt wild boars to pay you back later. Later is later, now is now. Kobayashi Kansho snorted coldly and turned to walk towards an inconspicuous woodshed in the corner of the yard. Since you have so much energy and infinite strength, don't waste it. My yard hasn't been swept for a few days, you'll sweep the floor today. No lunch until you finish. Sweep the floor. Hana Retsu looked like she had heard an incredible joke. She was immediately displeased, her little mouth pouting high. I am a future great swordsman. My hands are for holding swords to kill enemies, how can they be used to sweep fallen leaves? Mister, don't look down on me, I won't do such menial work. Is that so? Kobayashi Kansho's indifferent voice came from the woodshed. Then today's spirit meal is cancelled. I was planning to make a whole roasted lamb and boil a pot of nourishing soup for lunch. Since the great swordsman isn't willing to bow, I'll have to enjoy it all by myself. The yard went instantly quiet. Hana Retsu's mind instantly conjured up the peerless deliciousness of the sukiyaki meal from 2 days ago, and saliva secreted uncontrollably in her mouth. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her previously arrogant aura immediately shrank by half. She had been thinking about a big meal for the past 2 days, but unfortunately, she had promised Kobayashi she wouldn't come to disturb him for 2 days, and she had to keep that promise. Now that she heard Kobayashi was actually going to treat her to another big meal, her body could barely take it anymore. Then I'll only sweep the floor, I won't do laundry. She muttered softly, considering it a compromise. With a clatter, Kobayashi Kansho walked out of the woodshed, dragging a worn-out, rough-looking large broom made of bamboo strips. He walked up to Hana Retsu and tossed the broom over. Catch! Hana Retsu extended one hand with utter disdain, preparing to take the ragged broom. In her view, how heavy could a bamboo broom be? A few pounds at most. However, the moment her fingertips touched the rough bamboo handle, Bang! A terrifying weight, impossible to resist, instantly transmitted through her arm to her whole body. Hana Retsu couldn't hold it with one hand at all. She only felt her palm sink, and the broom smashed heavily onto the bluestone slab, making an extremely dull, loud noise. It actually cracked the hard bluestone. Ouch! She exclaimed. Caught off guard, her whole body was pulled forward by the weight. If she hadn't reacted quickly and braced herself with both hands on the broom handle, she would have nearly fallen face first into the dirt. What is this ghost thing? Hana Retsu gripped the broom handle with both hands, using all her strength to lift it. Her little face turned red, and the veins on her forehead bulged. But that seemingly ordinary bamboo broom seemed to have taken root, sticking firmly to the ground. No matter how hard she tried, she could only lift it less than half an inch. How can it be this heavy? What on earth is this made of? Refined iron. Even refined iron isn't this heavy. Hana Retsu raised her head in shock, looking at Kobayashi Kansho like he was a monster. Kobayashi Kansho crossed his arms, watching her frustrated appearance, his lips curling into a wicked smile. Refined iron. Can that stuff have this effect? Of course, he wouldn't tell this girl that this broom was some junk he had forcibly modified a few years ago when he was bored, using some high-density spiritual pressure ores from system sign-ins, plus, gravity generator fragments, drawn from some unknown technological world. The weight of this gravity broom started at 500 jin. What was even more perverted was that it had also been modified by Kobayashi using Kido. If you tried to lift it with pure physical strength, it was a 500 jin dead weight, but if you infused it with spiritual pressure, it would generate a kind of repulsive force. The stronger the spiritual pressure infused, the stronger the repulsive force. Of course, using a certain amount of spiritual pressure, it was indeed possible to lift it relatively easily. In other words, one had to control their spiritual pressure output extremely precisely, allowing the spiritual pressure to reach a perfect balance with the gravity field inside the broom, in order to swing it as easily as an ordinary broom. It was very difficult to wield it with pure physical strength, but if you infused even a sliver too much spiritual pressure, the repulsive force and gravity would make it impossible to lift. If you infused too little, it would still be as heavy as Mount Tai. This thing was something Kobayashi Kansho specifically used to train control over spiritual pressure. It was his exclusive therapy device, so to speak. Don't go yelling like some bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Kobayashi Kansho yawned and said unhurriedly, you can't even lift a broom, yet you're shouting all day about wanting to be some great swordsman. It's laughable. Here's a hint. Don't just use muscle, feel that spiritual pressure in your body that surged 2 days ago. Mobilize it, control it, let it flow through your arms and wrap around this broom. After speaking, Kobayashi Kansho stopped paying attention to Hana Retsu, who was struggling with the broom. He turned and walked into the house, bringing out a comfortable bamboo lounge chair, and set up a small wooden table next to it. He brewed a pot of premium Mingqin Longjing tea obtained from a system sign-in, and took out a miscellany novel from some unknown era. Kobayashi Kansho leaned back on the lounge chair, comfortably basking in the morning sun, flipping through the pages, looking every bit like a wicked landlord exploiting child labor. Start. Before noon, sweep all the fallen leaves in the yard into the corner. Remember, you are not allowed to use brute force to smash them. You cannot damage the bluestone slabs or flowers and plants in the yard, you can only sweep. Kobayashi Kansho picked up his teacup and took a sip, adding an extremely annoying remark. If you don't finish sweeping, no lunch. You wicked old man. Hana Retsu gritted her teeth in anger, but her stubborn personality wouldn't let her give up just like that. Isn't it just a broken broom? I refuse to believe I can't handle this today. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and following Kobayashi Kansho's previous instructions, began trying to mobilize the ryutsu within her that felt like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Before this, her fighting style had been purely based on beastly instinct, releasing all her ryutsu at once in pursuit of ultimate destructive power. But now, she had to learn, control. Focus your mind, guide the ryutsu to flow into your arms. Hana Retsu kept her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed. Wisps of light blue ryutsu began to emerge on the surface of her body, then flowed down her arms, slowly injecting into the heavy bamboo broom. The Kido and gravity generator left inside the broom were instantly activated. Hana Retsu felt as if the broom in her hand suddenly had a life of its own. It began to vibrate violently, and a powerful repulsive force almost made her lose her grip on it again. No. I'm putting in too much Ryutsu. She let out a muffled grunt and quickly reduced her Ryutsu output. As the Ryutsu weakened, the broom's vibration stopped, but that 500 Jin weight pressed down on her once more. A little too much, and it became violent. A little too little, and it became heavy. This was nothing short of devilish torture. In that moment, Hana Retsu deeply understood what it meant to feel like every second is an eternity. Just to find that equilibrium point that would allow the broom to be lifted steadily, she had spent a full hour. Ha! Ha! An hour later, Hana Retsu was drenched in sweat, her originally neat training uniform soaked through and clinging tightly to her body. Yet, in her eyes, a bright light, unprecedented, was shining. It moved. I lifted it. After countless failures and adjustments, she finally succeeded in maintaining her Ryutsu at an extremely subtle frequency. The broom, which had originally been as heavy as Mount Tai, finally regained the weight of a normal broom in her hands. She excitedly swung the broom, and with a swish, swept a few fallen leaves on the ground forward. However, she didn't even get to be happy for 3 seconds. The movement was too big, your Ryutsu supply cut off. On the reclining chair, Kobayashi Kansho didn't even lift his head, he turned a page of his book and said indifferently. Bang! As Hana Retsu's sweeping motion was too large, the contraction of her arm muscles caused an extremely tiny pause in her Ryutsu output. It was this momentary pause that broke the balance. The gravity returned with a crash, and the broom slammed heavily onto the ground. Ouch! Hana Retsu was staggered by the sudden weight, nearly throwing out her back. Sweeping isn't chopping wood. Your shoulders are too stiff, you need to transfer power from your waist to your arms, not rely solely on your wrists. Furthermore, while sweeping, moving around will also cause your Ryutsu output to become unstable. Again, Kobayashi Kansho's voice remained lazy, but every word was like a precise scalpel, cutting right to the critical flaw in Hana Retsu's posture. Again, Hana Retsu gritted her teeth, readjusted her breathing, and once again carefully injected Ryutsu to lift the broom. This time, she had learned her lesson. She no longer tried tossing it, but instead, as if handling an extremely fragile piece of porcelain, she carefully, bit by bit, used the broom to nudge the fallen leaves on the ground. Swish! Swish! In the morning courtyard, a very monotonous, yet rhythmic sweeping sound echoed. Time ticked away second by second. The sun gradually rose, and the sunlight became scorching. Hana Retsu's stamina was being consumed rapidly. This extremely precise control of Ryutsu was more exhausting than having her fight dozens of burly men for 3 days and 3 nights. Her arms had already begun to tremble involuntarily, and with every step she took, her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. But surprisingly, amidst this hellish torture, she didn't cry out once about the hardship, nor did she utter a single complaint. Because her combat instincts, far surpassing those of an ordinary person, had keenly sensed the immense value hidden behind this menial task. My Ryutsu has become smoother. Hana Retsu thought in shock while mechanically swinging the broom. The violent spiritual power that had felt like it was going to explode within her these past 2 days had, under these 2 hours of meticulous squeezing, been tamed and compressed bit by bit, finally perfectly integrating into her body. More importantly, she discovered that her control over her power had reached a realm she had previously not even dared to imagine. So, power isn't the bigger the better. True strength is using every ounce of power exactly where it's needed, able to retract and release it at will. Thinking of this, Hana Retsu couldn't help but steal a glance at Kobayashi Kansho, who was lying not far away, leisurely reading a book. That seemingly useless uncle had, by merely throwing a broom, completely tamed this manic beast that was her, and had even, unknowingly, taught her the most profound method of spiritual power control. He is definitely an unparalleled expert hiding in the city. Hana Retsu secretly swore in her heart that no matter what, she had to cling tightly to this powerful ally. Move your left hand 2 inches up the handle. Don't lock your wrists too tightly, leave a little room. Breathe. Pay attention to your breathing. The fallen leaves aren't your enemies, you don't need to carry killing intent. Kobayashi Kansho would occasionally lift his head from his book to give a few casual pointers. And every piece of advice would make Hana Retsu feel enlightened, her movements becoming that much smoother. Although he said he wasn't teaching Hana, it now really looked a bit like a master-disciple relationship. Kobayashi Kansho's casually issued, harsh instructions became the absolute standard that Hana Retsu had to strive to achieve at all costs. Finally, when the clock pointed to noon, swish! As the last fallen leaf was swept into the dustpan in the corner, Hana Retsu could no longer hold on. With a thump, she collapsed in a sprawled position on the rough bluestone floor. Swept. Finished sweeping. This is sense of resistance. When power flows, how exactly should I resolve it? Hana Retsu's eyes, bright with an extreme desire to become stronger, stared fixedly at Kobayashi Kansho. A breeze blew through the courtyard, swirling up a few mist leaves. Kobayashi Kansho's hand holding the teacup paused in midair. He looked at the young girl in front of him, full of thirst for knowledge, and his originally lazy eyes underwent a subtle, almost imperceptible change at this moment. Power flow. He had obtained a large number of Zanjutsu fragments, Kido fragments, Ryutsu shards, Shunpo fragments, and Hakuto fragments from his system check-ins. These fragments didn't just increase their strength, they also came with techniques attached. With the addition of several hundred years of research and training, Kobayashi had not only strengthened himself in both quantity and quality, but could also be considered a master in the field of technique. Therefore, in Kobayashi Kansho's mind, almost the instant Hana Retsu asked her question, the perfect standard answer had already emerged. What the Zanjutsu fragments had bestowed upon him was not merely muscle memory, but deep, bottomless knowledge of the sword that was akin to instinct. He saw through the root of Hana Retsu's problem at a glance. The girl's habit of applying force was too wild. When she swung the gravity broom, the torque from her waist erupted too quickly, while the guidance from her wrists lagged by half a beat. This caused the spiritual pressure to experience momentary congestion and accumulation when passing through the meridian nodes of her elbows and wrists, thereby creating the sluggish sensation she described as if hitting a hidden reef. Solving this problem was incredibly easy. Kobayashi Kansho only needed to tell her to slow her breathing rhythm by half a beat before applying force, to synchronize the output of her spiritual pressure with the frequency of her muscle contractions, or to slightly adjust her grip on the handle, and the so-called discontinuity would instantly vanish, and her swordsmanship, or rather, her broom-swinging technique, would undergo a qualitative leap. He even instantly generated 7 or 8 different plans in his mind for how to guide her to correct it. However, Kobayashi Kansho's lips moved slightly, but he did not speak these words out loud. He looked at Hana Retsu's youthful face, smeared with sweat and dirt from excessive sword practice, and looked into her eyes, which were filled with a near-pathological fanaticism for strength and combat. In his mind, the cruel future represented by the name Hana Retsu, from the manga of his past life, surfaced involuntarily. The greatest villain in the history of Soul Society. In search of an opponent who could please her, she had stirred up endless bloodbaths in Rukongai, stepping on mountains of corpses. In the end, in that dark, sunless dungeon called the Muken, in order to awaken the power of Kenpachi Zaraki, she had killed and revived him time and time again, only to willingly let him pierce her chest with his sword, dying a tragic death on the cold floor, covered in blood and filled with relief. Is that kind of ending truly okay? Kobayashi Kansho asked himself silently in his heart. Over these years, he had watched with his own eyes as this neighbor's child grew from a pitiful little girl covered in mud into the wild tomboy who ran around everywhere carrying a wooden stick all day long. Although she had a fiery temper, and although she often came over to scrounge for food and drink while disturbing his sleep, in Kobayashi Kansho's heart, which had been worn somewhat numb by the long passage of time, he had long since come to regard her as a junior who could help alleviate his boredom. He himself was a staunch practitioner of the way of laying low. His greatest daily pleasures were basking in the sun, fishing, planting flowers, and drinking tea. In his view, this carefree life, free from worldly disputes, was the greatest blessing in life. Why must one insist on engaging in killing and fighting? Why must one insist on turning oneself into a blood-stained weapon in this chaotic, dog-eat-dog world, only to end up with a tragic demise? I have 10,000 ways to teach you sword techniques for killing, but I do not want to teach you any of them. Kobayashi Kansho withdrew his gaze and sighed inwardly. Rather than watching you become that battle maniac laughing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, only to die a desolate death by someone else's sword, it is better to keep you in this small courtyard. If you have no food, I will feed you. If there is danger, I will protect you. Isn't it much happier to follow me around planting flowers and drinking tea every day, being a carefree young lady who just idles away her time, than to be some fool? First Kenpachi. Thinking of this, the trace of solemnity in Kobayashi Kansho's eyes instantly dissipated, and he once again returned to that lazy, annoying uncle persona. Uncle, why did you stop talking? Hana Retsu watched him daze off and couldn't help but urge him, how do I solve this problem? You should teach me. Teach what? Do you think this is buying Chinese cabbage at the vegetable market, where you can get an answer just by asking? Kobayashi Kansho rolled his eyes, downed the cold tea in his hand in one gulp, and casually placed the teacup on the table. Your heart is too chaotic, your killing intent is too heavy, and your mind is full of how to destroy and how to exert force. The more you try to forcibly break through that so-called discontinuity, the harder that hidden reef will become. He stood up and walked to the stone table under the huge century-old cherry blossom tree in the corner of the courtyard. The circulation of power is not achieved by thinking, nor by charging at it with brute force. If you want to resolve the doubts in your heart, you must first learn to be still. Still. Hana Retsu followed, looking confused. How do I be still? Do you want me to sit and daze off? Sit down. Kobayashi Kansho pointed to the cushion opposite the stone table. Although Hana Retsu was full of doubts, the morning's special training with the gravity broom had already instilled in her a subconscious sense of obedience toward Kobayashi Kansho. She obediently knelt on the cushion, her large eyes fixed intently on Kobayashi, expecting him to bring out some novel training tool. However, Kobayashi Kansho did not bring out any weapons. As if performing a magic trick, he pulled a set of extremely exquisite and antique purple clay teaware from his wide sleeves. Teapot, tasting cups, fairness cup, tea scoop, tea cloth. One by one, he placed them on the stone table, and even took out a small red clay stove with a brass kettle boiling water on top. Uncle, what are you doing? Hana Retsu looked at the table full of jars and cups, and was instantly dumbfounded. I asked you a question about spiritual pressure circulation, why are you setting up a table full of cups for me? Are we going to play house here? Play house my foot. Kobayashi Kansho glared at her irritably. We are not practicing sword techniques today, nor are we sweeping the floor. Your task now is to sit here and quietly watch me brew a pot of tea. When you can calm your heart and finish drinking this cup of tea without any distractions, you will naturally know the answer. Since he did not want her to become a battle maniac, he had to start grinding away the ferocity in her bones little by little from now on. And the tea ceremony mastery, rewarded by the system, was the best tool for cultivating one's character and refining one's sentiments. Kobayashi Kansho thought to himself, surely this flowing, peaceful, and tranquil tea ceremony performance of mine can make your restless heart settle down a little, right? The brass kettle on the red clay stove made a gurgling sound. The water had boiled. Kobayashi Kansho took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his entire demeanor had undergone an earth-shaking change. The muscle memory and state of tea ceremony mastery were perfectly activated at this moment. He was no longer that fisherman who loved to complain, but a master of the tea ceremony who had transcended the mundane world. His aura became extremely peaceful and profound, even the surrounding breeze seemed to soften as it neared him. Warming the pot, scalding the cups, adjusting the tea. Kobayashi Kansho's movements were slow and rhythmic. His fingers were slender and steady, without the slightest hint of unnecessary trembling. Hana Retsu had originally been pouting impatiently, but the moment Kobayashi Kansho began his movements, her gaze was firmly captured. What a strange feeling. Hana Retsu was secretly shocked in her heart. In her perception, the uncle sitting opposite her clearly wasn't releasing even a shred of spiritual pressure. He even looked like an ordinary person with no power to truss a chicken. However, his every move carried a strange gravitational pull that made it impossible for her to look away. High pouring. Kobayashi Kansho picked up the boiling copper kettle, his wrist slightly raised at an extremely mysterious angle. The boiling water poured out from the spout, drawing a crystal clear, uniformly thick silver line of water in midair. The water flow landed accurately into the purple clay pot, stirring up the tea leaves at the bottom and emitting a pleasant, rustling sound. Immediately after, it was low pouring. Kobayashi Kansho put down the copper kettle, picked up the purple clay pot, and lowered his wrist smoothly again. The amber tea soup flowed out from the spout, turning into a continuous, slender water column, poured into 3 tea tasting cups in turn. Throughout the process, Kobayashi Kansho's wrist, elbow, and shoulder formed a flawless, linked system. Every breath he took, every expansion of his muscles, achieved a kind of marvelous resonance with the falling water. No breaks. No delays. That stream of water was like a part extending from his own body, from beginning to end, not a single drop of excess water splashed, reaching the absolute pinnacle of harmony and fluidity. This is. Hana Retsu, sitting opposite, saw her pupils suddenly shrink to the size of pinpoints. Her breathing stopped completely, the gaze that originally held a trace of curiosity now completely lost focus, becoming hollow and fanatical. In Kobayashi Kansho's view, he was just demonstrating with extreme seriousness and beauty how to brew a pot of Mingqian Longjing, hoping to soothe the little girl's irritable soul through this art of stillness. However, in the eyes of Hana Retsu, who could be called the #1 combat genius of Seoul society, what she saw was not some tea ceremony for self-cultivation at all. She saw power. Saw the answer she had been struggling to find. No breaks, so that's it, no breaks. It was as if countless lightning bolts had struck through Hana Retsu's mind, roaring and echoing. She stared fixedly at the amber tea soup flowing from the purple clay pot's spout. In her mental world, that continuous stream of water instantly transformed into a sharp sword light that tore through the firmament. The uncle's wrist is like the hilt, the water flow is the blade. He didn't deliberately try to exert force, nor did he try to forcibly control it. He followed the gravity of the water itself, perfectly merging his own movements with the potential energy of the water flow. I understand. Why did I have breaks? Because I was too eager to use force to forcibly flatten that reef. But the true ultimate doesn't need to be pushed with force. It should be like this water flow, penetrating everywhere, following the trend. Soft and boneless, yet capable of cutting through solid rock, continuous and unbroken, only then can it be endless. Hana Retsu's body began to tremble slightly, beyond her control. She didn't even realize that her upper body was involuntarily following the wrist trajectory of Kobayashi Kansho as he performed the low pouring of the tea, swaying in an extremely subtle yet profoundly mysterious way. Drip. The last drop of tea fell into the cup, making a crisp, light sound. Kobayashi Kansho withdrew the purple clay pot with satisfaction and pushed a cup of tea, emitting an elegant fragrance, in front of Hana Retsu. There you go. Kobayashi Kansho smiled and looked up, his tone as gentle as a kind old father. Drink. Feel the tranquility in this tea, forget about all that fighting. Before he finished speaking, Hana Retsu suddenly sprang up from the cushion as if electrocuted. She didn't even look at the priceless cup of tea, nor did she even say a word, turning directly and rushing toward an old locust tree at the edge of the courtyard. Swish! She snapped off a hard branch the thickness of a finger, held it in her hand, and spun around. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and frantically replayed in her mind the continuous water line from Kobayashi Kansho's, high pouring and low pouring, just now. The next second, she opened her eyes abruptly, and the branch in her hand naturally drew a mysterious semi-arc in midair. Starting the move like warming the pot, falling the sword like low pouring. Accompanied by her whisper, the spiritual pressure within her no longer showed the slightest obstruction. Spiritual pressure flowed along her waist, shoulders, and elbows, like an unobstructed river, converging flawlessly to her wrist, and finally poured out through that branch. Swish! The branch sliced through the air. There was no harsh sound of breaking through the air, nor any violent release of power. But this seemingly soft, smoke and fire-free slash created a faint, visible, crescent-shaped stream of air out of thin air. The air current swept silently across the ground, cutting several cherry blossom petals falling in midair into perfect halves, then dissipated into the breeze. Under the cherry blossom tree, Kobayashi Kansho, who was holding the teacup and about to take a sip, went as stiff as a statue. He stared blankly at the petals that had been cut in two, slowly landing on the stone slab. He then stared blankly at the cup of steaming Longjing tea in his hand. A strange silence spread through the courtyard. Uncle. Not far away, Hana Retsu's face was flushed with excitement, holding the branch, shouting like a madwoman. I get it. I understand it all. This isn't some tea ceremony at all. Water is formless, the sword's momentum is continuous. You were using the action of pouring tea to demonstrate the most profound sword technique's mystery to me, helping me break through that reef, right? This is the ultimate move you wanted to teach me. I've decided, this move shall be called, flowing water. Uncle, you are simply a god. Listening to Yunohana Retsu's hysterical shouting, filled with a fanatical worship of killing techniques, Kobayashi Kancho's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. With a snap, the boiling tea splashed onto the back of his hand, but he seemed not to feel the heat at all. He closed his eyes, speechless. What the hell is flowing water? I went to all the trouble of brewing this pot of tea to get you to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, to get you to be a salted fish. How on earth did you manage to imagine a killing technique capable of slicing petals from such a peaceful action as pouring tea? Two pink cherry blossom petals, sliced by an invisible current of air, spiraled and landed silently on the bluestone slab. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, without a trace of roughness. In this remote courtyard in East Rukongai District 62, an extremely eerie silence fell. Gulp. Kobayashi Kancho's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed with difficulty. He was still holding that cup of Mingqin Longjing tea, which emitted an elegant fragrance, but at this moment, this fine tea that should have been for self-cultivation felt like a cup of deadly poison in his eyes. Not far away, the young girl holding a broken tree branch was trembling with excitement. Uncle, no, master. Yunohana Retsu turned around, her small face flushed red with excitement, filled with fanatical worship. She rushed back to the stone table in a few strides, pressed her hands against the tabletop, her large eyes shining as if they could scorch a person's soul. I understand. I understand everything. Water flows without form, sword momentum is continuous. This is the peerless sword technique you wanted to teach me, isn't it? PFF'd. Cough, 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 cough. Kobayashi Kancho had just lifted the teacup to take a sip and calm his nerves, but upon hearing this, he spat out a mouthful of tea, coughing violently until it felt like his heart was being torn apart. He hurriedly set down the teacup, wiping the tea from the corner of his mouth while staring wide-eyed at Yunohana Retsu before him, with the terrified look one might give an alien. You understand. Kobayashi Kancho's voice was distorted, carrying 3 parts shock, 3 parts confusion, and 4 parts bewilderment. He understood swordsmanship too, but he really hadn't intended to teach her swordsmanship, he was teaching her the tea ceremony. Did this person have a talent for converting anything she saw into swordsmanship? So, is this how her future Yakiru came to be? Pouring tea is one style, fishing is one style, and when you add sleeping, flower viewing, eating, and whatever else later, that's how Yakiru was pieced together. What did you understand? He stood up abruptly, pressing his hands on the stone table, almost leaning his face right up to Yunohana Retsu's, incredulously saying, I just poured you a cup of tea. Where did you see a peerless sword technique? Explain to me, what exactly did you understand? Facing Kobayashi Kancho's questioning, Yunohana Retsu did not retreat. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest. In her understanding, this was a stern test of her disciple's comprehension by a peerless master. Master was testing her to see if she had truly seen through the profound meaning behind that move. Master, stop pretending, I have completely seen through your good intentions. Yunohana Retsu excitedly waved the tree branch in her hand and began to chatter incessantly about her wild, sky-high imagination. When I was swinging that gravity broom before, my ryutsu would always stagnate between my wrist and waist. I thought it was a lack of strength and tried to use more explosive power to break through that reef. But your tea ceremony just now completely enlightened me. She pointed at the purple clay teapot on the table, her eyes filled with fanatical admiration. When you picked up that copper kettle filled with boiling water, the muscles in your arm weren't tense at all, they were in an extremely relaxed state. That is, non-contention. It's an opening move without any killing intent. Because there is no killing intent, the enemy cannot predict your attack trajectory at all. Kobayashi Kancho listened, dumbfounded. I was just afraid that if my muscles were tense, my hand would shake and I'd spill boiling water on my crotch, okay. Next, there is the high pour and the low pouring. Yunohana Retsu didn't notice Kobayashi Kancho's gradually twisting expression at all. She was completely immersed in the martial arts world she had constructed. The moment you poured the water out, the stream drew a perfect arc in midair. That stream of water was the sword blade. It didn't forcibly strike the edge of the cup, but followed the gravity and the curve of the cup wall, flowing in extremely smoothly. This tells me that when Ryutsu flows through the reefs of the meridians, you absolutely cannot use brute force to strike. Instead, you must act like flowing water, changing shape to wrap around that reef and go with the flow. As long as you turn Ryutsu into invisible flowing water, nothing can block its circulation. At the height of her excitement, Yunohana Retsu suddenly swung the tree branch in her hand, and with a swish, an extremely faint sonic boom sounded in the air once again. The greatest sound is silent, the greatest form is formless. In this seemingly mundane tea-pouring action, there is actually hidden a supreme sword intent capable of severing all things and flowing continuously. She looked at Kobayashi Kansho with shining eyes, her tone filled with gratitude and worship. Master, if you hadn't personally demonstrated it to me in such an unfathomable way, I would probably still be struggling in the mire of brute force for several more years. You not only guided the flow of my power, but also pointed out the direction for my future swordsmanship. This move, flowing water, Yunohana Retsu, have completely mastered it. After speaking, she even took half a step back and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Kobayashi Kansho with extreme solemnity. A breeze blew, and fallen leaves drifted silently onto the bluestone slab. Kobayashi Kansho stood rigidly in front of the stone table, maintaining the posture of pressing his hands on the table, as if he had been struck by an immobilization spell, completely motionless. His brain was currently in an extremely chaotic, crashed state. What did he just hear? An opening move of non-contention. A sword blade that follows gravity. A sword intent of formless greatness. He understood every word, but when put together, he felt this world was so insane. Are you kidding me? The reason that pot of water drew a perfect arc was because the spout of that pot was well designed. That was a top-grade purple clay teapot I got from a sign in draw. It wouldn't splash when pouring water anyway. As for wrapping around reefs like flowing water, I only told you to calm down and look at my elegant posture because I was afraid that you, this stubborn bull, would sprain your wrist by using brute force. Who the hell told you to learn how to kill people from that? Cross-server communication. This is cross-server communication. Kobayashi Kansho was playing the Great Compassion mantra in this channel, attempting to save all living beings. Yet Yunohana Retsu was in another channel, forcefully hearing this piece as the song of breaking the enemy, and even extracting an extremely lethal art of slaughter from it. What left Kobayashi Kansho most speechless was that he discovered this girl's theory, actually, fooling logically self-consistent. And she actually used this fabricated theory to swing a sword chi on the spot, slicing that innocent cherry blossom petal. How can I refute this? Kobayashi Kansho opened his mouth, looking at Yunohana Retsu's expectant little face that was practically screaming, praise me, and felt as if a mouthful of old complaints were stuck in his throat, unable to be spat out or swallowed. He couldn't exactly tell her, actually, I was just pouring water like that because I was afraid of burning my hand. You're an idiot, and everything you've realized is wrong. If he really said that, this girl probably wouldn't believe it, she clearly had already pegged him as some peerless master. Calm down, the more it is like this, the calmer I must be. Kobayashi Kansho took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the churning desire to complain within him. Kobayashi felt that if he showed any weakness in front of this girl with such an eccentric way of thinking, his days as a laid-back uncle would be absolutely over. Since he couldn't explain it, he had no choice but to play along with the misunderstanding. Ahem. Kobayashi Kansho straightened his body, put his hands behind his back, and in a split second, perfectly concealed the surprise on his face, replacing it with the unfathomable, calm expression of a master. He slightly lifted his chin, looked at Yunohana Retsu indifferently with a melancholic gaze directed 45 degrees towards the sky. Oh, do you really think you've understood it? Kobayashi Kansho's voice became extremely calm, without a ripple, as if the person who had loudly demanded, "What have you understood?" just a moment ago was not him at all. Isn't it? Yunohana Retsu was stunned for a moment, a trace of anxiety suddenly rising in her heart. Master, is my direction of comprehension wrong? Or is it that this, flowing water, technique has even deeper variations? Sigh. Kobayashi Kansho let out a long sigh, a sigh filled with the vicissitudes and helplessness of, the child cannot be taught. He turned around, with his back to Yunohana Retsu, gazing deeply at the century-old cherry blossom tree. What you see is merely the surface. Kobayashi Kansho began to half bluff and half teach. Water flows without form and can indeed be continuous. But do you know that water can be extremely soft, and also extremely hard? Your sword strike just now, although much smoother, was full of showiness and sharp edges. He turned his head slightly, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the young girl who was stunned after hearing this. The true way of the sword is not about how much airflow you cut out or how many flower petals you shred. If your heart is still filled with the desire to kill, then your water will always just be a stagnant pool, never becoming an ocean that encompasses all things. You think you've understood, but in reality, you are still far from it. This barrage of metaphysical theory, a mix of scolding and guidance, completely stunned Unohana Retsu. Her heart, which had been complacent about comprehending flowing water, instantly felt as if it had been doused with a basin of cold water, turning ice cold. Extremely soft and extremely hard. Stagnant water and the vast ocean. Unohana Retsu chewed on these words repeatedly, her expression changing uncertainly. In her world, power was meant for destruction. But these words from her master seemed to open a door to a brand new dimension for her. That's right, if it were only purely continuous, then when encountering an enemy 10 or 100 times stronger than oneself, the water flow would be forcibly cut off. Master is right to reprimand me. Unohana Retsu bowed her head sharply, her face full of shame. It was I who became too carried away. I only saw the smoothness of the water flow when Master poured tea, but I failed to see the calm heart that encompasses all things and hides its edge when you brew tea. Without that calm heart as a source, my flowing water sword intent is ultimately just an empty shell. Kobayashi Kansho, with his back to her, felt his mouth twitch violently once again. Fine, although what he said made a lot of sense, you don't have to show that I've understood again expression, do you? If practicing the sword were really that simple, he wouldn't have spent over 100 years practicing even after obtaining a huge pile of Zanjutsu fragments. And yet you, just listening to a few words from me, make an expression as if you've had an enlightenment. These idealistic types are the sneakiest. You ask her if she won or lost, and she says she's had an enlightenment. What is this girl's brain made of? Was it pierced by the golden staff? It is good that you know your own shortcomings. Kobayashi Kansho didn't continue, fearing that if he said 2 more sentences, this girl might somehow comprehend some world-destroying ultimate move from the extremely hard and extremely soft concept. He turned around and waved his hand, looking impatient. Since your Ryutsu fault has been resolved, stop being an eyesore here. My courtyard is too small to withstand your sword chi. Get out to the open space and practice. When you can swing your sword without causing a single bit of airflow, and without disturbing even a single falling leaf, then come back and talk to me about your flowing water. This was actually Kobayashi Kansho intentionally making things difficult for her. Swing a sword without causing airflow. Theoretically, it is indeed possible to achieve this. Well, he is that theory. But it also took him over 100 years of practice to achieve it. Actually, to put it simply, things like realms and sword techniques are just a form of training and control over Ryutsu. He just wanted to find something for this hyperactive violent loli to do, to keep her from hovering in front of him all day, and incidentally, to protect the flowers and plants in his courtyard. Swing a sword without disturbing a single falling leaf. Upon hearing this requirement, Unohana Retsu was not discouraged, instead, she gasped, and an unprecedented fighting spirit erupted in her eyes. So that's it. This is the second realm of flowing water. Keeping all power and killing intent completely internalized, water benefits all things without contention. Only by reaching this realm can one kill invisibly. She gripped the tree branch tightly, as if holding some peerless divine weapon. Master. I understand. I will definitely not let you down. Before reaching the realm you described, I will never step into this courtyard again to disturb your quiet cultivation. I'm going to practice right now. After saying this, Unohana Retsu didn't even mention food. Like someone injected with adrenaline, she rushed out of the courtyard gate like a gust of wind. Bang! The heavy rosewood gate was slammed shut by her roughly, making a huge sound. The courtyard returned to silence once again. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the cherry blossom tree onto the bluestone slabs. A breeze blew, picking up a few fallen leaves, which spun in the empty courtyard. Kobayashi Kansho stood quietly by the stone table, maintaining that unfathomable master posture for a full 3 minutes. Until he confirmed that the crazy girl outside the door had really run far away. Kobayashi sat on the cushion without any image. He looked at the purple clay tea set on the stone table, which was slightly messy due to the shock just now, and then looked at the closed gate in the distance. What a sin. Kobayashi Kansho tilted his head back and couldn't help but sigh. I originally just wanted to quietly survive for 2,000 years, to be a rich man living a life of idleness. If possible, it would be best to transform the violent woman next door into a Yamato Nadeshiko. But is fate irreversible? No matter what I do, does this person have to go down the path of an unprecedented villain without turning back? Outside the courtyard wall, the sound of Unohana Retsu crazily waving the tree branch could be faintly heard, accompanied by her shouts filled with Chunabu energy. Flowing water. First form. Kobayashi Kansho covered his ears in disgust and sighed deeply. This girl, she is destined to walk the path of a great sword master after all. Spring departs and autumn arrives, the cold passes and the heat returns. For Shinigami, who possess such long lifespans, time is often the least valuable commodity. But for Kobayashi Kansho, who was determined to lay low for 2,000 years, the feeling of time passing was just like that small stream flowing slowly through Hanakare district, plain, long-drawn, and tranquil. Ever since that day when Unohana Retsu was bamboozled by the bowl of toxic chicken soup, he had casually fed her, swearing she would not step foot into his courtyard again until she reached the realm off swinging a sword without disturbing a falling leaf. Kobayashi Kansho's courtyard had finally ushered in a long-lost period of peace. That girl really was stubborn. She had left in such a hurry that day that she didn't even eat the lunch Kobayashi had intended to prepare, running straight back home instead. For the next whole year, she truly hadn't stepped a single foot inside Kobayashi's gate. Every morning, Kobayashi Kansho could hear the swish, swish sound of withered branches tearing through the air from the woods outside his wall. When she was thirsty, she would drink some stream water. When she was hungry, she would place a broken bowl on the wall, waiting longingly for Kobayashi Kansho to use the gourmet tablecloth to conjure up high-purity spirit particle rice balls, which he would then toss over the wall like feeding a stray cat. Although he had to provide food, not having to face that yandere loli who would constantly imagine some peerless killing technique made Kobayashi Kansho feel that even the air he breathed had become much sweeter. Of course, occasionally he actually quite missed the scene of this brat coming over to his place to make a ruckus. Ding! A new year has arrived. Congratulations to the host for completing the 368th year of check-in since transmigrating. Received year-end reward. Kido Fragment *1, Hakuda Fragment *1, Random Tech Blueprint Box *1. In the early morning, the familiar system prompt sounded right on time in Kobayashi Kansho's mind, announcing that the rings of his life spent laying low in Soul Society had quietly added another circle. Phew, survived another year by laying low. Safe. Lying in his bedding, Kobayashi Kansho stretched lazily. With a thought, he directly extracted the two glowing fragments. As soon as the fragments were in his hands, they turned into two streams of light and drilled directly into his forehead. In an instant, countless techniques regarding high-level Kido and close-quarters Hakuda force application were deeply engraved into the depths of his soul, as if he had been struck by sudden enlightenment. Comfortable. Kobayashi Kansho narrowed his eyes comfortably. For these past 300+ years, he had understood one truth. External objects are ultimately external objects. Only the strength of one's own soul and body is the foundation for standing firm in this cruel world. Therefore, he always consumed all the good items that boosted his attributes, like the Ryutsu shards, Zanjutsu fragments, and Kido fragments rewarded by the system, on the spot, converting them into his own solid combat foundation, never keeping any inventory. As for that random tech blueprint box, Kobayashi Kansho opened it casually, only to find a blueprint for a fully automatic dishwasher, which he mercilessly tossed into a dusty corner of his warehouse. He got up, washed up, and pushed open the door. Fresh air greeted him. Kobayashi Kansho stretched his muscles and bones, his gaze sweeping over his vast, quiet, and elegant Japanese-style courtyard. Although Unohana Retsu hadn't come to cause destruction for a year, the sense of crisis in Kobayashi Kansho's heart had not diminished. Because he could clearly feel that over the past half-year, the situation in East Rukongai had become increasingly chaotic. The scent of blood often drifted through the air, and occasionally he could even hear shrill screams and the roar of Ryutsu collisions from far away. The infighting among warlords outside seems to be getting more frequent. I heard that District 60 has completely turned into a meat grinder, and large groups of refugees are fleeing toward the outskirts. Hanakare District was never very stable to begin with, and now I'm afraid it's going to get even more chaotic. Kobayashi Kansho rubbed his chin, his eyes becoming deep and thoughtful. What is the core of the path of laying low? It is not causing trouble, it is lowering one's presence, but it is definitely not waiting for death without any preparation. If the flames of war really reach District 62, relying solely on that ordinary invisibility barrier outside probably won't stop those rebels who have killed until they've lost their minds, especially since there are quite a few experts these days. In the event that some blind scumbag climbs over the wall in the middle of the night, not to mention disturbing my sleep, if it forces me to take action and expose my strength, attracting the attention of people outside, wouldn't that go against my grand plan of laying low for 2,000 years? Kobayashi Kansho made up his mind. To defend his right to slack off, he had to give this residence an epic security upgrade. He turned and walked toward the backyard, opened a highly concealed secret door behind the rockery, and followed the stairs into a spacious secret chamber located underground. This was Kobayashi Kansho's private, black technology workshop. In the secret chamber stood a multifunctional tech workbench, obtained from a system check-in, which was full of cyberpunk style. The surrounding shelves were piled high with all sorts of discarded items and useless trash, accumulated from check-ins over the past 300 plus years. Kobayashi Kansho walked to the shelves, rummaged for a moment, and from the bottom of a dust-covered wooden box, pulled out several miniaturized, extremely sci-fi looking metal tower models. Found it. A specialty from the Red Alert world, the Prism Tower. Looking at these defensive tower models in his hands that emitted a cold metallic luster, a very villainous sneer curled up at the corners of Kobayashi Kansho's mouth. This thing was a defensive building he had obtained from a check-in 50 years ago. He had always felt it was useless, so he had left it here to collect dust. The power of the Prism Tower was unquestionable. With high-energy laser beam emission, it hit whatever it pointed at. It was definitely a major weapon for clearing out grunts and defending bases. But in an era like Soul Society, where the aesthetic leaned towards ancient-style magic, the effect of this thing might not be that great. It was fine for dealing with ordinary grunts, but it wouldn't be very effective against experts. Furthermore, if he blatantly erected a few metal pillars with explosive sci-fi vibes in the courtyard, that would be even more conspicuous than writing the words, "I have a problem," on his face. The inanimate objects rewarded by the system don't know how to adapt, but I am a DIY expert who has mastered core technology. Kobayashi Kansho placed the Prism Tower model on the tech workbench, then rolled up his sleeves and took out a large amount of spirit particle conductive ore, stealth paint, and a pile of miscellaneous materials from the shelves nearby that he had obtained through check-ins. Activate workbench. Enter Soul Society localization modification mode. Accompanied by a low sound of mechanical operation, several precision robotic arms extended from the workbench. Kobayashi Kansho closed his eyes. Although he didn't understand microelectronics very well, he understood spirit particle science very well. What he was about to do next was to modify the Prism Tower into a specialized building with a Soul Society localization mode. First, strip away the original electrical power drive module and change it to be driven by spirit particles and light energy. Besides absorbing sunlight, it can also be made to absorb free-floating spirit particles in the air 24 hours a day as an energy reserve. Kobayashi Kansho's hands lit up with a pale blue spiritual light. Like the most skilled surgeon, he carefully replaced the energy core inside the Prism Tower with a spirit particle crystal, bit by bit. Next, camouflage the exterior. He glanced at the layout of his courtyard. In the front yard, there was a 3-story wooden pavilion used for cooling off and viewing the scenery, and in the backyard, there were several tall stone lanterns. I'll just dismantle the Prism Tower's reflective prisms and emitters and embed them into the top of that pavilion and inside the stone lanterns. They'll look like ordinary ancient-style buildings in daily life, but once an invasion occurs. Besides, one Prism Tower isn't enough. The most important thing about this contraption is linking them together. Linking them greatly increases their power. Anyway, his courtyard is big enough, and it doesn't just have to be inside his own yard. He could build a few more pavilions outside the yard and connect them to his home later. Rukongai is known for being vast and sparsely populated. Occupying a bit more land outside won't affect anyone else. At most, he'd just need to get the consent of Unohana Retsu next door, but that little one shouldn't object. If she objects, then he won't feed her anymore. By then, the prism towers in his yard and outside will be linked together, releasing a beam of immense power. The image had already appeared in Kobayashi Kansho's mind. Enemy forces climb over the wall, thinking this is an undefended sheep's villa, only for the wooden eaves of the pavilion to suddenly flip upward like a transformer, exposing the massive, high-purity spirit particle refraction crystal hidden in the darkness. Immediately after, the high-frequency compressed spirit particle laser, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, instantly clears the entire area. That scene is just too brutal and too beautiful. Let's get to work. For the next 3 full days, Kobayashi Kansho completely transformed into a tech nerd immersed in his own world. Inside the secret room, sparks from welding and the ghostly blue light of spiritual pressure reconstruction flickered continuously. He fully mastered the internal structure of the 4 prism towers and then carefully integrated them perfectly with Soul Society's spirit particle technology. He even added a miniature spiritual pressure recognition radar to this system. As long as it's a spiritual pressure that hasn't been entered into the whitelist, currently, only he and that wild girl outside the wall waving a tree branch are on the whitelist. Once it enters the courtyard, the radar will automatically lock onto it. If an ordinary person accidentally enters, the radar will release a weak repulsion force field. If someone with hostile spiritual pressure forcibly breaks through, the localized, magically modified prism towers hidden in the pavilion and stone lanterns will teach them a lesson in 0.1 seconds. The evening of the 3rd day. Phew, mission accomplished. Kobayashi Kansho wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the defensive device in front of him that had been dismantled and reassembled into several specific modules, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Under the cover of night, he busied himself in his yard silently, like a ghost. He installed the largest main emitter in a secret compartment on the top floor of the 3-story pavilion and hid the 3 secondary reflective prisms in giant stone lanterns at the 3 dead corners of the courtyard. Finally, he buried the spiritual pressure recognition radar underground at the main gate of the courtyard. Click. As the last bluestone slab was laid perfectly into place, Kobayashi Kansho input a stream of spiritual power into the main control array. Beneath the entire courtyard, a faint, heartbeat-like pulse was emitted. At the top of the pavilion, behind the originally rustic wooden window lattice, a faint, ghostly blue light flashed and disappeared, then submerged back into the darkness. Between the 4 magically modified prism towers, an invisible yet extremely lethal high-frequency spirit particle network was formed, shrouding the entire residence like a steel fortress. Perfect. Kobayashi Kansho stood in the center of the yard, hands on his hips, narcissistically admiring his masterpiece. Although even 2,000 years later, when the plot begins, the Soul Society is still an era of swords clashing, there is, after all, the Department of Research and Development later on, so in this high-end style Soul Society, they occasionally bring out things that keep up with the times. But at this point in time, his fully automatic high-energy spirit particle laser defense network is a true dimensional strike. After all, in the 2,000 years to come, not only is technology developing, but Kido is also developing, along with Zanjutsu, Hakuda, and Shunpo. All kinds of techniques are developing. He doesn't know how strong he is, but he believes his knowledge should be superior to the people of this era. With this thing, even if a few Manos Grande rush in, they'll be instantly blasted into spirit particle dregs. Now, I can finally sleep soundly without any worries. He hasn't met a captain, and there are no captains in this era, but he has seen a Manos Grande. Although it was just a standard Jillian, in this era and this region, it is already considered a quite terrifying threat. Kobayashi used it as a threat comparison and felt that the laser fired by one prism tower could instantly kill it. He was planning to install a few more outside, but after thinking about it, he realized he hadn't rested well for the past 3 days. Kobayashi Kansho felt a wave of sleepiness hit him, and his stomach let out a protesting rumble. He stretched lazily, his bones making a crack sound. Done and dusted. Today is a good day. I'll make a king crab hot pot at noon to reward myself, and by the way, I'll toss a few crab legs to that silly girl outside the wall. Kobayashi Kansho turned around, preparing to walk into the house to take out the gourmet tablecloth and feast. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the miniature spiritual pressure alarm hidden in his sleeve emitted an extremely urgent red flashing alert. That was the signal representing more than 10 strange spiritual pressures with strong hostility, forcibly approaching the front gate of the courtyard. Kobayashi Kansho's footsteps halted abruptly, and a flash of extreme annoyance flickered in his half-squinted eyes. He had just finished building the defensive towers and hadn't even had a hot meal yet, and already some people with a death wish were delivering themselves to his door for a beta test. Bang! The next second, the heavy mahogany gate outside the courtyard was kicked violently from the outside with extremely rough force, emitting a painful groan of being unable to bear the load as a large amount of dust fell from the lintel. Immediately after, an arrogant and domineering, rough curse mixed with the strong smell of alcohol and blood penetrated the courtyard wall and exploded piercingly over Hanakare district. Listen up, you inside. We are from Hezi Dojo. From today on, this Hanakare district is our territory. Our boss has taken a liking to this house. If you're smart, get out here quickly, hand over the deed, and then kneel on the ground, kowtow 3 times, and get lost. If you dare say the word, no, I'll burn this house to the ground today and chop up everyone inside to feed the wild dogs. Outside the gate, more than a dozen thugs from Rukongai, holding blood-stained katanas and with fierce, fleshy faces, were grinning as they surrounded the gate of Kobayashi's house. In the center of the courtyard, Kobayashi Kansho stood quietly in place, watching the gate that was being kicked and shaking, then turned his head to look at the 3-story pavilion standing quietly behind him. Sigh, isn't it good to be alive? He sighed, took a handful of melon seeds from his sleeve, and began to crack them leisurely, his eyes filled with pity for the idiots. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of kicks against the door came one after another, shaking the thick, centuries-old mahogany gate of the Kobayashi residence until it trembled, causing dust on the lintel to fall like snow. Outside the gate, the insults from the thugs of the fierce tiger gang grew increasingly foul, and their arrogant laughter echoed over Hanakare district, as if this area had already become their possession. Meanwhile, inside the gate, in the center of the courtyard separated by only a single wall, Kobayashi Kansho stood quietly in place, holding a handful of caramel-flavored sunflower seeds obtained from signing in some unknown world, and was leisurely cracking them. Crack! He spat a seed shell precisely into a trash basket nearby. He looked at the gate, which was being kicked until it hung precariously, then lowered his head to check the miniature spiritual pressure alarm hidden in his sleeve. The red light was flashing frantically, indicating that while the spiritual pressure of those people outside was chaotic, it certainly carried undisguised killing intent. Should I just activate the prism tower and blast them to smithereens? Kobayashi Kansho's thumb was already pressed onto the activation key of the main control array, but after a moment of thought, he hesitantly released it. He had positioned the prism tower as a defensive weapon to eliminate enemies who entered the courtyard. Anyone with hostile intent who entered the courtyard would be automatically attacked. Of course, he could also actively launch an attack, letting it strike people outside the courtyard. He could even take them out himself. Kobayashi truly didn't know how strong he was, but that was just because he didn't know how he compared to the captain, not because he thought such low-life trash could actually challenge him. After all, he ate spiritual pressure food as his daily meals, he could blast away such small fry just by using his spiritual pressure alone. But he had just set up the automatic defense, so it was better to test it out. Let's wait until they get in and see how effective the prism tower actually is. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly came from outside the gate, and just as that group of people was about to break in, the thugs' insults came to an abrupt halt. Outside the gate, the boss of the Hezi Dojo, a burly man with a scarred face, jowls, and carrying a large katana, was preparing to step forward himself and kick this obstructive gate to pieces. He was a powerful figure in the 40th district of East Rukongai. His father had originally run a kendo dojo, but after his father was killed, he took over the dojo. He then led the people from the dojo to run amok, starting to fight for territory in this godforsaken world. He originally looked down on a dump like Hanakare, but he heard there was a down-and-out noble there whose ancestors had once been prosperous, so he got the idea to come here and rob the place. After arriving, he found that this minor noble was indeed quite prosperous, the house was actually this big. It was absolutely outrageous. Someone lived there all alone, yet the house was bigger than his own dojo. He heard this was just one of the noble family's former properties. How much land had these fool nobles hoarded anyway? He kicked the door with all his might, wanting to smash it open. But just as he was about to break in, suddenly, a petite, dark figure darted out from the nearby woods without warning. With a bang, she struck the scarred man back with a blade, then landed steadily directly in front of the Kobayashi residence's gate, perfectly blocking the scarred man's path. The kicked-up dust settled. The scarred man squinted and saw that the person standing in front of him was actually a little girl, looking no more than 12 or 13 years old, wearing a tattered yukata stained with mud and grass clippings. In the girl's hand, she held a rough tree branch, broken off from somewhere, with the bark not even peeled off. It was none other than Unohana Retsu, who had been training hard for a full year outside the courtyard wall in the flowing water, sword intent. Hey, little beggar, are you tired of living? How dare you block our path? A lackey nearby immediately stepped forward, drew the long sword at his waist, and pointed it viciously at Unohana Retsu's nose, cursing. Unohana Retsu ignored the lackey. She slowly raised her head. On her small face, which showed no signs of coarseness despite long-term exposure to the wind and sun, there was not a trace of the fear that a child of her age should have. On the contrary, her eyes, as black as the abyss, were currently burning with two cold, chilling flames of fury. Your voices are too loud. Unohana Retsu said, enunciating each word with an extremely hoarse voice, as if suppressing some terrifying, ferocious beast. Heaven knows how furious she was right now. For the past year, in order to reach the supreme realm her master spoke of, a single sword swing that doesn't stir a falling leaf, she had been swinging her branch in the woods day and night. When hungry, she gnawed on wild fruits. When thirsty, she drank from the stream. Her only expectation each day was the spiritual pressure feast her master tossed over the wall at noon. That was not only her source of energy for survival, but also proof in her heart that her master had not completely given up on her. Seeing that it was almost noon, the sacred moment for the rice ball distribution was about to arrive. Yet this bunch of trash, who had popped up from nowhere, actually ran to her master's gate to shout and scream, and even kicked her master's gate. What if her master got in a bad mood from their noise and didn't distribute the rice balls today? Preventing someone from eating is akin to killing their parents. Furthermore, this bunch of trash dared to speak disrespectfully about her master, who was as great as a god in her eyes. Disturbing my master's meditation, and delaying my lunch. Unohana Retsu slowly raised the broken tree branch in her hand. The spiritual pressure within her body, like a volcano about to erupt, filled her with power. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Hearing these words, the thugs were stunned for a moment, then burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Boss, did you hear that? This little beggar says we disturbed her meal. And a master. Whoever lives in this dump is probably a coward who doesn't even dare to open the door, actually letting a little girl come out to block blades with a broken branch. The scarred boss was also amused. He glanced at Unohana Retsu with contempt and waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop wasting time with this little lunatic. Hurry up and go cut her down, and smash the door open for me. Yes, boss. Two jolly lackeys grinned hideously as they drew their long swords, one from the left and one from the right, rushing toward Unohana Retsu like two wolves pouncing on a lamb. Little girl, remember to open your eyes in your next life. Two sharp katanas, accompanied by the piercing sound of wind, slashed down fiercely from Unohana Retsu's left shoulder and right rib, sealing off all her retreat paths. Just at this critical moment. Inside the courtyard, Kobayashi Kansho, having heard the commotion outside, quietly pulled the side door open just a tiny crack, and while cracking sunflower seeds, he observed secretly. Oh ho, why did this girl jump out on her own? Kobayashi Kansho raised an eyebrow and didn't rush to activate the prism tower. He also wanted to see what kind of weirdo this girl had turned herself into after practicing that nonsensical, flowing water, outside for a year. Outside the door, facing two sharp blades about to strike her, Unohana Retsu did not retreat, she even closed her eyes. In her mind, time seemed to slow down infinitely at this moment. A year ago, her master sat under a cherry blossom tree, and that flowing, cloud-like tea-making movement appeared once again with absolute clarity in her mental world. The non-contending starting stance. Unohana Retsu muttered to herself. The next second, she moved. There was no tensing of muscles, no violent eruption of spiritual pressure, Her body was like a fallen leaf lifted by a breeze, sliding forward in an extremely strange, soft posture that completely defied the principles of human mechanics. Swish. Two long swords slashed down, crossing almost against the tip of her nose and her back, yet they didn't even touch a corner of her clothes. What? The pupils of the two henchmen contracted sharply. They only felt a blur before their eyes, and the little girl had vanished from their lock-on out of thin air. High pouring, water flow is formless. Unohana Retsu's hoarse voice rang out like a ghost in the ear of one of the henchmen. The tree branch in her hand, following the momentum of the henchman's missed slash, attached itself to the back of his long sword extremely naturally and smoothly. Then, like an unstoppable flow of water, it went upstream along the back of the blade and gently tapped the henchman's wrist. Crack! A tooth-aching sound of bone cracking rang out. There was no earth-shattering collision, only the transmission of purely extreme destructive power. The henchman only felt his wrist go numb as a terrifying spiral twisting force instantly destroyed his wrist bone. Ah! My hand! The henchman screamed, and the long sword fell from his hand. But Unohana Retsu's actions were not over yet. Low pouring, continuous and endless. After shattering one henchman's wrist, the tree branch in her hand didn't even retract. Instead, following the force of the recoil, it drew a perfect semicircular arc in midair. The tree branch, carrying an extremely faint yet condensed, almost tangible airflow, struck the outer side of the other henchman's knee with absolute precision. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. The second henchman's kneecap shattered instantly, and he let out a shrill wail, falling heavily to his knees in front of Unohana Retsu like a chopped-down log. From the moment the two drew their swords to the moment they both fell to the ground screaming. The entire process happened in a flash, taking less than a single breath. And Unohana Retsu remained standing in the same spot. Even a piece of bark had not peeled off the broken tree branch in her hand. Silence. A deathly silence. The thugs outside the door, including the scarred boss, all looked at the little girl holding the tree branch as if she were a monster, their eyes filled with undisguisable terror. A little brat, a single tree branch, and she disabled two adult thugs in one move. And what was that Zanjutsu move just now? Why did it look so soft, without even a hint of killing intent, yet it could cause such terrifying destructive power? The scarred boss knew that the most famous Zanjutsu style currently was the Genryu, created by the famous Yamamoto, and the Genryu was now the most terrifying force in the Soul Society. But he had never heard of anyone in the Genryu being able to do this. Kobayashi Kansho, who was secretly observing from behind the door crack, had an expression on his face at this moment that was only slightly better than his. He spat out the sunflower seed shell in his mouth. Good heavens! He saw it very clearly. That set of movements Unohana Retsu just performed, from the footwork to the trajectory of the strike, was a perfect one-to-one replication of the starting stance, high pouring, low pouring, from the tea ceremony mastery he had demonstrated in the courtyard, applied to actual combat. What was even more outrageous was that this girl had actually turned her own spiritual pressure into a form similar to flowing water, perfectly wrapping it around that broken tree branch to achieve the terrifying effects of overcoming hardness with softness, and deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. Is this the flowing water sword intent you comprehended? Kobayashi Kansho was also very surprised in his heart. He could also perform this kind of technique, but it was with the support of Zanjutsu fragments and 100 years of research and training that he had achieved it. Yet look at Unohana. I just wanted to teach you how to make tea. You actually used tea-making movements to shatter someone's bones. Is there such a deep connection between my tea ceremony and swordsmanship? Is this what a genius is? Although Kobayashi had long known that he was not a brilliant talent, and could even be said to have extremely mediocre aptitude, seeing Unohana's talent at this moment still made him feel a bit depressed. This girl had actually used only 1 year to comprehend a trace of the essence of swordsmanship from his tea ceremony. Tisk. No wonder it is said that those who have learned Bankai are all big figures whose names are worthy of being recorded in the history of the Soul Society. And for someone like Unohana, who is an elite among captains, or even a first-generation captain, a historical figure who was once an unprecedented great villain in the history of the Soul Society and earned the title of Yukiru, that is even more extraordinary. Sigh. Staying holed up in the courtyard was the right choice. I'd better keep checking in for another 2,000 years. Kobayashi sighed and looked at the screen again. Outside the door. The scarred boss finally recovered from his shock, and looking at his subordinates wailing on the ground, his face instantly turned livid. You little brat, playing tricks. I don't believe that broken tree branch of yours can withstand so many of us. The scarred boss roared and raised his odachi high. All of you, attack. Hack her to death. Hearing the boss's order, the remaining dozen or so thugs, although terrified in their hearts, had no choice but to bite the bullet, wave their weapons, and swarm towards Unohana Retsu like a pack of hungry wolves. Facing the siege of a dozen people, Unohana Retsu slowly opened her eyes. Master's teaching is indeed invincible. A cold, cruel, yet somewhat fanatical smile curled up at the corners of her mouth. Let's use you trash to verify the results of my training over the past year. Swish. The next second, Unohana Retsu's figure seemed to transform into a truly formless flow of water, instantly cutting into the crowd. Screams, bone-cracking sounds, and the sound of weapons falling began to ring out continuously on this remote street. This was not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter that was extremely smooth and full of violent aesthetics. The tree branch in Unohana Retsu's hand seemed to have turned into the most terrifying weapon in the world at this moment. With every swing, she followed the openings in the enemy's attacks, cutting in at an incredibly strange angle. Smashing wrists, breaking knees, shattering jaws. Master once said that true sword intent is, flowing water benefits all things without contention, and should not carry any killing intent. However, she personally felt that was unnecessary. If a sword lacks killing intent, can it even be called a sword? A true master of swordsmanship cannot simply learn the sword techniques of others. Instead, one must extract the essence from others' techniques and integrate it into one's own style. Therefore, she struck with extreme precision at the weakest, most vulnerable points on their bodies, felling them with a single strike and leaving them unable to move on the ground. Although she was wielding a wooden sword, its power was by no means weak. Behind the crack in the door, Kobayashi Kansho watched this smooth, unilateral massacre, while snacking on sunflower seeds, unable to help but marvel inwardly. A genius is a genius. This movement of cutting people really has a bit of the charm of when I make tea. It's a pity the scene is a bit too bloody. Kobayashi Kansho had absolutely no intention of going out to help. With such a free, high combat power security guard clearing out the small fry outside, why would he bother exerting himself? Hiding behind the scenes to watch the show is the basic quality a transmigrator should possess. After all, they are merely spectators. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. On the street outside, apart from Unohana Retsu and that scarred boss, there was no one left standing. A dozen thugs lay in pools of blood, clutching their broken limbs and rolling in agony. Clang. The scarred boss looked at the scene, which resembled a Shura hell, his legs going weak with fear, causing the great sword in his hand to fall to the ground. He was drenched in sweat, trembling like a sieve as he watched the little girl holding a tree branch walking toward him, as if he were seeing a demon crawling out of hell. You, don't come any closer. I am the boss of Hezi Dojo. If you dare touch me, my subordinates will never let you go. The scarred man threatened, his voice trembling as he retreated in terror. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the slightly ajar side door out of the corner of his eye. Through the crack in the door, he vaguely saw a young man in a loose yukata, looking extremely lazy and devoid of any spiritual power fluctuations, standing behind the door. He was holding a handful of sunflower seeds, watching the tragedy unfold with relish. That person, could he be the master the little girl mentioned? A vicious thought flashed through the scarred boss's mind. Although this little girl is ridiculously strong, that man doesn't seem to have any spiritual pressure at all. And he was still leisurely eating sunflower seeds, obviously a defenseless weakling. This wasn't strange. After all, for souls, one's aptitude for spiritual power is determined at birth. But technique is something acquired through practice. Some people have strong spiritual power but lack understanding of swordsmanship, so it's understandable that they would apprentice themselves to so-called masters. Thus, the scarred man was struck by a malicious impulse. Capture the leader first. As long as I take that useless master hostage, this little mad dog will never dare to move. The desire to survive that erupts in a desperate situation often clouds one's judgment. The scarred boss didn't stop to think. How could a master capable of teaching such a monstrous apprentice truly be a waste? He abruptly stopped retreating, a flash of extreme malice crossing his eyes. Using the feint of turning to flee, he immediately aimed his Zanpakuto at Kobayashi. Gaze upon him, Yuki. He possessed the ability to release his Zanpakuto. The scarred man's Zanpakuto was named Yuki, a poisonous blade capable of firing lethal toxins at anyone locked in his gaze. Whoosh! A ghostly blue streak of poison tore through the air, shooting straight toward the forehead of Kobayashi, who was snacking on sunflower seeds behind the door, at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Master Hana Retsu, who had her back to the side door, sensed a shift in spiritual pressure and whipped her head around. When she saw the venom streaking toward the side door, her pupils constricted, and she let out a scream of pure terror. It was too close. The venomous projectile was too fast, she had no time to save him. Ha 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 ha. Only I can cure this poison. The scarred boss roared with manic laughter. However, behind the crack in the door, facing the venomous projectile that was inches away, shimmering with a deadly light, Kobayashi Kancho's face showed not a hint of panic. He didn't even blink, merely sighing helplessly as he slowly popped the shelled sunflower seed into his mouth. Although I don't know exactly how strong I am now, I'm certainly not someone a small fry like you can mess with. In Kobayashi Kancho's field of vision, the venom, which appeared as fast as lightning to ordinary people, looked as slow as a chick flapping its wings in the air. The Zanjutsu fragments and White Strike fragments accumulated over 367 years had already elevated his dynamic vision and nerve reflexes to a terrifying level. At the critical moment, Kobayashi Kancho swallowed the caramel-flavored sunflower seed kernel he had just chewed, then balanced the thin shell on the tip of his tongue. Then, he parted his lips slightly. Pa! A very faint sound, the simple act of spitting out a sunflower seed shell, echoed. The next instant, boom! In the void, it sounded as if a thunderclap had detonated. The seemingly light, inconspicuous sunflower seed shell, the moment it left Kobayashi Kancho's lips, was instantly compressed and enveloped by a drop of spiritual pressure, transforming into a dazzling white streak of light. It broke directly through the sound barrier, creating a visible white shockwave in midair. Clatter! The white streak of light collided with the ghostly blue venom less than half an inch from the crack in the door. Without any suspense, the venom created by the scarred boss's Zanpakuto couldn't even hinder it for a millisecond, it was vaporized the instant it made contact with the sunflower seed shell. And the kinetic energy of the sunflower seed shell did not diminish in the slightest. Carrying a harsh sonic boom, it tore through the air, rapidly magnifying in the eyes of the scarred boss, which had constricted to the limit from sheer terror. No. That was the only thought that had time to flash through the scarred boss's mind. Poochie. A muffled sound that made one's scalp tingle. The white streak of light drilled into the scarred boss's forehead without hindrance and burst out from the back of his head, spraying a burst of bright blood. The projectile continued to fly forward for dozens of meters, finally slamming into a thick bluestone wall at the end of the street with a boom, smashing a spiderweb-shaped crater into the wall. A light breeze blew past. The wild laughter on the scar-faced boss's face remained stiffly at the corners of his mouth. The Zanpakuto in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Immediately after, his hulking, tower-like body collapsed straight backward, as if all his bones had been drained away. Thud. The corpse hit the dusty street heavily. Between his eyebrows, a blood hole only the size of a fingernail, yet piercing straight through, was bubbling with blood. One strike, instant death. Silence. Deathly silence. The entire street seemed to have been pressed with a pause button at this moment. Spitting out a sunflower seed shell was enough to kill a Shinigami capable of releasing their Zanpakuto. This was no exaggeration. After all, Aizen could use his Ryutsu to force a captain-level Grimmjow to kneel on the ground. And Grimmjow was no ordinary captain level, either. Huff, huff. Only when Hana Retsu stood in the middle of the pile of corpses, gasping for air, was the silence on the street finally broken. Her body was stiff, and she turned her head mechanically, looking in the direction where the scar-faced boss had fallen. When she saw clearly the blood hole that had pierced the scar-faced boss's head, and then turned to see that caramel-flavored sunflower seed shell embedded deep in the stone crack of the distant wall, still emitting wisps of smoke. This future great villain, who would one day shake the three realms, felt a chill shoot straight from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Sunflower seed shell. Hana Retsu's small mouth opened slightly, her voice trembling. That was a sunflower seed shell. It was that kind of sunflower seed shell found everywhere, the kind that would crumble at a pinch. Master had actually used a single sunflower seed shell to not only shatter the poison produced by a zanpakuto but also, from over 10 meters away, pierce through the skull of an adult brute. What kind of inconceivable technique was this? What kind of despair-inducing gap in strength was this? Creak. A teeth-grinding friction sound rang out, and the partially opened side door was pulled fully open from the inside. Kobayashi Kansho, wearing a loose white yukata and holding the handful of sunflower seeds he hadn't finished cracking, walked out of the courtyard at a leisurely pace. He frowned, looked at the corpses littering the ground and the blood flowing everywhere, then looked at the deep pit on the distant wall caused by the sunflower seed shell, a flash of obvious annoyance crossing his eyes. Tisk, that was reckless. Kobayashi Kansho felt somewhat displeased in his heart. It seems I went a bit overboard, though this area doesn't usually get many visitors, so it shouldn't attract any attention. While deeply reflecting on his actions, Kobayashi Kansho brushed off non-existent dust from his yukata and walked up to Yunohana Retsu. Master. Looking at the man who had walked up to her, Yunohana Retsu's knees went weak, and she knelt into the pool of blood with a thump. There was no longer any of her usual arrogance or pride in her eyes, only absolute awe and fanaticism, as if looking at a god. This disciple is incompetent. I disturbed Master's quiet cultivation and even almost put Master in danger. Please punish me, Master. Yunohana Retsu bowed her head deeply to the ground, her voice trembling from extreme guilt and shock. All right, get up. Kobayashi Kansho waved his hand impatiently, looking at the mess everywhere, feeling a headache coming on. What a pain. It's truly a case of sitting at home while disaster strikes from the sky. He looked around, confirmed that no one else had seen what happened, and then lowered his head, looking at the kneeling Yunohana Retsu with extreme seriousness. Girl, listen well. Kobayashi Kansho's voice was very low, carrying an unquestionable gravity. Yunohana Retsu immediately raised her head and perked up her ears, thinking Master was about to impart some supreme technique for killing without leaving a trace. I don't want anyone to know what happened here today. Kobayashi Kansho pointed at the corpses on the ground and said solemnly, I am a person who hates trouble more than anything. I just want to fish, drink tea, and grow flowers quietly in this courtyard. If the warlords outside or the Shinigami of the Seraite find out that I killed people with a sunflower seed shell, my peaceful days will be over completely. So, Kobayashi Kansho emphasized his tone, staring straight at her. From now on, get your story straight. All of these people were killed by you alone. Even that boss of the Hezi dojo was killed by you, with a tree branch piercing his head. Do you understand? Yunohana Retsu looked at Kobayashi Kansho blankly. Isn't this uncle a bit too indifferent to fame and fortune? After a brief moment of shock, Yunohana couldn't help but feel a bit excited. In this world, killing a few people was perfectly normal. The more people you kill, the greater your reputation becomes. She was a woman who aspired to become a great swordmaster, how could she not kill? Since Master didn't want to tarnish his reputation, she would just take the credit. The Hezi dojo is the biggest bully in this area. If the outside world knows that I took them down all by myself, my reputation will surely resound throughout the entire East Rukongai immediately. This was truly awesome. She straightened her back abruptly and bowed her head heavily once more. Thank you, Master. I will definitely not fail your teachings. Yunohana Retsu shouted. Rest assured. From now on, you only need to fish quietly in this courtyard. All the storms and killings of the outside world, I, Yunohana Retsu, will shoulder them all. I will never let any dirty bloodstains tarnish your quiet cultivation. These pieces of trash were killed by me. Whoever dares to show you even the slightest disrespect, I will wipe out their entire family. Kobayashi Kansho looked at this little girl who had no qualms about killing, and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of world was this? Yunohana's age, in human terms, was probably only 11 or 12, yet she could already talk about wiping out entire families so casually. Forget it, as long as you're happy. Kobayashi Kansho waved his hand, feeling mentally exhausted. How should he put it? Although he didn't want Yunohana to walk down her original fated path, respecting others' destinies and letting go of the savior complex was also one of his life mottos. If Yunohana insisted on becoming that unprecedented great villain, he wouldn't insist on opposing it. Anyway, regardless of what happened, as long as she became strong, then there wouldn't be any tragedies. Therefore, he said, since you've claimed the credit, Hurry up and clean up this trash all over the floor, and wash the front door. The smell of blood is too strong, it's ruining my appetite for hot pot at noon. Yes. This disciple obeys. Hana Retsu, as if she had received some sacred imperial decree, immediately became like a busy little bee, starting to work in the pool of blood, dragging corpses and cleaning up bloodstains, working with great enthusiasm. Kobayashi Kansho watched her busy back, sighed, and before returning to the house, added, "Your old man is back too. You can explain to him what happened later." Long before he made his move, his extremely sharp perception had already captured an incredibly subtle gaze from the crown of a large tree not far from the courtyard, staring intently at this place with extreme shock and fear. It was none other than Hana Retsu's father. He had met Hana's father a few times, the two of them could be considered contemporaries, or rather, Kobayashi was several decades his senior. In the Soul Society, being a few decades older could indeed be considered contemporaries. Hana's father was also a master swordsman who had gone out to seek his fortune at a young age, and since then, Kobayashi had basically not seen him. The last time he returned was when Hana was 6 years old. However, Kobayashi could understand. After all, Hana's father lived a life of licking blood off the edge of a blade. A single misstep could lead to death, and in that event, even Hana Retsu might be implicated. Therefore, leaving Hana alone in their hometown where no one paid attention might have been a means to protect her. But that was none of Kobayashi's business. Kobayashi had never been one to initiate social interactions. As a socially anxious person, a man who had decided to lay low for a million years, he didn't care about others, as long as he could live his own life well, that was enough. Thus, Kobayashi Kansho did not turn back, he simply returned to the courtyard, grabbed a sunflower seed with extreme nonchalance, and tossed it into his mouth. Crack! The crisp sound of the seed shell breaking appeared exceptionally clear in the quiet courtyard. On the treetop, Hana's father, Hana Kai, had witnessed with his own eyes his daughter taking out over a dozen burly men with a tree branch as smoothly as flowing water, and then witnessed the entire process of that neighbor, who had always seemed ordinary in his memory, instantly killing the scarred man with a single seed shell. At this moment, he was clutching his mouth tightly, cold sweat soaking his shihakusho. Upon hearing that extremely casual sound of cracking a seed, he felt a chill shoot straight from his spine to his brain. He knew that the terrifying man had already discovered him. Monster. How is this some fallen noble? This is clearly a living Yama hidden in the Hanakare district. Who? He gasped for air, his cold sweat having already completely soaked his shihakusho, sticking stickily to his back. When the wind blew, it chilled him to the bone. Too terrifying. That scene just now was like an absurd nightmare. As the head of a fallen samurai family in the Hanakare district, he had spent years wandering on the fringes of various warlords in the Rukongai, relying on working as a mercenary and taking on dangerous bodyguard missions to earn meager rations. He had been on the battlefield, killed people, and seen those high and mighty nobles. In his understanding, the strength of one's Ryutsu determined life and death. But, that man just now. Not only did he not release any earth-shattering Ryutsu, but his movements were as casual as a street thug spitting. Yet that thin, spat-out seed shell had easily pierced the skull of the Hezi Dojo boss who ran rampant in the vicinity. Although that guy wasn't anything remarkable, he was at least a local tough. A soul capable of releasing a Zanpakuto could hardly be considered weak. But to be killed by a seed shell spat out by Kobayashi was truly shocking. To what insane level of Ryutsu control must one attain to be able to handle such a feat with such ease? Hana Kai reached out with trembling hands to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly recalled that half a year ago, when he returned from the outside, exhausted, Retsu had behaved uncharacteristically. She didn't ask what he had done on the battlefield but instead excitedly chattered around him. She talked about how amazing Uncle Kobayashi next door was, saying that the uncle taught her how to make tea, how to sweep the floor, and even gave her the most delicious meals in the world. Due to years of fighting outside, he had only wanted to fall asleep the moment he got home that time. Therefore, he hadn't taken his daughter's words to heart at all. Isn't that Kobayashi family next door just a fallen noble family whose fortunes declined centuries ago? That was what he had thought at the time. Although that kid Kobayashi Kansho usually kept to himself and looked mysterious, in a place like the Rukongai, it was only natural for someone from a noble background, even if they had fallen on hard times, to know some basic swordsmanship and Kido for self-defense. It was far safer for his daughter to learn some superficial martial arts from him for self-defense than to go outside and fight wild dogs for food. Therefore, he had always let things be, even thinking that his daughter was exaggerating. Until today. Until he witnessed with his own eyes his daughter holding a broken tree branch, using a strange movement technique that he had never seen before, one that completely defied the logic of swordsmanship, to disable over a dozen burly men as if cutting melons and vegetables, until he witnessed with his own eyes the terrifying scene of that man instantly killing everyone with a single seed shell. I was truly blind. This is an expert, and I fear he is no less than that monster from the Genryu. Unohana Kai gritted his teeth, looking at his daughter on the street below who was laboriously dragging the corpses into the grass to bury them, a surge of extremely complex emotions welling up in his heart. There was shock, there was fear, but more than anything, there was the deep worry of a father. What on earth is that girl Retsu learning from that monster? Is that kind of strange swordsmanship that kills without blinking an eye and treats human life as worthless really something a normal person can master? What ulterior motive does that man have in teaching her these unheard of killing techniques? Thinking of this, Unohana Kai could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart. He leapt, landing silently from the treetop into the shadows of the street, and walked quickly toward Unohana Retsu, who was busy dragging the corpses. Retsu. A low call sounded from behind her. Unohana Retsu, her hands covered in blood, shuddered and turned around abruptly like a startled leopard, instinctively holding the tree branch across her chest. When she saw who it was, the wariness in her eyes instantly turned into surprise. Father. You really did come back. When Retsu first heard Kobayashi say that her father had returned, she had looked around but didn't see any sign of Unohana Kai, so she decided to clean up the bodies first. It seemed her observation skills were still too weak, she hadn't even noticed her father. Shish, keep your voice down. Unohana Kai stepped forward quickly, covered his daughter's mouth with his hand, glanced nervously at the closed side door, and then pulled his daughter quickly to a hidden corner far away from the courtyard wall. After confirming that the man shouldn't be able to hear the movement here, Unohana Kai let go, pressed his hands firmly on Unohana Retsu's shoulders, and stared at her with bloodshot eyes. Retsu, tell father the truth. That Kobayashi next door, no, that lord, who exactly is he? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Bleach. Surviving in the Soul Society for 2000 years. Part 2. Unohana Kai's voice was trembling, his tone carrying an unprecedented sternness and urgency. You only told me before that he taught you how to sweep the floor and make tea, but was what you just used really sweeping? A single branch shattered the bones of over a dozen people. And him, what exactly was that ability he used just now? Was it his Zanpakuto? Faced with her father's rapid-fire questioning, Unohana Retsu was not afraid. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest. Father, did you see that just now? Isn't Master amazing? The young girl's eyes were flashing with a fanatical light, as if she were a most devout believer proselytizing her god to others. I told you last time that Master is a peerless expert, but you didn't believe me. The sword style I just used is the flowing water sword intent that Master taught me through the motions of making tea. As for Master's move just now, it definitely wasn't his Zanpakuto. Dealing with those small fry isn't enough to make Master use the power of his Zanpakuto. Flowing water sword intent. Taught through making tea. Unohana Kai listened in stunned silence, feeling as though his brain couldn't quite wrap itself around it. How could making tea possibly teach such a killing technique? Retsu, have you been brainwashed by him? Unohana Kai anxiously shook her shoulders. In this dog-eat-dog chaotic world, no one teaches others without a reason. A person with such terrifying strength, why would he hide in a remote place like the Hanakare district? He definitely has a conspiracy. Is he trying to groom you into a blade to kill for him? As a samurai who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, Unohana Kai had seen through too much of the malice of human nature. Father. You are not allowed to talk about Master like that. Hearing her father question Kobayashi Kansho, Hana Retsu's expression instantly turned cold. She shoved her father's hand away, a flash of inviolable anger even appearing in her eyes. Master is just afraid of trouble. He is a true, peerless great swordmaster. Such a powerhouse wouldn't even deign to scheme. He told me himself just now that he hates trouble, which is why he wanted to credit all these kills to me. Hana Retsu clenched her fists, her tone resolute. I don't care what Master's true identity is, I only know that he gave me food to eat and the strength to stand in this chaotic world. Even if he really wants me to be a blade in his hand, I am willing. Watching his daughter's near pathological fanaticism and utter devotion, Hana Kai's heart sank as if into an ice cave. It's over. This girl is completely lost, she has been thoroughly brainwashed by that man. This kind of reckless obedience, for a young girl whose mind is not yet mature, is simply a lethal poison. If that man happens to be a psychopath, or has some crazy plan to destroy the world, wouldn't his daughter be doomed forever? No. Even if it costs him his old life, as a father, he must go and probe the background of this man. He felt some regret. He had thought the front lines were too dangerous, which is why he left Retsu at home, but now it seemed he had been negligent in Retsu's upbringing, allowing someone to take advantage of the void. Stay here and don't run around. Hana Kai took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and drew the katana from his waist out of its scabbard, gripping it in his hand. Father, what are you doing? Hana Retsu was horrified and tried to stop him. I am going to ask him personally what kind of monster he wants to turn my daughter into. Hana Kai pushed his daughter aside and strode toward the gate of the Kobayashi residence, which was still half open from the previous kick. Bang! Hana Kai pushed the gate open and walked into the courtyard. As a samurai who had spent years walking on the edge of life and death, the moment he stepped into this seemingly serene and elegant courtyard, the hairs all over his body stood on end. Whoosh. Quiet. It was too quiet. More than a dozen people had just died outside. The smell of blood had not yet dissipated, yet in this courtyard separated by only a wall, there wasn't even a whisper of wind. Even his own footsteps on the bluestone slabs seemed so abrupt and jarring. Hana Kai's palms were slick with cold sweat as he gripped the hilt of his sword, and he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. In the center of the courtyard, under that massive cherry blossom tree, Kobayashi Kansho was sitting on a bamboo chair, his back to him. In front of him was a bronze pot that was still bubbling and steaming, and waves of extremely enticing seafood aroma were wafting from the pot. Since you've come in, shut the gate. Don't let the smell of blood from outside drift in and ruin my appetite. Kobayashi Kansho didn't even turn his head. He held a pair of scissors in his hand and was unhurriedly snipping open a bright red crab leg that was thicker than a human thigh. Hearing these nonchalant words, Hana Kai's heart skipped a beat. He gritted his teeth and walked over, trepidation in his heart, and finally managed to speak while facing Kobayashi's back. Mr. Kobayashi, it has been a long time. Hana Kai's voice echoed in the spacious courtyard, carrying a hint of tremor. Indeed, it must have been over 100 years, hasn't it? In truth, Hana Kai didn't go over 100 years without returning, but even if he did return, he wouldn't come to visit Kobayashi, a neighbor he wasn't very familiar with. I want to ask you something. May I ask, why you are teaching my daughter Zanjutsu? In this era, Hana Kai did not believe anyone would give unconditionally. He had seen too much deceit and treachery. This current era could be said to be the most chaotic in the history of the Soul Society. Nobles against nobles, nobles against heroes, heroes against heroes, all sides were constantly at war. Kobayashi was a fallen noble, and he was genuinely worried that Kobayashi would take his daughter and get involved in the warlord chaos on the front lines. Hearing the question from behind, Kobayashi Kansho stopped his motion of snipping the crab leg. He sighed with extreme helplessness. Why is it that these days, when one tells the truth, no one believes it? Kobayashi Kansho put down the scissors, turned around, and looked at Hana Kai, who was treating him like a formidable enemy, with calm eyes. I tell you, you should really pay more attention to your daughter. Kobayashi Kansho clicked his tongue, then said. Retsu is very talented, especially in Zanjutsu. How high is her talent? I just made a cup of tea and asked her to sweep the floor, and she comprehended Zanjutsu from those motions. From beginning to end, I have never proactively taught her anything. You ask me what my purpose is. My purpose is just to hope she can be well behaved and stop disturbing my eating, sleeping, and fishing. It's as simple as that. Faced with this heartfelt truth from Kobayashi Kansho, Hana Kai did not believe a single word. Sweeping the floor. Making tea. Comprehending Zanjutsu. Do you think this is writing a novel? Do you really think he, a samurai who has rolled and crawled on the battlefield for half his life, is as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child? Stop your sophistry. Hana Kai roared in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He stomped forward, and with a shing, he fully unsheathed his asachi, the tip pointing directly at the center of Kobayashi Kansho's forehead. I've seen plenty of monsters like you hiding in the shadows, full of nothing but lies. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, even if I have to risk my life, I will. Sigh. A very soft, light sigh interrupted Hana Kai's bold declaration. Kobayashi Kansho looked at the man pointing a blade at him, the last shred of patience in his eyes finally worn away. I said earlier, don't ruin my appetite for crab. Your blade is too noisy. The moment his words fell, Kobayashi Kansho remained sitting in his chair, not moving a single finger. Yet, his originally lazy, dead fish eyes underwent a terrifying change at this very moment. Deep within those pupils, it was as if a bottomless ocean of pitch-black darkness was boiling in an instant. Boom. There was no wind. But the air in the courtyard solidified in that instant, like a block of solid iron. Thump. Hana Kai didn't even have time to react. He only felt an absolutely vicious will, indescribable in words, as if from an ancient Manos Grande of Hueco Mundo, instantly crushing all his mental defenses and physical strength. His proud samurai body lost all sensation in an instant, slamming heavily onto the bluestone pavement with a teeth-grinding thud. Clang! The zanpakuto he was clutching tightly slipped from his hand like scrap metal. What is this? Hana Kai knelt on the ground, his hands digging desperately into the stone pavement, trying to straighten his back. But he discovered with horror that his bones were creaking, his internal organs felt as if they were being ruthlessly gripped by an invisible giant hand, and even breathing had become an extreme luxury. Cold sweat poured frantically from his forehead and back like a waterfall, instantly pooling into a puddle beneath him. He struggled to lift his head, looking up at the man sitting on the bamboo chair. At this moment, in Hana Kai's vision entirely occupied by fear, Kobayashi Kansho's figure was no longer that of a human, but a towering deity, unreachable and unfathomable, capable of suppressing everything in the 3 realms. If the other party just had a thought, it wouldn't even take a second, and he would be crushed into the tiniest dust like an ant on the ground. He had underestimated the other party too much. He had originally thought that no matter how powerful the other party was, they might only be at the level of a third-class spiritual might. A Shinigami of this level would be a big shot in the Soul Society, enough to make a name for himself, or even carve his name into the history of the Soul Society. But now it seemed, the other party's strength was even greater than he had imagined. Second-class spiritual might. Or first-class spiritual might. This guy is terrifying to the extreme. Gulp. Outside the gate, Hana Retsu, who had just arrived, saw this scene and also swallowed with terror. Although she hadn't faced the impact of that spiritual pressure directly, just the tiny bit of residual power leaking from the edge had already made her hands, holding the branches, tremble uncontrollably. Master is truly angry. She immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Kobayashi. Master, my father didn't mean it, please spare his life. In the courtyard. Hearing Retsu's words, Kobayashi Kansho looked at Hana Kai, who was kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely and unable to speak a word, and nonchalantly withdrew that trace of spiritual pressure. Ha! Huff! Ha! As that soul-crushing sense of restraint vanished, Hana Kai collapsed to the ground like a drowning person who had been saved, greedily gasping for air. In his eyes, there was no longer any of the previous doubt or anger. All that remained was absolute awe and submission that went deep into his bones. Facing such spiritual pressure suppression where he didn't even have the qualification to draw his sword, any probing or questioning had become an extremely ridiculous joke. Now, can you be quiet? Kobayashi Kansho picked up the scissors, picked up the king crab leg again, cut open the shell, picked out the crystal clear, plump crab meat inside, dipped it in sauce, put it into his mouth, and let out a satisfied sigh. He didn't even glance at the kneeling father and daughter, his tone returning to that nonchalant laziness. I have a very good temper, but that doesn't mean I like being pointed at with a blade. Remember, if I wanted to use her, you wouldn't even have the qualification to refuse. Clean up that trash outside the gate yourselves. Then, close the gate. Yes, yes, at once. My lord. Hana Kai's voice trembled as he squeezed these words out with great difficulty. He struggled to stand up, not even bothering to pick up his sword that had fallen to the ground, and dragged the equally dumbfounded Hana Retsu out of the courtyard at the fastest speed of his life, then respectfully and extremely gently closed the mahogany gate. The moment the gate closed. Outside the gate, the father and daughter both let out a long sigh at the same time, as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. The father turned his head, looking at his daughter's face full of fanaticism, and revealed a bitter smile that looked worse than crying. Retsu, you are following an incredible deity. Kobayashi was right. If he wanted to use Retsu, they wouldn't even have the right to refuse. Father. I told you long ago, Master is a reclusive expert. Hana Retsu smiled bitterly. You didn't believe me, and now look, Master is truly angry. It was my ignorance. Hana Kai took a deep breath. Retsu, that was my fault just now. I have no face to see your master again, but you are different. Following by his side, your life is guaranteed. Retsu, if I die in the future, just stay honestly by your master's side. As long as you can learn 1/10 of his skills, you will have the ability to avenge me. Hana Retsu nodded heavily upon hearing this. She didn't say empty words like, Father, you won't die. In this era, anyone could die. Even those famous great heroes could have their heads separated from their bodies the next day. For now, let's listen to Lord Kobayashi and clean up these corpses and blood at the gate. Looking at the battlefield outside the gate earlier, Hana Kai said softly again. Hana Retsu nodded again and began to clean up. Once it's handled, I will apologize to your teacher, to Lord Kobayashi again. Hana Kai glanced at Kobayashi's house gate again, speaking with lingering fear. He was truly crazy before, actually speaking in that tone. Must make amends. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the streets of East Rukongai District 62, casting a faint, dark red hue over the bluestone slabs in front of the Kobayashi residence that had just been washed. There were no longer any corpses on the street, and not even a trace of the smell of blood could be detected. The father and daughter of the Unohana family worked extremely efficiently. They had not only dragged the corpses of those dozen or so Hezi Dojo thugs to the back mountain to be buried deep, but they had also carried dozens of buckets of stream water to meticulously scrub the street in front of the door 3 times. At this moment, outside the thick, mahogany gate of the Kobayashi residence, Hana Retsu's father, this Rukongai samurai who had experienced all the vicissitudes of life and had crawled through piles of dead bodies, was kneeling on both knees with his daughter on the stone steps before the gate, his expression extremely solemn. He pressed his hands to the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold stone slabs, not daring to even breathe audibly. He had been kneeling here for a full hour. After experiencing the terrifying, crushing deterrence that afternoon, and after asking Hana Retsu in detail about Kobayashi while cleaning up, and upon learning that he could casually provide food with spiritual pressure-enhancing effects, Hana Kai's reverence for the man inside had reached an insurmountable level. He now had only one thought in his mind. Lord Kobayashi's kindness could never be repaid. He was grateful that the Lord had not brought down divine punishment for his stupidity and offense. He was grateful that the Lord was even willing to lower himself to guide his daughter's swordsmanship and feed her that spiritual pressure-enhancing food for a whole year. In Unohana Kai's view, Retsu's spiritual pressure now was even more terrifying than his own. She was only in her teens. In the Soul Society, being in one's teens was no different from being an infant. He had wasted 300 years, yet he couldn't compare to a newborn infant. Just how terrifying was that Lord? Unohana Kai felt panicked in his heart. Therefore, after finishing the work, he knelt at Kobayashi's doorstep again to beg for forgiveness. Creak. With a soft sound, the tightly closed gate was slowly pulled open from the inside. Say, do you two, father and daughter, have something wrong with you? Kobayashi Kansho was wearing a loose bathrobe, holding a cattail leaf fan in his hand, looking at the two people kneeling straight outside the door with a helpless expression. If the ground is clean, go home, eat, and sleep. Are you kneeling at my doorstep to act as stone lions? If people didn't know better, they'd think this was a morning hall and you were keeping vigil for me. Hearing Kobayashi Kansho's voice, Unohana Kai trembled all over. Instead of standing up, he lowered his head even further. Lord, please calm your anger. I was blind today and offended you. Not only did you generously spare my life, but you also have the grace of rebirth towards my Retsu. I truly do not know how to repay you, so I can only kneel here with my daughter to express a fraction of my gratitude. Looking at this middle-aged man who had been scared out of his wits and was even speaking with a trembling voice, Kobayashi Kansho rubbed his temples wearily. Great, another one gone crazy. Had he been having bad luck for the past 2 years? Why did he always encounter these guys with abnormal thought processes? Alright, get up quickly. Kobayashi Kansho waved his cattail leaf fan impatiently. I hate these tedious formalities the most. If you don't get up, I'm really going to get angry. Hearing the word, angry, Unohana Kai sprang up from the ground like he had been electrocuted, but he remained hunched over, not even daring to look directly at Kobayashi Kansho. Unohana Retsu also stood up. She looked at Kobayashi Kansho, her large eyes shining brightly, full of admiration and affection. Master, I cleaned all the bloodstains outside. It definitely won't affect you eating crab. The little girl puffed out her chest, looking like she was begging for praise. Seeing that the girl still had a few spots of mud on her face, Kobayashi Kansho sighed. The trouble today, although annoying, really couldn't be blamed on them. Moreover, for these 300 plus years, he had been all alone in this courtyard. Now that he had met such a pair of neighbors who, although a bit troublesome, truly had no bad intentions, there was no need to be a bad guy. Kobayashi had been a law-abiding good kid in his past life, and in this life, he had been a shut-in at home for hundreds of years. Having someone make a fuss occasionally could be considered adding a little color to his dull, reclusive life. Gurgle. Just then, Unohana Retsu's stomach emitted that ravenous sound once again. She had spent the afternoon swinging tree branches and then fought over a dozen burly men outside the gate. Her physical strength had long been exhausted to the limit. Come in. Kobayashi Kansho turned and walked into the courtyard, leaving the gate open. Since you haven't eaten yet, let's eat something together. The weather is nice today, so let's have a barbecue in the courtyard. Hearing the word, eat, Unohana Retsu was so excited she almost jumped up. Pulling her still hesitating father, she darted into the courtyard. Night fell. In the Kobayashi residence's courtyard, several lanterns emitting a soft glow were hung up. Under the century-old cherry blossom tree, Kobayashi Kansho dug out a huge iron grill, inside which red, smokeless charcoal fire had already been lit. And on the stone table next to the grill, that heaven-defying gourmet tablecloth was spread out. The gourmet tablecloth could generate food directly, but this time he only generated the ingredients. Barbecue, after all, wasn't as interesting if you just ate it directly, it was much better to grill it yourself. When Unohana Kai sat down by the stone table, trembling with fear, he swore that in this life and his next, he would never forget the scene before him. There were no tools used for starting a fire or cooking. The man he regarded as a deity just casually tapped a few times on a piece of white cloth. Before long, accompanied by a divine shimmer, piles of top-tier ingredients appeared out of thin air on the stone table, just like magic. Those top-tier Wagyu beef slices, cut thinner than paper and with perfect marbling, those deep-sea lobsters, thicker than a human arm and crystal clear, and those spirit plant vegetables that were even glowing faintly, of unknown species. This is. Unohana Kai's eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets, and his jaw was open wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. As a veteran, he had once been fortunate enough to see from afar the pomp and circumstance of a certain high-ranking noble from the Seraite during an inspection tour. But even for that high and mighty noble lord, the so-called spirit particle medicinal cuisine he enjoyed, if compared to the ingredients on this table, was simply not worth mentioning, like slop. Lord, the concentration of spirit particles contained in these ingredients is simply shocking. These divine items, are you planning to use fire to grill and eat them? Unohana Kai asked stammeringly, feeling his worldview being rubbed fiercely against the ground. This was just like someone using a priceless night luminescent pearl to play marbles, or feeding thousand-year-old ginseng to pigs. It was a terrible waste of precious things. If we don't grill it, are we supposed to eat it raw? Kobayashi Kansho rolled his eyes, casually picked up a few skewers of already prepared Wagyu beef, and threw them onto the charcoal grill with complete indifference. Sizzle. As the fat dripped onto the charcoal, an intensely rich, lethal aroma of meat that made one's pores expand just from a single whiff instantly permeated the entire courtyard. Don't just stand there like a fool, help yourself if you want to eat. Retsu, snip open those lobster claws and grill them. Kobayashi Kansho flipped the meat skewers while expertly sprinkling them with cumin and chili powder. You got it. Unohana Retsu was already drooling. Without hesitation, she grabbed a giant lobster claw and, imitating Kobayashi Kansho, placed it on the grill. Watching his daughter's carefree, voracious appearance, Unohana Kai swallowed hard. He reached out with a trembling hand, carefully picked up a skewer of grilled Wagyu, and put it in his mouth. Boom! The moment the beef melted in his mouth, a massive and pure torrent of reishi, like a bursting river, instantly exploded within his body. Unohana Kai and Unohana Retsu were different from Ichigo Kurosaki or Renji Abarai in the manga. When they ate, they only focused on eating. How could they possibly concern themselves with so-called ryutsu growth while devouring their food? But Unohana Kai was different. He had always been timid and cautious, so he immediately felt the profound mystery of this ryutsu feast. Simply incredible. You have to know, even the food of those great nobles might contain a bit more reishi, but its main purpose is just to fill one's stomach. But this ryutsu feast was different. After eating it, that abundant spiritual power circulated within his body. Just a single piece of grilled meat had actually made his ryutsu, which hadn't grown much in years, stronger. This isn't just eating, this is clearly consuming a divine medicine. Unohana Kai's eyes instantly turned red, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. He finally understood why Retsu's strength had undergone such a terrifying qualitative change in such a short period. Eating this level of divine food every day, even a pig could turn into a super wild boar capable of taking on a Manos Grande one-on-one. Why are you crying? Is it too spicy? Kobayashi Kansho looked at the man across from him, tears streaming down his face, and thought to himself that he should be more restrained with this ryutsu food. He couldn't just give it to anyone. Unohana Retsu was a naive little kid, and Unohana Kai was her father, so he had still brought out the ryutsu food to treat them this time. But from now on, he couldn't do this anymore. A man commits no crime, but his wealth is his undoing. If he were targeted, his peaceful life would likely be over. Thinking of this, he pulled an exquisite wine gourd from his sleeve and casually tossed it over. Drink some wine to calm your nerves. I brewed this myself, you won't find it outside. Once these things enter your mouth, don't let them come out again. You should understand what I mean, right? Hana-kai hurriedly caught the wine gourd, nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and said, I understand. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Even those people from Hezi Dojo, I killed them all. It has nothing to do with you or Retsu. He was trying to take the blame. But Retsu was unhappy when she heard this. She pouted and said, Father. Master said this reputation should be left to me. Hana-kai said seriously, Retsu, a reputation must be earned by yourself. You are Master Kobayashi's disciple, you should forge your own name step by step. He knew that his daughter might already be stronger than him now, but as a father, who would want their daughter to face danger? So it was better for him to take the blame. Kobayashi nodded and said with satisfaction, Retsu, listen to your father. Hana Retsu was a bit unhappy, but she turned her frustration into appetite and began to devour the grilled meat. Meanwhile, Hana-kai pulled the stopper out of the wine gourd. A rich, mellow aroma of wine, carrying extremely intense fluctuations of spiritual energy, instantly entered his nostrils. Just from one whiff, he felt as if his soul were about to float away. Thank you for the wine, master. Hana-kai tilted his head back and took a huge gulp. The spicy yet mellow wine flowed down his throat, turning into a ball of raging fire burning in his chest. After several rounds of drinks and food, soothed by the alcohol and top-tier reishi food, Hana-kai's originally tense nerves finally slowly relaxed. He looked at Kobayashi Kansho, who was sitting opposite him, leisurely drinking wine and bickering with his daughter, and the awe in his heart gradually transformed into a deep sense of gratitude. Master. Hana-kai put down the wine gourd, and emboldened by the alcohol, his tone became somewhat heavy. Although I do not know why you chose to live in seclusion in this remote Hanakare district, I know that you are definitely a peerless figure capable of turning the clouds and covering the rain with a flip of your hand. He looked up at the bright moon half obscured by dark clouds in the night sky, a flash of deep worry in his eyes. It's just, these peaceful days probably won't last much longer. Oh. How so? Kobayashi Kansho asked nonchalantly, biting into a piece of grilled garlic. For the past half year, the warlord infighting deep in East Rukongai has reached a white-hot stage. Hana-kai's voice became extremely bitter. The nobles of Seraite, in order to weaken the power of Rukongai, have secretly supported several brutal factions behind the scenes, letting them slaughter each other. It is said that District 60 and District 61 have been completely devastated. The coalition of those major warlords is expanding outward like locusts, capturing able-bodied men and plundering supplies everywhere. Wherever they pass, not even a chicken or dog is left. Hana-kai turned his head and looked at Kobayashi Kansho extremely seriously. At their current rate of advance, the flames of war will completely reach District 62 in less than half a month at most. By then, the entire Hanakare district will become a giant meat grinder. Master, although your strength is heaven-defying, this residence is, after all, in the midst of chaotic times. If the rebel army really presses the border, those desperate criminals who have killed until their eyes are red are capable of anything. Hearing this, Hana Retsu, who was picking her teeth with a skewer, suddenly paused. Her gaze instantly became as sharp as a blade, and an extremely subtle killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. Whoever dares to disturb Master's quiet cultivation, I will kill them all. The little girl said in a low voice, gritting her teeth. However, facing this war intelligence that would be enough to make all the civilians of Hanakare district despair, there wasn't even the slightest emotional fluctuation on Kobayashi Kansho's face. His location was considered relatively remote even within Hanakare district. If anyone truly blind enough to seek trouble came knocking, then the prism tower that hadn't been used this time would finally get to show its power. At worst, he would just turn his seclusion game into a tower defense game. So he just listened quietly, then handed the golden, crispy roasted corn on the cob in his hand to Hana Retsu. Kids shouldn't go around talking about killing all day long, Eat more whole grains to help you grow. Kobayashi Kansho picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip of the warm tea. If it's going to rain, it's going to rain. If a mother wants to remarry, she will. If the nobles want to fight, that's their business. As long as they don't come kicking down my front door, it doesn't matter to me even if the world is destroyed. He looked up at the visibly worried Unohana Kai, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that was extremely calm yet radiated absolute confidence. As for if someone really doesn't have eyes. Kobayashi Kansho didn't continue. But his attitude had already made everything clear. Watching Kobayashi Kansho's carefree demeanor, Unohana Kai's worries instantly vanished without a trace. That's right, what was he even worrying about? The person before him was a living Yama who could insta-kill a scarred face with a single sunflower seed shell. If those so-called rebel troops really dared to step even half a foot into this courtyard, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. It is I who worried too much. Your divine might naturally fears no such petty thugs. Unohana Kai laughed self-deprecatingly and raised his wine gourd again. A toast to you, my lord. This evening's barbecue banquet ended in an extremely harmonious, perhaps even slightly absurdly warm atmosphere. The night grew deeper. Unohana Kai knew this meal was a rare treat, so he ate until he was stuffed before dragging along Unohana Retsu, who was equally round-bellied and wobbly from eating, and left, offering 1,000 thanks as he bid farewell. Master, I'll come back to help you sweep tomorrow. Before leaving, the little girl didn't forget to turn back and shout. Get lost already, don't come tomorrow, I want to sleep in. Kobayashi Kansho closed the gate with a huff. The courtyard returned to a deathly silence once more. Kobayashi Kansho stretched lazily, tidied up the remnants on the stone table, and turned to head back inside to sleep. He slept very comfortably, or rather, his sleep quality had always been excellent. The next day, Unohana Kai bid farewell. He had only taken time out of his schedule to come back and see his daughter. Knowing that such a powerhouse as Kobayashi was by Retsu's side, he felt much more relaxed, at least he wouldn't have to worry too much about Retsu's safety in the future. It was just a pity that he hadn't built a good relationship with this living immortal when he was younger. If he had, maybe it would be him, not his daughter, by Kobayashi's side. Father, why must you leave? After walking a few dozen meters, Retsu, who was seeing him off, asked quite puzzledly, if you stayed at home, I don't think master would mind. Retsu. Unohana Kai's expression suddenly turned serious. He crouched down and placed a hand on the young girl's head, causing her to freeze, unsure why her father had suddenly become so grave. Unohana Kai said, in this world, one cannot rely solely on others. Although Lord Kobayashi is your master, you cannot trouble him with everything. He is your master, not your nanny. Therefore, I cannot stay and become a burden to you. Even if I don't amount to much in Lord Kobayashi's eyes, I at least have my own dignity. Unohana Kai's dignity made him unable to tolerate staying behind like a parasite. Let alone a parasite on his own daughter. Even if it meant dying in battle outside, he would not choose this path of comfort and ease. He hoped Unohana Retsu would be the same. As a father, I naturally hope you can grow up healthy and live a peaceful life. But as a warrior, I also hope you can carve out your own reputation. You are a genius, and with Lord Kobayashi's guidance, your future is limitless. On this path, comfort is your greatest enemy. Only those tempered in blade and blood are true powerhouses. Lord Kobayashi may be living in seclusion now, but he must have reached his current level through countless life and death battles. Therefore, your future is destined to be dangerous. I will worry about you, but I will not stop you from stepping into such a future, because I will also be proud of you. Hearing her father's words, Unohana Retsu's expression shifted slightly. She met her father's gaze, then nodded heavily. Yes. Unohana Retsu's eyes were firm. I will definitely become the strongest great swordmaster. I will not let down father's and master's teachings. Unohana Kai smiled with relief, stood up straight again, and turned around. All right, this is far enough. Go back and take good care of your master. I'm leaving, don't worry about me. He waved his hand and walked off into the distance. Yunohana Retsu watched her father's back disappear at the end of her line of sight, then turned around and returned to her home's courtyard. She picked up the tree branch and began practicing her swordsmanship again. She needed to become stronger. She couldn't let down her father's expectations. Not bad. Kobayashi lay on his armchair, leisurely basking in the sun. The father-daughter conversation between Yunohana Kai and Yunohana Retsu had reached his ears. Retsu's father was quite a character. No wonder he could raise the future, unprecedented great villain, strongest Shinigami, first captain of the 11th Division, and first Kenpachi, Yunohana Yakiru. The bitter winds of the northern desert blow, the empress who left the frontier longs to return to the palace Tilda. Humming the tune of Zhaojun Goes Beyond the Frontier, in the Chun Jie Shang Gong mode, Kobayashi returned to the house. He was about to do something big. What Yunohana Kai said yesterday had given him a slight sense of crisis. Moving was out of the question. He was a sentimental person who was attached to his bed. If it wasn't his own house or his own bed, he couldn't sleep. Besides, this place was quite good. Why should he have to move just because some villain might attack? He did want to lay low, but that only meant he didn't want to cause trouble, not that he was afraid of it. If anyone really took him for a soft persimmon to be squeezed, he had a temper too. So he needed to further strengthen his defenses. A prism tower alone was not enough. People of the Celestial Empire generally suffered from insufficient firepower phobia, and he was certainly no exception. In his eyes, no matter how much firepower there was, it was never enough. Turning the Shinigami game into a tower defense game wasn't bad, was it? He had already mastered the technology of the Prism Tower, so as long as he invested the effort, he could completely create something similar. The Prism Tower itself had the function of linking, so if he could link all the Prism Towers to a prism capable of amplifying light, a prism specifically for amplifying the power of the Prism Towers. This move naturally wouldn't be needed for ordinary people, but if a captain-level Shinigami were to come, then this Super Prism Tower would have to be deployed. Kobayashi Kansho was determined not to leave the house until he finished researching this Super Prism Tower. Besides defense, the necessary camouflage could not be lacking either. If utilized well, this type of optical technology could be perfectly combined with Kido to form an invisible barrier. By then, his home could be completely erased from this area, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it at all. Only those top-tier experts would be able to discover that a building was hidden here, right? Or perhaps he could apply some camouflage. Being merely invisible might actually be easier to detect, but what if he camouflaged his house as a forest? Or a small hill? Since he already had a prism tower, having a mirage tank, that wouldn't be excessive, right? Falling flowers fill the sky, obscuring the moonlight, borrowing a cup to offer upon the Phoenix Terrace Tilda. Kobayashi held a pen, sketching blueprints on paper while continuing to hum his little tune. In this enclosed office, he hadn't really paid attention to the passage of time. With his current technical prowess, having already mastered the corresponding technologies, researching Thea Super Prism and Phantom Veil was not a difficult task. In just over 10 days, he had basically researched this set of Phantom Veil. Though called a veil, it was actually a canopy, somewhat similar to the one Aizen placed over Las Noches. If something were covered by this thing, the contents inside would become invisible. But having this alone wasn't enough. Kobayashi also set up a set of Kido. Among Kido, Hado is combat-oriented, while Bakudo is utility-oriented. Compared to the combat-oriented Hado, he preferred the utility-oriented Bakudo. After all, Hado is, frankly speaking, just setting off fireworks. There's no technical content, and the power of a level 90 Hado might not even compare to him slashing the opponent with his sword. But Bakudo has many uses. Of course, there are many Kido that are not categorized into Hado or Bakudo, but if strictly classified, they should all be categorized under Bakudo. For example, the Kido Kobayashi was using now, named Mirror Gate, is a high-level barrier capable of reflecting all external attacks, though it is easily destroyed from the inside. Besides this, there was Bakudo-26 feet curved light, which was also a technique that covers objects, making them impossible to detect. Combining this mirror gate barrier, curved light, and the phantom canopy, Kobayashi's residence instantly vanished from its original spot. Looking from the outside, one would only feel that the place was empty, with nothing there at all. As for the subsequent camouflage matters, Kobayashi hadn't set them up yet. Better to get the invisibility sorted out first. There's still the super prism to work on. Thinking about it this way, his upcoming tasks were quite busy. At this moment, a faint yet extremely urgent buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the miniature master control formation plate in his sleeve. Kobayashi Kansho lowered his head and took out the formation plate. He saw that on the palm-sized screen of the formation plate, the green halo that originally represented absolute safety had completely vanished. Replacing it was an intensely blinding, scarlet blood-red light. And at the edge of the radar scan, that is, on the border of District 62. There were hundreds, thousands of densely packed red dots, like a tide of blood, carrying extremely violent and chaotic spiritual pressure, surging crazily toward the direction of Hanakare District. They came really fast. They said over half a month, but it's only been a little over 10 days and they're already here. Kobayashi Kansho watched those red dots representing slaughter and death, the laziness on his face completely disappearing. He looked up at the waning moon in the sky, which was completely obscured by dark clouds. The meat grinder of troubled times had already rolled to his doorstep ahead of schedule. Better not come and provoke me, otherwise. Hey! He looked up at the sky again. A night wind suddenly picked up, the waning moon in the sky was completely obscured by thick dark clouds, and the entire East Rukongai District 62 plunged into a suffocating darkness. He casually stuffed the formation plate back into his sleeve, his face showing no signs of panic. As a transmigration who was deeply familiar with the future trajectory of the Shinigami world, his mind was filled with Yawacha's, the almighty, Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu, and the unreasonable, perverted mechanisms of Squad Zero. Compared to those true monsters who could destroy the three realms or rewrite reality at will, these warlord remnants and hooligans running over to burn, kill, and loot under the cover of night were, in Kobayashi Kansho's eyes, nothing more than a group of slightly stronger ants. Although ants can't bite a person to death, crawling into the courtyard will still dirty the floor. Kobayashi Kansho yawned. Anyway, he had already set up his defenses, and he figured these small fry wouldn't be able to break through. However, before he could take a step, a terrifying, hair-raising spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from the courtyard of the Unohana residence next door. This spiritual pressure was so violent and cold, carrying a desire for destruction that was pure to the extreme, just like a vicious beast that had been sleeping for millions of years, suddenly opening its pair of scarlet eyes in the dead of night. Good grief, this girl has actually improved again. Kobayashi Kansho stopped, turned his head to look in the direction of the neighbor, a flash of surprise in his eyes. In this ancient era when even the Gotei 13 had not yet been established, Soul Society simply did not have precise spiritual pressure measurement units like Captain Class, or Lieutenant Class. People had two sets of standards for measuring strength. One was the nobility's spiritual power, but that was, after all, the nobility's terminology, known only to a small number of people, and most people had no way of detecting what rank their spiritual power was. The other set was the measurement method of the commoners, which was very simple and crude. Whoever's spiritual pressure could crush people until they couldn't breathe, and whoever's sword was sharper, was the strong one. Unohana Retsu was inherently gifted, and not long ago, she had eaten and drunk to her heart's content without restraint at Kobayashi's house, enjoying a top-tier reishi feast. Those high-concentration reishi, purified by the system, fermented and transformed crazily within her body. The massive spiritual pressure meant that this seemingly petite, 13 or 14-year-old girl's frame already contained power sufficient to make the vast majority of Shinigami in this era despair. He had already seen it when Unohana Retsu's father came. Retsu's strength had already surpassed her father. Her father could survive outside for hundreds of years, so he probably wasn't weak in this era, and Unohana's strength was even greater outside. And now, her strength had advanced further compared to 10 days ago, as if she had summarized previous experience and digested past accumulations. Her strength is barely enough to guard the door, but Kobayashi Kansho rubbed his chin and shook his head slightly. If this girl thinks she can roam the world with this bit of power, she is sorely mistaken. This amount of spiritual pressure, if placed 2,000 years later, probably wouldn't even be fit to carry Yuacha's shoes. She must continue to train, she cannot be arrogant. From Kobayashi Kansho's God's eye view, even as the future first Kenpachi, she was still a long way from being able to walk sideways through the three realms, let alone now, when she was merely a slightly capable seedling. He simply moved a chair, sat by the courtyard wall, pulled up the nearby surveillance, and watched the street outside with great interest, as if watching a play. At this moment, the streets of District 62 had descended into complete chaos. The light of torches tore through the darkness. Hundreds of Shinigami wielding Asachi were sweeping through like a plague of locusts, kicking open wooden doors along the way, slashing anyone they saw and looting whatever they found. The sounds of screaming, wild laughter, and collapsing houses intertwined, composing a cruel symphony of a chaotic age. And just as they were burning, killing, and looting, swish! An ink-black afterimage shot up without warning from inside the courtyard wall near Kobayashi's house. Like a bolt of black lightning surging upstream, it carved a cold arc through the night sky before slamming heavily down directly in front of the marauders. The immense impact caused the flagstone-paved ground to crack instantly, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Who goes there? A one-eyed samurai was taken aback and abruptly halted his steps. Dozens of long swords were drawn in an instant, eyes locked on the dust that was gradually settling. The dust settled. A young girl wearing loose training clothes stood quietly in place. In her hand, she did not hold the rough tree branch she had used during the day to practice the flowing water sword intent, but a real Zanpakuto. This Zanpakuto was the one previously held by the scar-faced man. Since Kobayashi didn't want it, Unohana Retsu had kept it for herself. With real equipment in hand, the feeling of practicing with the sword was completely different. The difference between a real sword and a wooden sword was simply too great. That was why Unohana had been working hard these past few days to adapt herself to this Zanpakuto. At this moment, she slowly raised her head. In those eyes hidden beneath the shadows, there was no fear, no pity. There was only an endless killing intent, so pure it made one's soul tremble. You trash! Unohana Retsu's raspy voice echoed through the silent street, carrying a bone-chilling, morbid excitement. To dare to disturb Master's rest, to disturb my sword practice. You are truly unforgivable. Seeing that the person blocking their path was just a little girl holding a sword, the Shinigami were stunned for a moment, then erupted into deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was some peerless expert, but it turns out to be a brain-damaged little girl. You think you can play hero with some broken sword you picked up from who knows where. Little girl, this isn't the time to play house. The one-eyed samurai couldn't even be bothered to make a move himself, he waved his hand disdainfully. Go, a few of you, chop her into pieces. Don't waste my time looting. The big shots of the Ryudoji clan said that whatever we loot today is ours. Yes, boss. Four savage-looking marauders walked out of the ranks with sinister grins, raised their blood-stained katanas, and slashed mercilessly toward Unohana Retsu's head, neck, and limbs. The blades tore through the air, emitting a teeth-gritting whistle. Facing this lethal strike, Unohana Retsu didn't even blink. In her field of vision, the movements of these people were as slow as insects struggling in a swamp. The trajectories of their sword swings, the points of muscular exertion, and even the flaws in their Raryoku circulation were all perfectly visible to her. Too slow, too messy. Hana Retsu recalled the fluid and effortless movements of Kobayashi Kansho making tea, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of her mouth. When she had challenged her master before, she must have looked like this in slow motion to him. No wonder she couldn't touch a single hair on her master no matter how she ambushed him. Flowing water. Formless. The next instant, Hana Retsu's figure suddenly vanished from where she stood. There was no earth-shattering explosion of Raryoku, nor any flashy start to her technique. She was like a drop of water merging into the ocean, cutting into the gaps of the four marauders, attacks with a trajectory that completely defied human visual logic, with extreme smoothness. Poochie. 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 Four consecutive, hair-raising thuds overlapped almost simultaneously. The four marauders, who had been holding their long swords high, instantly stiffened. They widened their eyes and looked down in disbelief, staring at the hair-thin yet bottomless line of blood across their throats. After switching to a real sword, Hana Retsu's cutting power was even greater. She didn't even need to exert much Raryoku, she simply rushed forward and severed their vital points. No, her movements couldn't even be called hacking, it was just a moment of passing by, following the momentum of flowing water, to lightly swipe across their throats. Bang, 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 bang. The four corpses fell into the pool of blood in unison like torn sacks, and blood dyed the flagstones of the street red like a fountain. The entire scene was deathly silent. The wild laughter on the one-eyed samurai's face froze completely, and his single eye was filled with undisguisable terror. One move. Just one move, and without even seeing how the opponent had struck, four of his best men had become four corpses. What kind of ghostly killing technique was this? She's strange. Everyone, attack together. The one-eyed samurai roared hoarsely. Although the remaining 40-plus Shinigami were terrified, driven by the ferocity honed from years of slaughter, they still roared and unleashed all the Raryoku within their bodies, converging into a chaotic but massive torrent that pressed down on Hana Retsu like a landslide. They unleashed their Raryoku and charged toward Hana Retsu in unison. Facing this joint strangulation by dozens of people, not only did Hana Retsu not retreat, but the excitement in her eyes grew even more intense. Attacking together to compare Raryoku. Perfect. She took a deep breath and released the Raryoku within her without reservation at this moment. Boom. If the Raryoku of those Shinigami earlier was the barking of a pack of wild dogs, then the Raryoku erupting from within Hana Retsu at this moment was the roar of an ancient dragon. Dark red Raryoku shot into the sky like a tangible substance, forming a terrifying vortex that seemed visible to the naked eye, directly overpowering the Raryoku of those dozens of people. PFF'd. Hana Retsu was going all out now. Her figure vanished almost instantly, and when she appeared again, she was holding her sword with both hands, maintaining the posture of a forward swing, behind those dozens of Shinigami. Those dozens of Shinigami were still running forward, still staring at Hana Retsu's previous position, and then, suddenly, their heads fell off their bodies one after another. Behind the wall, Kobayashi Kansho, who was watching the show, nodded slightly. Not bad. All those meals previously didn't go to waste. This density of Ryutsu is enough to go, Muso, in a pile of fodder. However, her bloodlust is truly impossible to restrain by nature. Kobayashi Kansho had no intention of going out to stop her. Since these people were the ones who came looking for trouble first, and since his disciple wanted to fight, he would let her fight to her heart's content. As long as she didn't tear down his courtyard wall, she could do whatever she wanted. On the battlefield, the one-sided slaughter had already begun. Hana Retsu was like a starving wolf rushing into a flock of sheep, her Zanpakuto turning into a grim reaper's scythe. The dozens of Shinigami from before had been killed by her, but there were hundreds of Shinigami wearing Shihakusho who had broken into this area. They had originally been scattered throughout the streets, burning and looting, but now, hearing the commotion from this side, they had all rushed over. Yet Hana was completely fearless, she would kill as many as came. Her movements, which seemed chaotic but actually followed a certain wondrous rhythm, wove through the crowd. Every swing of her Zanpakuto brought up a spray of bewitching blood. She was no longer killing with a single blow, instead, she began to enjoy the process of stripping away life. Severing tendons, shattering knees, slicing open abdomens. Her movements were elegant and cruel, as if she were performing an art show called slaughter. Those Shinigami who were usually cold-blooded killers were now, in front of her, as fragile as paper toys, unable to even touch a corner of her clothing. Fresh blood dyed her worn-out training clothes red. Severed limbs covered the once tidy street. The shrill screams echoed through the night sky, but to Yunohana Retsu's ears, these were the most beautiful notes in the world. The endless desire for battle and slaughter that had originally existed in her bones was thoroughly awakened in this unreserved massacre. Not enough. Too weak. You are all too weak. Yunohana Retsu didn't swing her blade to cut. Instead, she used the flat of the blade to forcefully crush the skull of someone attempting a sneak attack. Hot brain matter splattered onto her cheek, but she didn't even notice, instead letting out a hair-raising, frenzied laugh. The swordsmanship master taught me shouldn't just be used to kill trash like you. Get up. Keep fighting. Her originally pitch-black eyes were now stained with a layer of scarlet blood-colored due to extreme excitement. In less than half an incense stick of time, an army of 400 to 500 people had been completely wiped out. The street was littered with corpses, and blood gathered into small streams, slowly flowing along the cracks in the flagstones. 400 or 500 people was not a small number. After all, most souls did not have the aptitude for spiritual power, and those with spiritual power aptitude were not necessarily able to become Shinigami who possessed a Zanpakuto. But now, they had all died at the hands of this petite young girl. They were supposed to have made a fortune today. They had already figured it out. Hanakare district was a notoriously soft target. The districts closer to the front had decent environments, and many had already been occupied by some noble family. The districts further back had extremely harsh environments, filled with villains and heroes. Those who could survive in such an environment were not to be trifled with. Hanakare district was sandwiched in the middle, belonging to the buffer zone where villains and nobles eased their relations. But now, in such a soft target area, just when they were thinking of enjoying themselves, Yunohana Retsu transformed into a reaper of lives, shattering all their dreams. The one-eyed samurai was the only person still alive. He was not injured, just gripping the Zanpakuto in his hand tightly. He was the person in charge of this operation, and naturally, his strength was the greatest. But facing the ferocious Yunohana Retsu, he couldn't help but want to retreat. He really hadn't expected that a mission that was supposed to be a sure thing would turn into such a situation. You go die too. Seeing that only the one-eyed man was left, Yunohana Retsu laughed and rushed towards him again. You brat. The one-eyed man was furious. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Reap his life. Magetsu. He directly released his Zanpakuto, and flames instantly ignited on the blade. He hadn't made a move before because he was observing Yunohana Retsu's sword techniques and using his underlings to exhaust her Ryutsu. This method was effective. After half an incense stick of time of slaughter, Yunohana's Ryutsu had weakened quite a bit. Striking now, his win rate could increase by 20%. The flaming blade slashed towards Yunohana instantly, and the latter was also rushing over. The two clashed in midair. Don't look at Yunohana's small body. In terms of strength, she was even greater than the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man's lunging body was suddenly blasted back by the immense power. He hurriedly threw the flames from his blade, but Yunohana simply drew a circle with her blade in front of herself, and the next moment, the flames actually rotated with the tip of her blade. Then they were directly flung to the side. Yunohana grinned, and after breaking through the flames, she activated Shunpo, arriving directly in front of the one-eyed man. So fast. The one-eyed man's Zanpakuto, Magetsu, was a fire-type Zanpakuto that also boosted his speed, but facing Yunohana's Shunpo, he couldn't even react. Yunohana pierced his chest with a single strike. PFF'd. Facing the one-eyed man who could release his Zanpakuto, Yunohana still held the absolute upper hand. Ugh! The one-eyed man was pierced by this blade and immediately vomited blood, while Unohana pulled out her blade, dodging the bright red liquid that was spat out. More blood sprayed from the one-eyed man's chest, and his body subsequently went limp, causing him to kneel directly on the ground. Unohana stood before him. The kneeling one-eyed man and Unohana were about the same height. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Unohana was filled only with terror. He swore that the most brutal warlord he had ever seen in his life was not half as terrifying as this little girl before him. She wasn't killing people at all, she was enjoying the pleasure of destruction. The key was, how old was she? At her teenage age, what was the difference between her and an infant among Shinigami? Yet, such a young child had wiped out hundreds of his subordinates, and even he himself had been finished off. What a joke. Don't come over, please, don't come over. Unohana Retsu took a step forward. Although they were about the same height now, her eyes looked down upon the shivering man with a condescending attitude. The scarlet in her eyes gradually faded, returning to their usual coldness. Unohana didn't speak, merely raising her zanpakuto extremely slowly. Amidst the one-eyed man's increasingly terrified gaze, the blade fell from above. PFF'd. With a soft sound, Unohana precisely severed the one-eyed samurai's head, completely ending his fear. Unohana Retsu casually kicked the Cyclops' head, which had rolled beside her, to the side. She took a deep breath of the thick, lingering scent of blood in the air, her chest heaving violently. This is what battle is. This is the power to strip away life that Master spoke of. She stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, looking up at the waning moon that had emerged from the night sky at some unknown point, her lips curling into a morbid yet breathtaking arc. Although she had beaten up the hooligans who came to Master's house last time, the level of stimulation back then couldn't compare to tonight. Back then, she had focused more on protecting Master, but this time, she had truly killed to her heart's content. The unprecedented, monstrous villain who would one day make the entire Soul Society tremble in fear had officially completed her first step of evolution tonight in District 62. Master. She turned her head at this moment, looking in the direction of Master, then her mouth opened slightly. Master. Where is the house? The high walls and large courtyard of the Kobayashi residence that used to be near her home. It's gone. Master. Unohana panicked instantly. Did Master leave? When did he leave? How could she not have sensed it at all? Master. Don't leave me behind. Unohana bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, looking as if she were about to burst into tears at any moment. She hurried to the spot where the Kobayashi residence used to be. Seeing nothing ahead, her heart felt as if it had been torn apart by something, as if it were as empty as the scene before her, yet also filled with a pain as turbulent as a stormy sea. In disbelief, she rushed forward, only for her head to slam into something with a bang. Unohana paused, touched her forehead, and then, with another bang, slammed her head into it again. Hiss. Unohana crouched down, covering her forehead with both hands, tears streaming down from the pain. It hurts so much. Tilda. Although she said it hurt, she was overjoyed inside. Master's house was still there. Master hadn't left. Master hadn't abandoned her. Inside the courtyard walls, Kobayashi Kancho had silently watched the entire massacre and reached out to rub his stiff cheeks. Good grief, this girl is truly ruthless. If this were in modern society, it would definitely be a life sentence at the very least. He shook his head. Although the lethality Unohana Retsu displayed was far beyond ordinary people, in Kobayashi Kancho's view, this still didn't count as any great skill. She's certainly efficient at taking out grunts, but as for Shinigami Zanjutsu is already becoming an obsolete method. Being able to release a Zanpakuto is the true path. Pure slaughter like this will become increasingly rare in later eras. Although Zanpakuto had been forged for some years, in the end, it hadn't even been 1,000 years. For the Soul Society with its million-year history, Zanpakuto were still considered a novelty. Therefore, most people were still using the old ways, which was fighting with the so-called Zanhakuto Hohokido. Later on, they would realize that a Zanpakuto had excellent abilities, and mastering Shikai and Bankai would yield explosive combat power far stronger than Zanhakuto Hoho Kido. Of course, this didn't mean Zanhakuto Hoho Kido wasn't important. In fact, even the Gote 13 2000 years later would still need to learn Zanhakuto Hoho Kido. But the enhancement from a Zanpakuto could allow one to become an expert much faster. Training in Zanhakuto Hoho Kido was more of an auxiliary means to strengthen oneself so that one could complete the release of a Zanpakuto. For example, Yamamoto's Kido must be powerful, right? But the forbidden technique Yamamoto used by sacrificing one of his arms, Hado number 96, Ito Kaso, when blasted at Aizen, only got some dust on him. That power wasn't even as good as just slashing him with Ryujin Jaka. Aizen's black coffin is powerful, right? When used on Sajin Komamura, he just lay there for a while and was fine. Similarly, during the battle in Karakura town, Aizen could achieve the same result with just a casual slash. Therefore, in Kobayashi's view, the most important parts of Zanhakuto Hoho Kido were Zanjutsu and Shunpo. Because these two techniques could truly be perfectly combined with a Zanpakuto. Zanjutsu could increase the power of a Zanpakuto strike, and Shunpo could help avoid being struck by others and allow one to strike others better. It was that simple. Forget it, let her be. Anyway, with me backing her up, she can go crazy for a while if she wants. In original history, she could become an unprecedented monstrous villain, the strongest Shinigami, the first Kenpachi. With my guidance and Ryutsu food, she should be even more powerful than originally. Kobayashi Kansho yawned, then chuckled. Because at this moment, he also saw the scene on the monitor of Yunohana slamming her head into his door. How could this little girl be so accident-prone? Come in. Kobayashi clicked his tongue, regained his composure, and said to the outside. Yunohana tried pushing the door open, and only after walking in did she realize that everything was still there. After letting out a sigh of relief, she hurried to Kobayashi's side and hugged his leg. Master. You scared me to death just now. I thought you had left. Kobayashi patted Yunohana's head and said, leaving is impossible. I just used some methods to conceal my surface presence. If there's an opportunity, I need to further modify it. It would be best if I could exile myself into another dimension. Huh. Yunohana didn't quite understand Kobayashi's train of thought, but that wasn't very important right now. She excitedly clung to Kobayashi's trouser leg and said, Master, you didn't see. That bunch of fools broke into Hanakare district, and I stepped up. Beating them was like chopping melons and vegetables. The feeling of killing is so satisfying. The stimulation when the blade slides across their throats, hearts, eyes, and thighs. Oh my. I'm so happy I'm about to faint. Hey, show some fear, act normal. Kobayashi's mouth twitched. Looking at Yunohana, who seemed to have broken down, he felt once again that her reputation as the unprecedented monstrous villain was well deserved. This girl was truly a born killer. At such a young age, she actually took pleasure in killing. Simply hopeless. Huh. Yunohana heard Kobayashi's seemingly rambling words and tilted her head. Master, what did you just say? I said, it's not that you can't kill, but it depends on who you are killing. The strong wield their blades against the stronger, and the weak wield their blades against the weaker. So, if someone actively wields a blade against you, then killing them is fine, but you must never bully the weak for no reason. Do you understand? Yunohana nodded somewhat blankly and said, I haven't bullied anyone either. It's always others coming to find me, and then I fight back. Besides, what's the point of bullying the weak? If I'm going to fight, I'll definitely pick strong people to fight. The strong swing their blades at the stronger, the weak swing their blades at the weaker. Yunohana was lost in thought regarding this statement she had made to Kobayashi Kansho. So that's how it is. Her blood was still boiling within her, and she couldn't wait to find someone to fight. She craved a deathmatch with the strong. She thought about it carefully. She didn't just crave killing others, but rather the sensation that arose when she was killing someone, as their blade drew near to her own body. That feeling of being on the verge of death in the next second, that feeling as if a blade had pierced her body and was churning inside her stomach, twisting her internal organs together. Thrilling. A life or death thrill. This kind of thrill could not be felt when facing the weak. It required facing the truly strong. Or facing the strong, formed by the union of countless weaklings. So that's it. Hana had another epiphany. I am not craving slaughter. I am craving to be killed. Wait a second. Kobayashi Kansho nearly spat out the soda he was drinking. I really want to crack open that skull of yours to see what's actually going on inside. How did you suddenly come to such a conclusion? Just like that, she craved to be killed. From a natural-born psychopathic killer to someone wanting to commit suicide. It was as if a sadist had turned into a masochist. Hee, I like the feeling of challenging the strong, and challenging the strong comes with a high probability of death, right? Hana gave a sheepish smile, then rolled her eyes and added. Master, teach me more advanced zanjutsu. I want to become stronger. Only when I am strong can my opponents be stronger. Go away, go play somewhere else. Kobayashi Kansho waved his hand. What I've taught you before is enough for you to learn for 100 years. But, no buts. Go back, I need to continue my great scientific research. If you have the time, hurry up and clean up your spoils, so the stench of corpses doesn't drift everywhere. Alright. Hana left, somewhat dejected, preparing to continue her great cleaning endeavor. The next day, the morning mist, carrying a hint of cool moisture, slowly descended upon East Rukongai District 62. The one-sided bloody massacre from last night felt like nothing more than an unreal dream. When the first ray of sunlight pierced the clouds and shone upon the heavy mahogany gate of the Kobayashi household, the flagstone street outside had already been scrubbed clean. Except for a faint, lingering scent of rust in the air, there was no trace left of the hundreds of people who had died there. Phew. Hana Retsu walked in from outside the courtyard, carrying 2 empty wooden buckets. She had spent the entire night not only dragging those 400 or 500 mangled corpses to be buried deep in the mass grave behind the mountain, but also drawing hundreds of buckets of stream water to scrub the streets in front of and behind the gate until they were spotless. As the future first great villain who would make the entire Soul Society tremble with fear, her cleanup work was already exceptionally proficient. However, although the physical labor had ended, the restlessness in Hana Retsu's heart could not be calmed. The hearty battle from last night had completely awakened the craving for blood, slaughter, and combat deep within her bones. That thrill of easily slicing open an enemy's throat with a blade and feeling life slip away in her hands was like an addictive poison, gnawing at her sanity every single moment. At this moment, although she stood obediently in the courtyard, the dark red spiritual pressure inside her was like a fierce beast trapped in a cage, anxiously thrashing about, ready to lose control and run wild at any moment. My heart is so restless. Hana Retsu bit her lower lip, her brows furrowed tightly. She desperately wanted to find someone to fight again, even if she were beaten to a pulp. It would be better than this suffocating feeling of power having nowhere to vent within her. But looking across the entire Hanacare district, apart from her master, there wasn't a single living person who could withstand even one of her strikes. And go spar with her master. She would have dared to before. But now that she had become his apprentice, she wouldn't dare even if she were given 10 times the courage. Carrying this agitated mood, Hana Retsu looked up and walked into Kobayashi Kansho's hidden courtyard. There, Kobayashi Kansho was squatting in front of a flower bed, wearing loose cotton pajamas. In his hand, he held a pair of seemingly ordinary large gardening shears, staring blankly at a bonsai of a welcoming pine that had grown a bit too luxuriantly. A warlord conflict had just broken out outside yesterday, with dead bodies everywhere. The flames of war could burn down this courtyard wall at any moment. Although Hana had handled it, she had only handled the first wave of the attack. The Hanacare district would sooner or later be targeted again. After all, this world would only become increasingly chaotic. At such a critical juncture, how could her master still have the heart to fiddle with flowers and plants? Hana Retsu could not understand it at all. She set down the water buckets, walked forward with light steps, and stood 3 steps away from Kobayashi Kansho, silently watching this man whom she could never quite read. Master. Hana Retsu hesitated for a moment, then finally couldn't help but speak, breaking the morning silence. Those rebel soldiers said last night that they belonged to a noble family. Now that they've been wiped out, the noble family behind them could send more, stronger people here at any time. Are we, really just going to do nothing and wait like this? Hearing the voice behind him, Kobayashi Kansho didn't even turn his head. Wait like this? Who said I wasn't doing anything? Kobayashi Kansho yawned, casually gesturing in the air with the large shears in his hand. Aren't I busy working on a major task concerning the geomantic lifeline of this courtyard? Look at this welcoming pine bonsai. It originally had a quite unique shape, but after a year of neglect, it has unknowingly grown so many ugly side branches and leaves. If I don't prune it quickly, the original artistic conception will be completely ruined. As he spoke, Kobayashi Kansho cut down without hesitation. Snap! A thick side branch that was clearly growing away from the main trunk was cleanly clipped off and fell into the soil. Watching that vibrant pine branch being ruthlessly severed, Hana Retsu's eye twitched involuntarily. The agitation in the depths of her heart became even more intense, and even her breathing became somewhat heavy. But master, what time is it now? There are thousands of enemies outside. Hana Retsu raised her voice, her tone carrying a hint of undisguised anxiety and killing intent. Just say the word, and your disciple will rush out with her blade right now and slaughter every single one of those guys who dare to step into District 62. I will absolutely not let them disturb your quiet cultivation. Kobayashi Kansho stopped his movements. He slowly turned his head, his usually lazy, dead fish eyes now revealing a depth that made it impossible to look him in the eye. Kobayashi Kansho, of course, knew what state this girl was in. Last night's slaughter had given her a taste of the sweetness of power. She had even said that foolish thing about craving to be killed yesterday. He had to knock her down a peg and cool her off. Kill them all. Kobayashi Kansho turned around, his gaze falling once again upon the potted guest greeting pine, his voice flat and devoid of any ripples. Slaughter cannot solve your problems. He reached out and fiddled with the pine needles on the bonsai, which still appeared quite chaotic. Your heart is too chaotic right now. Kobayashi Kansho's voice was not loud, but to Hana Retsu's ears, it was like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums, causing her to shudder. Do you think that because you killed a few hundred grunts last night, you are already invincible? Do you think that the rampaging power within your body is truly under your complete control? Kobayashi Kansho raised the gardening shears in his hand, the blades flashing with a cold, icy gleam in the morning sunlight. Your heart right now is just like this overgrown guest greeting pine. It is filled with arrogance, impatience, and those restless desires for slaughter. Snap! With another crisp sound, a branch growing horizontally was precisely snipped off. These superfluous distracting thoughts are like these messy branches. Although they may look lush and full of vitality, in reality, they are constantly draining nutrients from the main trunk. Kobayashi Kansho flicked his wrist, and the shears darted quickly between the branches and leaves of the bonsai. His movements remained as casual and lazy as ever, even looking like those of a retired old man whiling away time in a park. Yet, every opening and closing of the shears was so precise that it made one's scalp tingle. There was not a hint of hesitation, not a trace of sloppiness. What he was cutting away was not just tree branches, but the shackles hindering the flow of life force. There are too many thoughts in your head, just like these extra branches, they interfere with your focus and drain your energy. Snap! 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 Accompanied by Kobayashi Kansho's calm instructions, the shears transformed into trails of silver afterimages in midair. Large amounts of broken branches and fallen leaves scattered downwards. True strength is not measured by how many sword beams you can unleash, nor by how many people you can kill. It is knowing how to let go. Kobayashi Kansho stopped his movements and retracted the shears to his side. Strip away the redundant, discard the dross, and keep the essence. Sever those unnecessary distractions, and concentrate all your spirit and power into the battle without reservation. Battle is battle, slaughter is slaughter, protection is protection. If you swing your blade just to vent your desires as you do now, you will only sink deeper and deeper into this pleasure, eventually becoming unable to extricate yourself. In the end, you will even throw away your life just for the sake of fighting. Retsu, I hope you can grow, not sacrifice everything for the sake of fighting. One must be alive to fight. As long as you survive, you will sooner or later encounter stronger opponents, climb higher peaks, engage in more thrilling and intense battles, and find a higher meaning to life. If you are merely driven by inner desire to fight, then one day, you will be killed by this very desire within you. Even if you remain alive, you will be nothing more than a walking corpse. After saying this, Kobayashi Kansho took a step back, clearing the view. See for yourself. Unohana Retsu stood dazed in place, following the position Kobayashi Kansho had vacated, and cast her gaze upon the guest greeting pine that had just been pruned. Exclamation mark. The moment she saw the bonsai clearly, a thunderclap seemed to explode in Unohana Retsu's mind. It was no longer a potted plant that appeared bloated and chaotic due to wild growth. After pruning away nearly 2/3 of the lush branches and leaves, the remaining trunk and a few core branches presented an ultimate aesthetic of solitary loftiness and uprightness, like a blue dragon emerging from the sea. Without the competition from those messy branches, although this guest greeting pine looked much barer, the life force it radiated was 100 times stronger than before. All the vitality and all the nutrients were perfectly concentrated on this single main trunk. It no longer expanded blindly in all directions, but pointed straight to the heavens, exuding an indomitable will to live that was pure to the extreme. This. Unohana Retsu stared fixedly at the guest greeting pine, her pupils beginning to contract violently, then dilate. Draining the nutrients from the main trunk. Stripping away the redundant, discarding the dross to keep the essence. Concentrating energy, not letting inner thoughts scatter one's spirit, not being disturbed or dominated by the desires welling up from within. She recalled her battle yesterday. Yes, she had indeed killed everyone. But the reason she had killed for so long was that while she swung her sword, her mind was filled with all sorts of distracting thoughts. She not only wanted to kill them but also wanted to torment her enemies, wanted to admire their expressions of fear, longed to remain active longer on that bloody battlefield, wanted to show off the power she had just comprehended, and yearned for that life or death thrill. These superfluous thoughts were like the messy branches on this bonsai. Although they made her process of slaughter look extremely flamboyant and terrifying, they severely dispersed the power of her sword strikes. Most importantly, being dominated by bodily instinct was like being a wild horse off its tether. If she continued like this, sooner or later she would drive herself into the abyss. Master. Unohana Retsu's breathing became rapid. She looked at Kobayashi Kansho's seemingly lazy, yet actually unfathomable back, and her eyes reddened before she realized it. While the outside world was fighting tooth and nail over scraps of territory and resources, Master was here in this small space, using the most ordinary pair of gardening shears to demonstrate to her the core truth of the way of the sword and even life itself. What kind of transcendent realm must one possess to be able to teach in such a way, using objects to illustrate human nature and integrating the profound philosophy of simplicity into everyday details? Retsu, I will ask you one more question. Kobayashi said again. Master, please speak. What is the difference between a king and a steed? What? Unohana was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why Master had suddenly shifted the topic to this so-called king and steed. Did this have anything to do with what they were discussing before? Kobayashi, however, said with a rather mischievous tone, I am not asking you some childish riddle about humans and horses, or 2 legs versus 4 legs. What is a steed? It is the absolute desire for battle, to pursue fighting and power at all costs, to ruthlessly destroy the enemy, and to tear them into pieces. It is the deeply ingrained, crystal clear reaction to slaughter that is imprinted at the most primitive foundation of all things, deep within everyone's body. This explicit instinct, this beast-like intuition, is exactly what makes a steed possess such powerful combat capability. But a king is different. A king only needs to master the steed, turning this naked instinct into a weapon in their own hands. In doing so, they can claim the steed's combat power as their own, fully mastering their own instincts without being driven or dominated by them. Retsu, do you wish to be a steed that pursues battle at all costs, or do you want to be a king who masters their instincts and walks the path of the true strong? Upon hearing Kobayashi's words, Hana felt momentarily bewildered. Her little head needed some time to digest and understand the meaning behind Kobayashi's words. The king and the mount. But there was one thing Hana was certain of. I want to pursue true strength. Hana looked at Kobayashi, gritted her teeth, and said, Master. I want to become a king. I don't want to be a mount anymore. I want to be the king who dominates the mount. Kobayashi was very satisfied with Hana's answer. He felt that the guest greeting pine he had pruned today was perfect. Not only was the shape beautiful, but he had also taken the opportunity to give his disciple a lesson in ideological and political education. It could truly be called killing two birds with one stone. It seemed his theory of the king and the mount hadn't been plagiarized in vain. No, how could this be called plagiarism? It was clearly completely different. According to White's theory regarding the king and the mount of White and Ichigo, the one who recklessly pursues battle and follows their instincts is the king. But what Kobayashi said was that the one who recklessly battles and pursues instincts is the mount. However, White's words were just talk. After all, as the embodiment of instinct, he was actually the mount, while Ichigo, who didn't recklessly pursue battle, was the king. Therefore, the theory Kobayashi adapted didn't have any flaws. He patted the dust off his hands with satisfaction. Just then, Retsu suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Kobayashi. What are you doing now? Kobayashi's mouth twitched. How did this little one suddenly kneel down while they were talking? With tears in her eyes, Hana said, if not for Master, I would never have understood these things. I would have become a mount dominated by instinct. Well, hearing this, Kobayashi pulled Hana up and said, what I said just now wasn't to deny instinct, nor did I mean to say that a king is superior to a mount. Human instinct is also a part of a person, perhaps even the most core part. Therefore, following instinct and dominating instinct are two paths that cannot be ranked as higher or lower. It's just that, personally, I don't wish for you to be dominated by your instincts. Kobayashi sighed and said, because if that happens, you will die sooner or later. I don't want you to die, which is why I said those few extra words. There is no need to think that what I said is some kind of profound truth. I will not die. A glint shone in Hana Retsu's eyes. Master doesn't want me to die. Then I will never die. I will stay by Master's side forever. No, that's not necessary. Kobayashi felt a bit of a headache. I don't intend to restrict your freedom. The word, forever, carries too much weight. No one can make a promise using the word, forever. But alright, go back and think carefully about what I said earlier. When you have figured it out yourself, come and tell me your answer. Having said that, Kobayashi returned to his room. He didn't want an answer from Hana while she was in such an emotional state, he wanted an answer she had arrived at after thinking deeply and carefully. In the courtyard, Hana Retsu was left alone once again. She looked at the closed door, and instead of feeling dejected, the light in her eyes grew even brighter. Master is truly an expert. No ordinary person can compare to him. Hana Retsu clenched her fists, her gaze becoming increasingly firm. A strong desire for battle surged uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart. But she suppressed it again. She could not be dominated by this desire. No, that's not right. Master also said that she shouldn't resist instinct, but rather dominate it. How does one dominate it? Go, or not go? Which one counts as domination? What must one do to be considered a king? Retsu's heart was suddenly in a bit of turmoil. Master's words were too vague. Forget it. Just go out and see, and she'll know. Sitting quietly in the courtyard won't yield any answers. Hana ran out of the courtyard and headed to the mountain behind it, not far away. Deep in the jungle, the dense canopy blocked the sunlight, making the area appear dark and damp. Hana Retsu moved quickly through the tree branches. Suddenly, her figure stopped on a thick tree branch. In a swampy area dozens of meters below, a wild boar the size of a small mountain, covered in black bristles like steel needles, was snorting and rooting through the mud. A wild boar. Before Kobayashi started feeding her, she used to come to this mountain behind the house to hunt for game herself. But she had never seen such a ferocious wild boar before. What a huge wild boar, it's almost like a hollow. Hana Retsu gripped her Zanpakuto tightly, a flash of fighting spirit appearing in her eyes. She wanted to jump down right now and fight it with the most violent, most primitive means. But just as she was about to move, she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the world in front of her had changed. Battle is not slaughter, and certainly not butchery. A single killing blow is all that is needed. She moved. Hana Retsu's figure was like a meteorite falling from the sky, carrying a sense of unyielding determination as she dove straight down from the canopy. The giant wild boar below sensed the sound of something breaking through the air above it. It let out a deafening roar and suddenly lifted its massive head, adorned with sharp tusks, charging fiercely upwards to meet the shadow in midair. Facing the terrifying charge that could shatter a city wall, Hana Retsu did not dodge at all in midair. Thwip! There was no earth-shattering sound of collision, nor was there a gruesome scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. The blade in Hana's hand pierced into the wild boar's thick body with extreme precision, as if it were cutting into a piece of soft tofu. This single strike was as if it had pierced a specific weak point of the wild boar. Thud! The wild boar's massive body fell from midair and slammed heavily into the swamp, splashing mud everywhere. One strike. Without even having time to let out a scream, this huge wild boar had already completely perished. And on the surface of its body, other than a single blood spot the size of the blade's edge, there were no other obvious wounds. Hana Retsu landed steadily on the clearing at the edge of the swamp. Ha! Hana let out a gentle breath. No unnecessary movements were needed, one only needed to use the most concise movements to execute the most lethal killing blow. This was the first point from all those things Master Kobayashi had said earlier. This was teaching her Zanjutsu. And the king and the mount was the second point, this was teaching her about her own heart. Battles in the world of Bleach might look like mere collisions of Ryutsu against Ryutsu, and ability against ability, but another very important aspect was the battle of the heart. The so-called heart, body, and technique were all extremely important links in battle. Before, it was always Master who let me eat. This time, I want to bring some back for Master as well. Hana looked at the wild boar lying in the swamp, walked over, and suddenly reached out to drag the large wild boar. She wanted to bring it back to her home, roast it well, and let Master witness her skills. Your cooking is not bad. In Kobayashi's courtyard, he took a piece of roasted wild boar from Hana and took a big bite. Juices overflowed, and as Kobayashi felt the melting fat in his mouth, he couldn't help but feel a sense of blissful fulfillment. Since Hana had brought such a large wild boar directly, it saved him the trouble of using the gourmet tablecloth to generate food. The gourmet tablecloth couldn't actually be used indefinitely, using it required electricity. However, since he had mastered photoelectric conversion technology and could charge it using solar energy, he wasn't really short on energy. Master. Seeing Kobayashi eating with such gusto, Hana's eyes lit up. Receiving his praise made her quite satisfied. However, she took the opportunity to say, Master, I have already grasped the focus you spoke of earlier. Could you provide me with further guidance? Kobayashi said while eating. There's really nothing to teach there. Honestly, instead of learning this style or that style, you'd be better off learning how to swing your sword. Swing my sword. Hana was stunned upon hearing this. How else was there to learn how to swing a sword? However, she felt that what her master said must have its reasons, so she asked, Master, could you explain in more detail? There's nothing to detail. Kobayashi put down the piece of meat from the thigh and said earnestly, a sword is a weapon of violence, and swordsmanship is the art of killing. All swordsmanship exists to serve the purpose of killing. Therefore, what you need to do is maximize the efficiency of killing, which means maximizing the efficiency of your sword swings. The strongest swordsmanship in this world is the art of fast swords. As long as you can swing your sword faster than anyone else, there is no one you cannot kill. Art of fast swords. Hana murmured to herself, faster than anyone else. Right. There was a man named Afe who practiced swinging his sword 10,000 times every day. 10 years later, he became the fast sword, Afe. There was also a man named Fu Hongxue who practiced drawing his blade tens of thousands of times daily, and later he became Theseward Saint, Fu Hongxue. Hana's eyes turned into dots in surprise. She asked in astonishment, Afe. Fu Hongxue. How have I never heard of these two great figures? To be called a sword saint, how powerful must they be? The title of saint is not something that can be casually bestowed upon anyone. Of course you haven't heard of them, but it's enough that I know. Kobayashi chuckled. He certainly wouldn't say that these were characters from the martial arts novels he had read in his previous life. He simply said, you just need to understand the principle that in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Hana's eyes brightened even more. Her breathing quickened, and she jumped up. So that's it. She said. I understand. I know what I must do. Master. I'm leaving first. Please take your time eating. I'll come back later to clean up the dishes. She didn't even care about eating anymore. She grabbed the Zanpakuto placed to the side and ran out of the courtyard, preparing to return home to practice her sword swings. This girl, she really is impatient. Doing strenuous exercise right after eating is bad for the body. Kobayashi sighed. If he messed with things like this, he really didn't know if Retsu's future would turn out like the original version. Moreover, theoretically speaking, a Zanpakuto represents a person's heart. If Hana's heart changed, it was hard to say whether her Zanpakuto would still be Minazuki. Meanwhile, in Hanakare district, while Kobayashi was teaching Hana. Deep within the Saraite, the massive mansion of the Ryudoji clan, which usually exuded an air of unapproachable majesty, was currently shrouded in a deathly silence that seemed to freeze the very air. Inside the clan head's secret chamber, the current head of the Ryudoji clan was staring intently at the few top-level secret agents kneeling below. His well-maintained face was full of anger, and his lips were even trembling uncontrollably from rage. What did you say? The people in Hanakare district were completely wiped out. Not even their bones were left. The Ryudoji clan head's voice turned shrill and distorted. He gripped the armrests of his master chair fiercely, and with a crack, he managed to crush the hard mahogany armrest, leaving cracks in it. Yes, Lord Clan Head. The leading warrior below was covered in cold sweat, his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, his voice filled with bone-deep fear. We were ordered to go and rendezvous with Lord Takeda, but when we arrived at the outskirts of East Rukongai District 62, Lord Takeda, and the 328 soldiers accompanying him had all disappeared. How could they disappear? Takeda was an expert I spent a fortune to recruit. He had long been able to release his Zanpakuto. In such an uncivilized slum area like Rukongai, who could kill him? The Ryudoji clan head roared. When we arrived at Hanakare district, there were no corpses there, and the streets were clean. If it weren't for the lingering traces of battle, we would have thought that Lord Takeda had never gone there at all. The warrior said tremblingly. They seem to have been burned away by a fire. Burned away by a fire. Upon hearing this, the Ryudoji clan head's pupils dilated uncontrollably, and he immediately thought of one person. Could it be him? No, that's impossible, right? How could someone like him appear in Hanakare district? He was somewhat uncertain, and the anger on his face gradually faded. If it really was that guy Jujusai. Forget it, note this matter down for now. Do not go to Hanakare to cause trouble for the time being. The Ryudoji clan head rubbed his brow wearily and said, focus our energy elsewhere first. Yes. After the warrior retreated, the Ryudoji clan head's expression was uncertain. I heard that guy Jujusai has been getting very close to the 5 noble families recently. Oh wait, I heard he recently changed his name. Because he got an extra scar on his face, he changed his name to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. From his initial Etsusai, to the later Jujusai, and now he has changed his name to Genryusai again. This guy is really troublesome. However, among the many heroes of today, Yamamoto is also a top-notch powerhouse. Moreover, he himself is the founder of the Unryu style and the head instructor of the Genji school. He has many companions and holds significant influence within the Soul Society. If such a hero really stands on the side of the 5 noble families, it would be terrible news for those nobles like them who do not want to be subservient to the 5 noble families. Therefore, what happened in Hanakare district is no longer important. What's important is to pay attention to the movements of the Genji school and the actions of the 5 noble families. Wait until the matters in the Saraite are resolved before considering what happened in Hanakare. After all, it is just a remote area with scarce resources, so it's not worth investing too much energy into it. 107 slashes. 108 slashes. 2,357 slashes. In the small courtyard, Hana was practicing her sword swings earnestly. 3 years had passed since the last time Kobayashi Kansho gave her pointers. During these 3 years, Hana practiced her swordsmanship diligently in her own courtyard every day. Her sword training was exactly as Kobayashi Kansho had instructed, thinking of nothing else, only focusing on how to swing her blade faster. From starting with 10,000 swings a day, she eventually moved up to 30,000, then 50,000, and now, to 100,000. 100,000 swings every day, without fail, regardless of wind or rain. This made Hana truly feel her own progress. The speed of her swings was getting faster and faster. And after completing her quota of swings, she would run over to Kobayashi Kansho's house to do chores. Kobayashi Kansho handed tasks like sweeping and pruning trees to her, while he focused on upgrading his home's defensive equipment step by step. Now, his home's defenses had been raised to another level. Initially, his home only had some basic defensive measures. Later, he added prism towers, then phantom canopies and focusing mirrors. And now, he had improved the light focusing capabilities and conversion efficiency of the prism towers, even inscribing them with Kido spell formations, making their power far greater than before. Besides that, he was just reading books. The ocean of science is truly boundless. No matter how much one learns, it is never enough. As for Hana's growth, he saw it all. However, in his view, this level of strength was still not enough. Of course, considering Hana was not even 20 years old, having this level of skill was already quite exaggerated. And today was the last day of the year. Kobayashi Kansho drank a cup of hot tea. He actually didn't like drinking tea at the beginning, perhaps due to the influence of his past life. In his previous life, he drank too much mocha coffee, which led him to like various coffees, but that was essentially the same as drinking milk tea. In this life, after obtaining tea ceremony proficiency, he felt it would be a pity not to brew tea with this skill, so he started to slowly accept drinking brewed tea. By now, he was accustomed to savoring tea. Especially in weather like today's. Outside, heavy snow was falling. In a room with a burning stove, he sipped a cup of hot tea while looking through the window. This kind of life was as comfortable as it could get. And what made him feel most comfortable was that in 3 more minutes, he would be able to receive the New Year's check in reward. In the previous 3 years, his check-in rewards were Ryutsu shards, Zanjutsu fragments, and the Mother Spark blueprint. The first two rewards were unremarkable, but the third one was very useful to him. The Mother Spark is a type of undying fire, known as infinite energy. If he could research it, it would be equivalent to obtaining infinite energy, and then his set of defensive equipment would never lack energy again. However, having the blueprint did not mean he could manufacture it immediately. Manufacturing the Mother Spark required a lot of technology. It wasn't a matter of one blueprint solving all problems. Kobayashi Kansho felt that without 8 or 10 years, he probably wouldn't be able to figure this thing out. After all, although Kobayashi Kansho was studying hard, his own talent was not particularly high. He could only rely on piling up time to break through technical barriers. And as it happened, the thing he lacked the least was time. 8 or 10 years might be a long time for ordinary people, but for him, it wouldn't actually take long. After all, he had already lived for nearly 400 years, so why would he care about these mere 10 years? And next, what reward would this year's check-in bring him? Time arrived very quickly. 3, 2, 1. When the time hit 0, a new system notification sound appeared in Kobayashi Kansho's mind. Ding! A new year has arrived. Congratulations to the host for completing the 372nd year of check-in since transmigrating. Obtained year-end reward. Divine ability external incarnation. Question mark. Kobayashi Kansho was slightly stunned. What on earth is that? A divine ability. External incarnation. Before he could think it through, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. The so-called incarnation is one of the 3 bodies of Buddha, referring to the various appearances manifested by the Buddha to adapt to the capacities and needs of different sentient beings. An incarnation can be in any form, such as human, heavenly being, asura, hungry ghost, or animal. And incarnations are divided into 2 types: responsive incarnation and transformative incarnation. The responsive incarnation is the incarnation manifested by the Buddha to save sentient beings, following their karmic opportunities. For example, Shakyamuni Buddha manifesting enlightenment in the Saha world as a responsive incarnation. And the transformative incarnation is the incarnation manifested by the Buddha through the transformation of divine powers. For example, when the Buddha was preaching to the 500 arhats at Vulture Peak, he transformed into countless incarnations, simultaneously preaching to different sentient beings in different places. Kobayashi Kansho's external incarnation was also divided into these 2 types. One is the responsive incarnation manifested by following the karmic opportunities of sentient beings, and the other is the transformative incarnation that can be cultivated by himself. The responsive incarnation will combine with the vows of sentient beings due to their karmic opportunities and the need to save them, gaining unique abilities. The transformative incarnation is simply a clone, and whatever abilities it has depend entirely on what Kobayashi Kansho gives it, or what it cultivates itself later. This was the first time Kobayashi Kansho had received a reward of the divine ability level, and for a moment, he couldn't quite react. He could sense right now that he could create a responsive incarnation. Because the sentient beings in this world right now are longing to be saved. What kind of era is this? Feudal lords are vying for supremacy, warlords are fighting in chaos, heroes are rising, and various powerful figures are fighting endlessly in Saraite and Rukongai. And the ones who always suffer the most are the ordinary people, the ordinary souls. The vast majority of people in soul society have no spiritual power. No matter how hard these people try, they cannot compare to those who possess spiritual power. This is a fact determined by innate differences. Even if all these people united, they would not be a match for a captain-level Shinigami. They are naturally in pain. And they naturally long for liberation. Under these circumstances, sentient beings long for someone to save them. For someone to be able to liberate them. This immense vow power is echoing above the world, which is the best nourishment for Kobayashi Kansho's responsive incarnation. As for the transformative incarnation, it's not something that can be split off just like that. It requires cultivation. In Kobayashi Kancho's view, it would likely take a few decades to cultivate a transformative incarnation. Of course, this is already quite perverse. After all, at Kobayashi Kancho's current level, if he were to cultivate heart again, he wouldn't be able to make any progress himself. Apart from the annual Ryutsu shards that can bring him growth in Ryutsu, if he were to cultivate on his own for 1,000 years, his Ryutsu probably wouldn't increase by much. But using the effort he would spend on training his Ryutsu to cultivate the transformative incarnation would allow him to cultivate a transformative incarnation clone with decent strength. Most importantly, the transformative incarnation clone can also grow. They share the same mind as Kobayashi Kancho, but they are considered separate individuals and are not restricted by Kobayashi Kancho's own main body. Goose feather-like snowflakes drifted down from the sky, adorning the entire courtyard until it was as pure as a fairy tale world. Under the eaves of the courtyard, the charcoal brazier was burning vigorously, emitting crisp, crackling sounds and radiating a drowsiness-inducing warmth. He took a comfortable sip of hot tea and let out a sigh of extreme satisfaction. Honestly speaking, this supernatural ability is quite perverse. But for Kobayashi, it wasn't of much use. After all, he only needed to wait for time to pass to naturally become stronger. If one day he reached a bottleneck, where no amount of checking in could make him stronger, then perhaps he would feel some sense of urgency. But for now, he just needed to keep living. Splitting off an external avatar would only disperse his energy. However, since he had it, he still had to cultivate it. After all, he could no longer increase his spiritual pressure through training, and his Zanhakuta Hohokido had already reached their peak. Now, the only thing he could use to improve himself was learning scientific technology. Since he had an extra skill now, how could there be any reason not to cultivate it? He delved into his consciousness to take a look. Oh ho! He had originally thought that the group in the three realms most longing for liberation would be the ordinary wandering souls, but he had overlooked a much larger group. Hollows. In this world, is there any group more desperate, more fallen, and more longing for transcendence than Hollows? Hollows. They are insects, maggots crawling back and forth in the midst of inextinguishable malice. At this moment, deep in his consciousness, he could feel an extremely intense palpitation. It was the ultimate prayer condensed by countless souls struggling in hunger and slaughter deep within Hueco Mundo, after years and years of torture. They prayed for someone to break this endless curse of devouring, praying for someone to bring even the slightest glimmer of light to this pure white world. Having stayed at home for so long, it wouldn't be bad to occasionally use an avatar to go outside and take a look. Thinking this, Kobayashi was actually a bit tempted. Since I'm going to split off an avatar to send over, what should this avatar look like? What should its name be? It needs a design, right? Kobayashi Kancho rubbed his chin, and countless pretentious images flashed through his mind. For example, a holy angel with 8 wings. Or perhaps a towering Vajra with angry eyes. Or maybe an old immortal with a celestial aura and flowing white beard. What a hassle. I hate character customization. Just thinking of a name could kill half my brain cells. As someone with extreme laziness and a naming phobia, Kobayashi Kancho gave up on all the flashy settings after thinking for less than 5 seconds. When he played games in his past life, the most painful part was when he first entered the game and had to name his character. If he used a system-generated random name, it always felt like it had a strong AI bot vibe. But if he had to come up with a name himself, he couldn't think of a suitable one even after a long time. He would always feel that A wasn't good, B wasn't good, and C wouldn't work. He could agonize over just picking a name for half a day. Forget it, why go through all that trouble? I'll just use my own original appearance, and the name will just be Kobayashi. Anyway, those brainless beasts in Hueco Mundo don't know me. Thinking of this, Kobayashi Kancho took a deep breath. His eyes, which originally exuded a dead fish-eye vibe, instantly became extremely profound at this moment, as if they contained the entire cosmic starry sky. As his mind stirred, a wisp of his spiritual pressure, guided by invisible willpower, instantly pierced through the dimensional barrier between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. These two forces combined and finally descended into Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo. This is the most desolate, purest, and most suffocating and desperate place of depravity in the three realms. There is no alternation of sunrise and sunset, no warmth of the changing seasons. It is as if it is a completely dead world, without a shred of vitality. Looking up, there is always an endless night, silent as stagnant water. That crescent of pale white moon is like the pupil of some giant creature that died with its eyes open, coldly staring down at this cursed world below. Looking out, the ground is covered with sand as pale as bone. These sand grains are not natural minerals, but the spiritual particle residue left behind by countless incomplete souls that have devoured, slaughtered, and died on this land over millions of years. Every grain of sand was once a soul wailing in despair. Every cold wind that stirs up the sand sounds like the sobbing of countless vengeful ghosts at the bottom of an abyss. At the edge of the horizon, one can occasionally see a few withered trees made of pure quartz crystals. They have no leaves, only sharp, sword-like branches that pierce straight into that pitch-black sky that can never be reached. The only melody here is the endless hunger, and the mindless, crazy slaughter that erupts to fill this hunger. All hollows have only a deep, intense craving in their hearts, an infinite desire for evolution, and an endless fear of regression. This is Hueco Mundo, a pure white hell. Who? Heavy, ragged, and blood-scented gasps broke the dead silence of this land of white sand quite abruptly. A slender, elegant Manos Grande resembling a Tibetan antelope, like a centaur, was struggling to gallop across the sea of sand. Her forehooves left a trail of uneven footprints on the soft quartz sand. The fur of this Manos Grande should have been as pure and flawless as the purest snow lotus, but at this moment, that beautiful fur was stained with large patches of shocking dark red blood. Neliel felt as if her lungs had been pierced by a sarrow, every breath pulled at a heart-wrenching, excruciating pain. On her back, there were 3 terrifying lacerations deep enough to see the bone. They had been ripped open by sharp claws, with the flesh curling outward, revealing the pale white bone underneath. Dark red blood dripped down along the lines of her slender abdomen, falling onto the pale white sand below. As the blood dripped, it instantly stained it a nauseating black red. And for other predators on this land, this scene was simply the most lethal drug, emitting a fragrance that drove people crazy. An injured Ijukas is truly the best food. Roar. Don't run. You lowly prey. I will peel off your skin inch by inch, rip out your internal organs, and eat them raw. Sure enough, less than 100 meters behind Neliel, a figure filled with extreme greed, brutality, and madness was in pursuit. It was a wolf-type Ijukas with an extremely massive body covered in black bone spurs. It was like a runaway heavy tank, rampaging across the sand dunes. The wolf-type Ijukas' eyes, large as lanterns, were filled with crimson bloodshot veins, flashing with undisguised cruelty and appetite. Thick, foul-smelling drool dripped frantically from its interlaced, bone-white fangs, making a hissing, corrosive sound as it landed on the white sand. This wolf-type Ijukas was also an Ijukas, and the standard kind of Manos Grande that would stop at nothing to evolve, craving to devour everything, and nearly devoid of reason. Ijukas, the most desperate stage among the Manos Grande. At this stage, if one cannot evolve into a Vasto Lord, there is a possibility of regression. Yes, without evolution, there is regression. And once one regresses back into a Jillian, they will lose all reason and completely degenerate into a lowly monster. Therefore, even if just to avoid becoming the kind of Jillian that only knows how to devour, they must devour with all their might while they are still in Ijukas. At this moment, it could clearly feel the extremely rich, extremely high-level spiritual pressure contained within the antelope ahead. If it could tear her apart, chew and swallow her flesh piece by piece, it might be able to cross that insurmountable chasm and touch the threshold of becoming a Vasto Lord. I must become a Vasto Lord. I will crush your bones. I will suck your marrow dry. Your pure appearance is truly disgusting. I will use my claws to tear your pride into pieces. The wolf-type Ijukas roared internally. Every time its massive claws landed, they smashed an incredibly exaggerated deep pit into the sand dune, and violent spiritual pressure formed a ring of dark, black storm around it, smashing the quartz trees along the way into pieces. Neliel did not look back. She could not even summon feelings of anger, only a sorrow that went deep into her bones. Although she was injured now, it did not mean she was truly in a desperate situation. Because her spiritual pressure was stronger. Even injured, as long as she turned around, with the incredibly terrifying instantaneous sprinting power of her antelope form, and the pair of bone horns on her head capable of piercing the hardest steel, she had the opportunity to disembowel the opponent the moment it lunged, completing a counter kill. But she did not do so. She was only running, only dodging, like a traveler who was exhausted yet stubbornly refused to compromise with the abyss. Why not fight back? Why not kill it? In this Hueco Mundo where the weak are prey to the strong, and even the air is permeated with betrayal and slaughter, Neliel's actions were practically those of an unreasonable lunatic. But only Neliel herself knew that this was the only way she could prove she was alive. What exactly is a hollow? Are they wicked people who committed grave crimes in their previous lives? Are they vengeful spirits filled with obsession and unwillingness in their hearts? From the moment the chain of fate on a soul's chest is completely severed, and that empty hole forms in their chest cavity, they lose their heart. To fill that hole that can never be filled, to appease that hunger that feels as if it will burn the soul to ashes, hollows can only devour. Devour humans, devour their own kind, devour everything that can be converted into spirit particles. All just to fill the emptiness of the soul within. On the road of evolution, from the lowest level Jillian to the self-aware Adjukas, this path is paved with the bones of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of their own kind. Inside every Adjukas, the soul remnants of countless devoured victims wail. Neliel was the same. In those initial, muddled years, she too had been a beast driven by instinct, frantically biting and chewing in the darkness. But when she finally crossed that threshold, when the light representing intelligence returned to her eyes, an unprecedented sense of nausea and self-loathing instantly overwhelmed her soul. Looking at her hands stained with the blood of her own kind, and listening to those cries in her mind that could never find rest, she finally realized that so-called evolution was merely running wildly on a path leading to a deeper hell. If to survive, one must abandon the reason that was so hard to recover, and turn back into a monster that only knows how to devour, then what is the meaning of such a life? I will not become that kind of beast again, plundering others' lives for no reason. Thus, she swore she would never again obtain power by slaughtering her own kind. She would use reason to suppress that insane hunger. She would prove that even a hollow deep in the mire could possess free will, unruled by instinct. But this was too hard. In Hueco Mundo, not devouring means stagnation of power, and means one might become food for other hollows at any time. Her kindness, her bottom line, her chivalry, in this world that only believes in violence and bloodshed, were like a ridiculous joke. Those insane peers would not be moved by her concessions, they would only think she was weak and easy to bully, and would only be more frantically eager to tear apart her hypocritical purity. Just like this wolf-type Adjukas in hot pursuit behind her. Bang! A massive quartz rock was smashed to pieces by a single slap from the wolf-type Adjukas, and countless sharp stone fragments, empowered by some force, became faster and stronger, exploding behind Neliel like a shotgun. Splat! Splat! Several sharp quartz fragments brutally pierced Neliel's thigh and back, spraying out warm blood. The intense pain caused Neliel's body to stagger violently. Her stamina, already near exhaustion, finally reached its limit under this fatal blow. Her forehooves slipped on the soft sand dune, her entire body lost balance, and she fell forward in a completely wretched state. Ah! Neliel let out a deeply suppressed grunt of pain, her body rolling down the steep slope of the sand dune, her white fur stained with dirty sand and her own glaring blood. Sharp quartz sand cut through her skin, leaving fine bloody marks. Finally, she crashed heavily into the roots of a massive dead tree, her chest heaving violently as she coughed up a large mouthful of dark red blood. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? The wolf-type Ijukas let out an earth-shattering roar of laughter, its massive body, like a mountain of black flesh, leaping down from the top of the sand dune and slamming heavily in front of Neliel. The immense impact even kicked up waves of white sand tens of meters high. It looked down from above at Neliel, who was collapsed on the ground, its eyes filled with extreme greed, as if about to taste a peerless delicacy. It was not in a hurry to bite through Neliel's throat, for such a bloodthirsty monster, appreciating the look of despair and fear in its prey's eyes before death was perhaps more pleasurable to its incomplete soul than actually eating it. The wolf-type Ijukas slowly lowered its head, and the nauseating scent of rotting flesh, mixed with a thick smell of blood, blew directly onto Neliel's face. How truly pathetic. What is wrong with you? You clearly possess such strong spiritual pressure, yet all you know how to do is run. It makes one doubt whether you are even a Manos Grande at all. The wolf-type Ijukas opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow Neliel whole. Deep within its throat, lined with barbs, violent spirit particles began to gather and compress frantically in an extremely unstable state. The dark red light in its mouth grew increasingly intense. This was a Sero compressed to the absolute limit. If this Sero were fired at such close range, Neliel's body would absolutely be vaporized in an instant, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Neliel struggled to move, but her muscles, aching to the point of near rupture, had completely given out. She leaned against a dead tree, tilted her head back, and watched that orb of dark red light, which grew brighter and brighter, representing destruction and death. Strangely, at this moment, there was not a shred of fear in her heart, nor any hysteria in the face of death. On the contrary, an unprecedented sense of peace and relief flooded her soul like a rising tide. Could this be the final destination for a Manos Grande? As a fallen soul, dying peacefully like this seemed like a decent choice. Neliel asked herself silently in her heart. If she had chosen to fight back earlier, if she had used her bone horns to pierce the opponent's chest and tear at its throat like a true beast, she would certainly not have ended up in this state. But she did not regret it. Looking at the wolf-type Ajuchas's face, hideous, twisted, and rendered ugly by an extreme craving for slaughter, only deep pity emerged in Neliel's eyes. We are all monsters, but at least I am dying with my own convictions. Neliel slowly closed her eyes. She spread her arms as if welcoming some sacred baptism, preparing to meet the arrival of death with a proud and aloof posture. Do it, you pathetic, pitiful kin. She whispered calmly in her heart. The dark red Sero in the wolf-type Ajuchas's mouth had expanded to a terrifying critical point. Die. Die. Become the nourishment on the path of my evolution. The wolf-type Ijukas let out one final, crazed roar. It thrust its head forward, and that Sero, compressed to the limit, surged forth like a dragon released from its cage, carrying enough heat to incinerate everything and a destructive shockwave, blasting straight toward Neliel, who was standing inches away, eyes closed and waiting for death. The light of destruction had already illuminated Neliel's pale and poignant face. However, in that split second, lasting less than 1,000th of a second, the entire world of Hueco Mundo seemed, at that moment, to have been forced onto pause by some indescribable, absolute power. The gale stopped howling, and the flying sand and gravel froze in midair. Even the dark red Sero, already fired from its muzzle, hung suspended less than 10 centimeters from the tip of Neliel's nose. There was no explosion, no shockwave, it was as if time had been frozen at that very instant. Immediately after, under the gaze of the wolf-type Ajuchas's eyes, which had instantly bloodshot with extreme terror, a massive rift suddenly tore open in the sky of Hueco Mundo, which was forever pitch black as ink. A beam of white light, pure to the extreme and vast to the limit, as if it did not belong to this desert of despair, poured down from that rift without warning. Boom! The beam of light struck the wolf-type Ajuchas's massive body with extreme precision. This wolf-type Ijukas, which had driven Neliel into a desperate situation and possessed the strength of an Ijukas, was now like a tiny ant facing the descent of a death ray. What What is this? No. The wolf-type Ijukas only had time to unleash half a desperate roar in its mind before its pride and joy hard bone spikes, its massive body, and even the lethal Sero it had just fired, all began to disintegrate and vaporize layer by layer at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye the moment they touched the white light, like winter snow encountering the scorching sun. No blood flowed, and no spiritual pressure remained. In just the blink of an eye, the beam of light dissipated. That violent wolf-type Ijukas had completely vanished from this world, leaving not even the slightest trace of its former existence. On the sand dune where it had been, there wasn't even a crater, it remained as flat as before, as if the fierce chase from just moments ago had been nothing more than an illusory dream. Only the pure spirit particles, drifting across the sky like scattered fireflies, danced slowly in the silent night. One-hit kill. Neliel's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she looked ahead in disbelief. She thought she was about to die. After a Manos Grande dies, does it disappear? Or, does it fall into a deeper abyss of nothingness? For instance, hell. They are all evil beings, incomplete souls, so death might not necessarily be their end. They are insects, worms crawling back and forth under non-volatile malice, destined only to rush toward layer upon layer of despair. The eternally unchanging pale sands of Hueco Mundo and that cold, waning moon are the very seedbed that breeds these pitiful worms. And now, the light has descended. It has descended right before her eyes. Neliel struggled with great difficulty to prop up her body, staring blankly at the white beam of light that had descended and the specks of light that were beginning to dissipate. And the behemoth that had been clamoring to devour her alive just moments ago had vanished without a trace. Amidst the spirit particles dancing across the sky, a figure stood, though she did not know when it had appeared. It was a humanoid figure. In Hueco Mundo, a place of only monsters and dead bones, a humanoid life form had actually appeared. The more advanced a Manos Grande is, the closer its body resembles a human form, because they compress their spiritual pressure during evolution, which in turn compresses their physical size. The method for a Manos Grande to improve is to increase quantity and increase quality. Devouring other Manos Grande can increase the quantity of one's spiritual pressure, and compressing spiritual pressure enhances its quality. Thus, the final Vasto Lord far exceeds the Adjukas in the quality of spiritual pressure. At this moment, has a Vasto Lord arrived. Neliel's pupils contracted violently, she even forgot to breathe, staring motionlessly and intensely at the figure standing with its back to the moonlight. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.